what you want to say, baby. When you're alone in the darkest night, maybe you can give your ray your light. Open your heart and show your eyes that your destiny. And grow your love, baby. The future is waiting for you. And show your eyes that your destiny. what you want to say, baby. When you're alone in the darkest night, maybe you can give your radio back. Open your heart what you want to say, baby, when you're alone in the darkest night. Maybe you can give your radio back. Open your heart and show your eyes that you can take your destiny. And grow your love, baby. The future is waiting for you. And show your eyes that you can take your destiny.
Oh my god, perfectly timed. Hey everyone. Guess what I fell asleep to this morning? Oh my god, almost perfectly timed. That's what happens when you hit loop. Yeah. Guess what I fell asleep to this morning? I fell asleep to my own voice. Look, I have this thing where like I don't know what it is. Maybe it's because I'm doing content and I'm listening to so much content. And I'm a commentary streamer, and that's what we're doing here. We're here to do commentary. We're here to cover commentary. Don't worry, I'm not a leftoid. I'm just your normal, friendly neighborhood commentary streamer. I'm not trying to inject any woke mind virus into your commentary. I'm not trying to infiltrate the commentary community Xanderhal style or anything like that, chat. I am just like totally normal commentary person with no political thoughts in my pea-sized brain. That's what I am. But yeah, I was like listening to, so normally like here's my thing. Like if I need to go to sleep, right? If I wake up too early, especially, I put on Pod Save America. Do you know what I'm talking about? This is John Favreau and John Lovett, and it's like former Obama officials, and they are like the most boring people on the world. If I ever want to fall asleep, I can count on Pod Save America to put me to sleep. And I'm, I gotta know what they're covering too. So, like I get a little taste of what they were covering. But then I get a nice sleep there. It's great, right? But I ended up doing it to myself, and I usually don't put myself to sleep, which is a good thing on one hand, because it means that my volume, my sound is actually not that abrasive, right? I didn't do anything to wake myself up, but it also is bad because it means that, like, I don't know, this latest video, maybe it could have, it deserves to be cut down somewhat. I feel like, yeah, that's the whole thing, is we're panning for gold, We're like prospectors in the Old West, in the wasteland, out here looking for radioactive gold in, and you gotta pan through like a lot of river to find just a little bit of gold. What am I missing? I am missing a few things. Okay, we gotta get the short stream up, and I've gotta get the YouTube chat up, and I think we'll be good after that. So how are you doing? Did anybody see the premiere? I'm kind of toying with doing the same thing that the Vanguard does, right? They said that they've had great success with making their VODs member only. That's the part that I don't like, because I know I'm going to have somebody like somebody will be like, I wanted to watch your VOD and I wasn't there on time, and then it was gone. It's members only and I can't afford a membership. So, I mean, there's always Twitch, right? If you ever find yourself in that situation, there's always Twitch. Look on Twitch. It's important, because the VODs will always be on there. I'm definitely not trying to squeeze extra money out of people by forcing them to, although if you have extra money, no, just kidding, by forcing people to subscribe just to be able to watch the VOD on repeat. I just like, it's a YouTube thing, and I'm not even sure what exactly it is. I think it either has something to do with your notifications that There's a limited number of notifications that YouTube serves to you during a day, which means I'm fucked since I do I do a vertical stream at the same time as a regular stream. That's 2 notifications right there. And then if I let one or more of the, I don't know, do you get a notification when after a live stream ends, maybe? Oh God, chat, I should just ask you. Since you're here now, I can actually ask you. What kind of notifications do you get for me, and when do you get them? I am massively interested in learning this knowledge and highly motivated to listen to your user experience. There we go. And I should be able to get... Is Twidgeting? It will be in a second. And then the short stream will be short streaming. You shall be notified. Yes, you shall, Timothy Jones. Yes, you shall. People are saying that Fallout can be done. There's like 10. You can play through Fallout. Is that why people were complaining in my on my gaming channel? Okay, so I'm not the only one taking like over 50 hours to get through Fallout New Vegas. To be honest, it's only like 10 hours of playthrough. Is that if you know where you're going? 10 hours, 24. Oh, if you want to do completionist, it's like 20. If you missed my playthrough of Fallout New Vegas, as I'm seeing some of you did, that's okay. We'll forgive you. We'll forgive you, and we'll even be generous by saying that you can go and sign up for More Comment Check. You can subscribe to More Comment Check, and I'm trying to be religiously, like, right, in a there's a lot of religions in Fallout, right? What's the one with the ghouls, the glowing ghouls, the bright ones or something? Yeah, like the bright ones. Yeah, like in a religious way, I'm trying to upload religiously all of my playthrough in order, and God, I need to put it on that playlist, don't I? That's what I forgot to do. I forgot to playlist it. But yeah, the playthrough from last night is up by itself on the gaming channel, which eventually might become the gaming / pop culture / video essay channel. I don't know. I've got big ideas. My mom loves Pod Save America. Look, I mean, it's not worse than MSNBC. I'll say that. I'll say that. It's not like it's better than Morning Joe. There we go. That's the nicest thing I can say about Pod Save America. If you just do story mode, you can do 10 hours. It's really 50 hours. I just mistyped. Oh, okay. Playing the game properly does take 50 hours. So yeah, a lot like any kind of RPG. You're only like 10 hours. Really? If I put the videos back to back, it would only be 10 hours. I feel like I messed around so much. I feel like there's so much that I did that was just goofy. All right, we got to get the... But yeah, this is the thing, is that YouTube gives us new features and it doesn't tell us how to use them. It doesn't tell us when oh my God, it's still set to gaming, isn't it? Let's change that. It doesn't tell, in fact, I don't even know if this stream is set for gaming. See, it's like if you're gonna, anyway, sorry. What are we covering? This is kind of like people of blogs today. I don't think this is really news and politics. Because we're doing commentary, chat. Like I said, I'm a commentary channel. It's called Irene Gets Real. That's what the name of my commentary channel now, right? Speaking of getting real, we got to get real ready to go today, because some of you may have watched a show called The Vanguard. They covered the same subject that I'm doing today. I swear to God, there's no coordination between us. We're not like trying to, we're not calling each other. after class and be like, are you gonna wear pink tomorrow? I'm gonna wear pink. Let's both wear, like, we're not coordinating it. It just kind of happens. We're just kind of synced up that way, that they're covering Brianna Wu on the same day that I cover Brianna Wu. But I think we're going to be covering slightly different aspects. I can say for sure that there's stuff that if you saw it there, that you're going to get here that's new. There's, angles maybe that they covered that I don't quite touch on. So we sort of complement each other. We are all together part of this complete breakfast. We are not, in fact, a hat on a hat. I'm not a hat on their hat. They are not a hat on my hat. We are quite different. But yeah, we do end up covering the same stories oftentimes on the same day. So we're gonna go live with this. So what are we covering today? Well, I'm glad you asked. I'm glad you totally didn't ask, chat. Chat's a little sleepy today. Hey, I'm a little sleepy too. I just woke up. Like I said, I put myself to sleep by listening to my, oh my God. You know what? We kind of got to start with this one. Okay, chat.
Could you just shoot?
I don't want you to think that I am gonna become, like, I don't know, the Destiny news. But there's something else went on with Steven today. We covered Steven last night. I feel like I kind of got enough of Destiny tries to cancel Ludwig. Did I even watch that stuff? There's just too much interesting stuff going on with him, and it feels like he's circling the drain. And look, if Vosh is circling the drain, if Destiny's circling the drain, if any of these toxic debate bozos are circling the drain, I want to be there. I want to be there to smoke that pack. That's what we're here for. No chatter should feel responsible for carrying the chat, right? If you're like, if one chatter playing a video game stops the chat, then we got bigger problems than that, and I got to reconsider my career options. I don't know what's going on, what I walked into, but hopefully people will be filtering in. Maybe I used up too many. Oh God, yeah. Did I use up too many notifications? Could that be it, right? Because I know that, like, there's part of the reason that the Vanguard is doing, or a possible reason that the Vanguard is doing their live streams members only now, is that there might be something to do with notifications. You might be limited in the number of notifications you can send out during a day, and that might have something to do with views. I don't know what the other function of it is, but we got some gaming frogs in here today. Maybe I should just play Fallout New Vegas. How about that? We nix the commentary, just forget it, and I become a gaming channel. We can make the gaming channel into the commentary channel, and now the main channel will be the gaming channel, and all the commentary people will be, like, jealous. No, they won't. They won't be jealous. They just won't be able to send me super chats. Wait, that's a bad idea. That's a bad idea, Chad. I need them to be able to send me super chats, but I don't know what I did. Chad, did I fuck something up? Because, like, we are just, like, I'm nowhere right now. I can't fucking do this. This is gonna be a very short stream. Let's start off and just, like, see what Hassan has to say. I think this is about the fact that Destiny is up in arms that Frogan, and he's not the only one, right? A lot of people, like, when Frogan said that that Ludwig had a quote-unquote cracker-ass take, or a cracker, no, it wasn't cracker-ass take, it's cracker, I think it was cracker-ass take, yeah, that that they were like, that's just basically racism. Why is it okay to be racist to white people? Why does no one care about white people? White people have it so tough. We got called cracker and no one cares. No one feels bad for us. No one feels sorry. Oh my God, this is so racist. This is anti-white racism. What are we gonna do? But Mr. Dvorcelli, like, has said, is known for saying, is famous for saying, has gotten clout off of saying, essentially vice signals by saying the N-word, like, over and over and over again. And every time he does that, his community is like, based. It's not cringe. It's not pathetic. It's not, this is a 40-year-old man fucking saying the N-word to be edgy. It's like based. That is the reaction that they have. He is just like me. FR.
straight and point out white boys like
No, I like to think that I don't get most of my views from notifications. I like to think that most of the views come from the algorithm, right? The algorithm. I need the algorithm to save me.
when D and their entire friend group drops
Or else I'm going to have to quit content creation.
That is 100%. If Asmongold and XQC have had an issue with Destiny saying the N-word as recently as like last week, I haven't seen it. I've never heard them criticize Destiny saying the N-word. That is definitely something that I will openly call out. Never have I ever heard them speak out against Destiny saying the N-word openly on his podcast once. But they got all the smoke for the term cracker. Okay, which is very odd. I mean, I'll be honest, I do find that very strange. You can clip that and ship it if you want. I do find it very strange because I know they don't like that. I know they don't like that word. So it's odd that like there aren't a ton. Maybe they have criticized it. I just haven't seen it on LSF. Like I said, it is a perplexing situation. It is quite a perplexing situation that a couple weeks ago, Destiny literally said the N-word, and that wasn't like, that did not go omega viral. Does anyone have that link? I'm going to look this up real quick. Because like,
did you hear this?
Now, the discourse on LSF about anti-white racism is popping. Okay, there is.
So people might know that Destiny wrote a manifesto called N-word Andy. Basically, he's famous for saying, like, essentially, like, well, you know, we all say it during heated gamer moments, and it's okay because there's like it's basically like if an N-word gets said in the forest and no black person is there to hear it, is there really any harm, or is that wholesome and good, right? And like for most people that are not terminally online, the answer is no, just don't say the N-word. What the fuck is wrong with you? But for him and his community, like, I don't know. Like I said, it's a vice signal.
No better time to be a gamer talking about anti-white racism. You know, at the top of the leaderboards over here, at the top of the leaderboards, there has been like, I guess they've like deleted some of them, or here it is. Actually, not a fan of racism.
So this is live stream fails. If you don't know, it's a drama type of subreddit. I'm like trying to think of the name for it. It's a subreddit that focuses on drama. It you know, this is where the Destiny frogs go when they want to expose Hassanabi, when they want to cancel Hassan. This is just kind of where that shit goes. I mean, theoretically, if I had a like, I don't know, if I ate a bunch of beans and I farted myself through the ceiling, right, with a jet propulsion from my ass, right, and this happened on stream, I might end up on live stream fails, right? That's theoretically what live stream fails is. It's like a documentation clips of live streams, you know, where something goes wrong, but in reality, it just kind of becomes this weird zone for like Destiny parasocials to try to you know, to try to cancel Hassan, or really that's most of what it is. And Hassan wants to be banned from this forum, right? You know, if something starts to take over the forum and disrupt it and make it like not fun for people, theoretically they can ban a streamer, and they've done that before. I think they've even done that to Hassan before, just because of this whole thing, how it gets hijacked by you know, kind of obsessives, right? And nobody can use the forum because it's all Hassan clips or whatever. And he wants to be banned.
Hassan sides with his mod, Frogan over insulting Ludwig. And it's just like so strange because this is like the third day. It's basically like the third day of this cracker discourse. Destiny literally said the N-word like 2 weeks ago, straight up on his own podcast, said the N-word. That shit was on LSF for like half a day. No updates for that, I guess. Destiny gets a little too drunk on his podcast.
That's all it is. He got a little too drunk, chat. No big deal. You know, we can all, you know, right? This happens to everyone. This is so relatable. You get a little too drunk, you say the N-word. No, it's not a thing.
500 upvotes 19 days ago. Mission accomplished, soldier. Return to base. RL realizing this was a mistake. Why the f did he say it like Riley Reid? Just a little too drunk, guys. But remember, this only got 500 upvotes because, like, who cares, right? That's not that big of a deal. Let me look at this real quick. Let me see this real quick.
No, Dan.
Wait,
reading off. I already did. There's only
Notice how
one that's
Dan
above
isn't
the
talking
threshold,
to
and I
his
already said
microphone
it.
at all. Even though Dan's talking at the same time as me, you can't even hear him because he's talking away from his microphone like a fucking
They
inbred.
can hear me.
They can't hear you, Dan, because you're not even talking into the microphone.
Okay.
So this is the context that he says it, right? He's frustrated. It's a heated gamer moment.
If you do that one more time, I'm going to say the N-word.
It's a punishment.
Is it actually on your channel or his channel?
It's my channel.
What's up?
What up?
No!
Wait, the guy said that about me 50 times. I can say that.
Who's the guy? What's he talking? How is this an excuse?
So odd. It's so strange, bro, that a 40-year-old man with a child, 2 divorces under his belt, openly saying the M-word, and is 65% upvoted. I might be mistaken, but I did not hear Asmongold's subreddit up in arms over it. I did not hear Asmongold on this behavior, and I'm sure he would be against this kind of thing, for the record. I didn't actually see XQC up in arms about this, like, because they love making these.
Yo, I gotta say, it's so weird that the gaming frogs are here for a commentary stream, when not only are the commentary frogs not here for a gaming stream. I saw my numbers last night. I saw what happened when I started to play Fallout New Vegas, right? I saw the drop off there. Not only are the gaming frogs here for the commentary stream, right? Meaning they are here for me, right? That means that they care, right? But the commentary people are not here. No, I'm not gonna blame it. It's the algorithm. The algorithm. It must be cramping my notifications.
Like, oh man, well I stand.
I wish I could pretend this wasn't a huge problem and just laugh it off and be like, ha ha ha, silly YouTube.
It's racism.
Not promoting my stream at all, but this is like how I make my money these days, chat. I don't know. That's not good.
Racism, which is why I'm over here.
I need to figure out something else. I really don't want to make my VODs like, you know, members only, right? Because I know that there's some people that'll take that as like, oh, she doesn't value us if we're not paying her. No, I fucking value you. You're the thumb gang. You're the most important part of the equation. Without your thumbs, we will never be able to thumb wrestle the algorithm into submission, right? Thumb gang is huge. And also, like, come on, you think I can't relate to not having extra money to spend on a streamer? I completely relate. That's me for real, for real.
Telling you unconditionally, this cracker discourse has gone too far. I wonder what that's about. Reddit is too easily.
You wish you could watch my gaming streams, but you know what? It's because they're so late at night, bread, bro. That's what it is. The gaming streams are super late at night. It's because I'm not a real gamer girl. I can't play Caravan Rotten Mouse. You're not wrong. I have no response to that. I am owned by your comment. Even boxers and combat sport enthusiasts shouldn't have to hear slurs and catch charges. Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah. Anyway, chat, we're going to get to the content. We're going to get to the Brianna Wu thing in just a second. I might have to do a blast-off tweet. How do you feel about supporting a blast-off tweet? One in chat if you're a Twitter frog. We got any Twitter frogs in here? Maybe we should start promoting the stream on Blue Sky. I don't know. Do we have one in chat if you're a Twitter frog, 2 in chat if you're a Blue Sky frog, and 3 in chat if you're like, why are we talking about frogs? Like, why are you calling me a frog? Like, are you anti-French? Like, what's going on? No comment check. Is this some anti-French slander? She's calling people frogs. That's the real insult, right? People are worried about cracker. People are worried about the G word. People are worried about the N word. No, it's really the French that are getting shit on.
And a lot of people, whether they acknowledge it or not, get duped into being willing or unwilling participants in Destiny's PR campaign. Because he was going unhinged bananas mode on Ludwig and Cutie and all that.
Yeah, this is a good point. DML says, you start playing at 4 a.m. my time. I would love to. Do not feel obliged to wake up at 4 a.m. for a gaming stream. Just know that if you like that sort of thing, only if you like that sort of thing. That's why I put it on the on @morecommentchick, right? Like the videos themselves, right? The streams will go on sometimes on this channel in the form of a short, but last time, you know, in the form of a regular part of a regular stream, right? But as far as the you know, where the playthroughs are uploaded, they're uploaded to More Comment Chick. So I made that channel separate because I know that there's going to be a lot of people that either are gaming frogs and they're not that interested in commentary, they're not that interested in news or any of this stuff that I talk about on the main channel. that only want to watch that stuff, and at the same time there's people on the main channel that aren't interested in any, like, it's such a like it's such a like it'd be such a coincidence that I'm playing a game that you are interested in. For some of you, Fallout New Vegas is like what you played in high school or middle school, or I don't know, even younger, maybe if your parents were cool and let you play bloody first-person shooters at a very young age. But for a lot of you, you know, this is either like a very old game, or this is just a game. Maybe it's just a game that you never. Maybe it's too old, right? You were not around for Fallout New Vegas. But yeah, I totally get that. Like, not everybody's gonna like everything if I do a variety of content.
All of a sudden, they released the pressure valve. Frogan says cracker. Frogan says Ludwig engaged in cracker-like behavior. And then, oh my God. And then I do an hour of coverage on it saying, I don't think Frogan's reaction, the way that she reacted, is valid. However, I do understand where her anger is coming from, considering that, you know, a lot of people falsely smear pro-Palestinian charities as like being pro-Hamas, and offering any credence to that narrative, at worst, basically solidifies it in the eyes of...
Chat, for the record, the only thing that I'm frustrated about right now is that the fact that for whatever reason, the stream is just not doing the numbers, and I don't think it's the subject, and I don't think it's the title. I think I may have like overused notifications, right? Through posting a like a premiere this morning, right? There was a notification for that. And now I'm doing, you know, 2 streams at the same time. That's 3 notifications already. I think I just don't know the rules of YouTube. I am so tempted to ask a larger streamer that I know and that some of you watch for advice. I just don't know if they're like as busy as me. They probably won't get back. If somebody was like, "Hey, I got a question about YouTube, NCC," I might not get back to them for a little while. So yeah, I don't want to like spam up somebody's inbox, but I gotta know. I don't have the answers. You didn't get a notification for this one. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. But I sort of think that like most of my views don't come from notifications, right? Notifications are super unreliable anyway, right? I assume that most of my views come from people seeing the thumbnail and the title and being like, that is a subject that I am very much interested in.
A lot of people in the margins, or at best, basically says that you're capitulating to the reactionary mob that will come after you and cancel you. And I think that that was a fairly nuanced critique of the situation, where I said I recognize the frustration that Frogan had, and also simultaneously recognize that Ludwig himself is an overall good dude, and I think he was doing his best. And regardless of that, his second statement after donating $10,000, which is great, was simply to say that I'm worried about members of my community not being fully on board with a charity. Now, that's not clippable. That's really interesting you said that, because someone did clip it.
Do you have good timing? Oh my God. Seriously? Anyway, sorry, chat. I thought the stream alert, I thought the alert would go out. Luna Rose, thank you for the membership. Thank you for weaseling up.
I didn't see it because it got downvoted heavily. Buddy, your community was on me in Discord for getting beat up in school for being white. Yeah, we know, brother. We know. We'll talk about that in a second too. The thread you were talking about, LSF, got deleted. I mean, those threads can pop off, by the way, all day, every day. I don't really give a shit. My point here is that those threads are absolutely...
Revenus Oubliette says, I have stared at that game for over 1,000 hours. Love your streams, but I'm good on Fallout New Vegas. That is totally valid. That is totally valid. Yeah, I don't want anybody to feel like obliged, right? Just so that you know where those are. If you want to watch the gaming playthroughs, they're on nocommentchick. I don't put them on this channel for the reason that this channel is mainly commentary and politics. I mean, there's a little bit of a nod to the Twitch tradition of variety streaming, which I have always been a variety streamer. I've always at least done Minecraft in addition to politics and commentary streams. But
without a doubt, an echo chamber. You go anywhere in the real world and try to engage with people, unless you're at a clan meeting, you go anywhere in the real world and talk about like how awful it is that you get bullied for being white, a group of white guys are going to laugh at you. I myself am a white guy who laughs at that notion that you are being personally victimized and being hit with racist attacks for the marginalization that you experience as a white guy. And I don't think most white guys are like this, for the record. That's why, I mean, in Florida, there's dudes who call themselves crackers. You know what I mean? It's a moniker that is self-adopted.
And that's like old school. Like I've heard like old Southern dudes call themselves that. Like it doesn't have the sting of
the etymology of it is different. The etymology also still gives power to white people in this circle.
Like the thing about the N-word is there are a not insignificant number of people who have had that word yelled at them as they were murdered. All right. That is something that you just can't relate to a word like cracker, right? It's just completely a different thing, right? You know, it was meant to shut down people in a, you know, situation, right? That when somebody's called that, they are literally, you know, the old, you know, tradition of that word is to literally put people in their place, right? Cracker could never do that because the place of, you know, whiteness in a white supremacist culture is at the top of the hierarchy. Being put in your place does not have that kind of sting, right? It's I don't know. I don't know why people don't get this. They want these like simple little things of like, okay, so if there's like a bad word for this person or a mean word for this person, then the mean word for this person is like just as bad. And it's like, no, it's not. It's not because of objective power relations. It's not because of like, you know, structural racism, right? There's all these like reasons that aren't necessarily like, you know, I don't know. I mean, they should be obvious. Anyway.
And this is a conversation that I've had a million times over. It's a complex conversation, only if you want to make it complex. But I am totally fine with having this conversation over and over again with those who are willing to listen. Except it's much easier to just go, no, f you, you're just an anti-white racist. And I think a lot of people, especially white people who are in these circles or who are extremely online, because I do see this like on Reddit more than anywhere else, have the capacity to lean in to the reactionary tendencies, and that is a very fearful prospect. That
it's a scary thing, because if you ask most people like, hey, do you agree with racism? You're gonna get a very small subset of people that are like, yeah, fucking racism is cool. You know, right? That's not a popular view, right? If you ask people, here's some guys with tiki torches, you know, marching down the streets of Charlottesville. Do you support these guys? They're gonna be fuck no. You know, here's some Klansmen. Do you support them? No. Skinheads. Do you support them? No. Right? Very easy answers. And that tricks people into thinking that racism is over, because that is what, you know, racism is, and therefore anything else that happens. But what Hassan is pointing to is the sort of like fragility that with stuff like this that can pull out the racism that's there, that's kind of implicit, that's like dormant, right? You don't notice it. You don't notice that you've internalized like, you know, sort of your white, you know, supremacist culture without even realizing, because you don't think of yourself that way. But if you're not aware of it, if you're not aware of systemic racism and its effect and how sort of ubiquitous it is in our culture, then you may find yourself reacting in such a way to, you know, a slight like being called cracker that just sort of puts you on the same team with Nick Fuentes without you even realizing it. Oh, congratulations, Catalina Gearbox. That's awesome.
White identitarians, Nazis, and the like can so quickly weaponize this discourse. Talk about like, yeah, white people are the victims, actually. And if you looked at those Reddit posts, if you are one of those people who's like, yeah, no, white people get, ritualistically humiliated, blah, 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 blah. If you are one of those people who feels that way or finds themselves in the throes of this kind of discourse and leaning on the side of like white people being victims of racism, reverse racism, if you want to call it, look to those who are on your side, look to those who are defending you and what some of the things they're saying. And perhaps then you will understand that you are on the wrong side of this argument because you're.
Yeah, the formula for racism, for racism that sticks, for racism that hurts, for racism that does, is power plus prejudice. And a lot of people aren't getting that. And they're seeing like, oh yeah, the problem with, the worst take on racism is that it's just rude. It's just common. It's what lower class people do, right? Because there is like the worst form of like quote unquote anti-racism. I don't know if you can even call it that, is like being upset at it because it is impolite. It is against the rules of like, polite society, or that it is, even like what I said before, like what Indio Studios calls it, is people think of it as common, right? What people need to get is that what makes it so pernicious is not just the prejudice, it's not just that somebody's got a prejudiced thought form, it's the prejudice plus the power that makes it hurt, that causes the impact to be what it is, regardless of what somebody's intent is, right?
Side is filled to the brim with dudes who are using this discourse to further radicalize you, oftentimes to much success.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying about this shit, putting people on the same side as Nick Fuentes without them even realizing it.
Although this is a laughable notion, I routinely find myself defending this issue, even though it's a silly one. People who say stuff like, isn't Hassan openly racist like all the time? He is only not racist against blacks and Muslims, which makes it okay. Sometimes it's good to just take a peek at like people who are on your side defending you on the white people are under attack discourse and consider what their worldview may look like. People that say blacks and Muslims, Hassan thinks black people can do no wrong, shit like that. Here's another one. They're talking about the word cracker because I laughed at someone complaining how racist it is for a white person to be called cracker. So basically, Hassan says judging someone by the color of their skin by using a racially motivated slurs is okay. He got so horny that he couldn't even write this correctly. Surely this will lead to consequences from the Twitch moderation team. Remember, folks, I have the motherfucking pass. Probably said it before, but used to be a very fanatic.
Chat, what is he looking at? Are those his, Twitch has stories now. I feel like they don't really get used, but maybe I should be using them.
Right winger, and you got me out of it. Keep up the good work. It helps. Yeah, this is why I do it. This is why I do what I do, because
like he mentioned Twitch moderation there. I don't. What were we just looking at? I'm sorry. I'm just like confused here. It's his channel. Wait, Hassan D. Piker. Wait a minute. Wait, I'm confused now. That's his. Is that his TikTok? I feel like that's his TikTok. I don't even know, chat. What is that? Oh, God, is it YouTube? No, because his YouTube channel is Hasanabi, and I don't think I'm so confused. What are we looking at?
Can do no wrong, shit like that. Here's another one. They're talking about the word cracker because I laughed at someone complaining how racist it is for a white person to be called cracker. So basically, Hassan says judging someone by the color of their skin by using a racially motivated slurs is okay. He got so horny that he couldn't even write this correctly. Surely this will lead to consequences from the Twitch.
Oh, I see. Okay, so it's people on what, YouTube? Oh no, that's on Twitch. No, that's on Reddit. Okay, people on Reddit. That's what it is. He's okay. I get it now. Okay, people on Reddit complaining, being like, yeah, surely, if racism is a bad thing and Hassan's saying cracker, then he's gonna get the punishment. He's gonna get the comeuppance from the Twitch moderation team
by using a racially.
There are people out there that think that Twitch's moderation is like a bunch of woke SJWs that are out there, just like it's weird. Just because Twitch is not fucked up like YouTube Shorts or like Rumble or like Twitter, right? I guess it's like really woke. I guess it's really left wing.
Motivate
all the communist Amazon employees over on Twitch, right?
This is okay. He got so horny that he couldn't even write this correctly. Surely this will lead to consequences from the Twitch moderation team. Remember, folks, I have the motherfucking pass. Probably said it before, but used to be a very fanatic right-winger and you got me out of it. Keep up the good work. It helps. Yeah, this is why I do it. This is why I do what I do, because I want to make sure that people that are on the edges, on the precipice of radicalization towards right-wing ideas, I hope that they can take a deep breath and reconsider their positions before leaning in to the comfortable bosom of right-wing reactionary politics, because that kind of discourse, that kind of ideological aspects can be very comforting for people that want their biases to be reaffirmed, for people that want their biases to be reaffirmed by others instead of re-examining the way they see the world. That kind of discourse, this kind of discourse can be captivating. It can create a safe space for them. It can make them feel like, instead of doing the hard work of like really reconsidering, really trying to empathize with people that have less than them or are different than them, it's much easier to just find a group of people who say, no, dude, your shit's actually fire. Let me tell you here, let me give you a little bit more about like how white people are getting fucked over. These people will simultaneously say you aren't white because you're Turkish, then get mad when you try to explain to them white is a made-up concept made to only include the preferred in-group. I know, which is ironic because they don't personally see this as well. Do you adhere to
That's a take meister right there. White people don't exist, but I'm here for it.
this rule though? If you personally think that I am an anti-white racist and that is like a real concept, like that I see white people and I think like, oh man, this white person is going to colonize my space or whatever, I guess. I don't know what to tell you. I'm white. Now, if you don't consider me to be white, well then, you know, you're kind of telling on yourself, while also personally coming to the recognition that whiteness is a political tool and you are currently applying.
Because it's funny, because like if you ask somebody who doesn't really think about it what whiteness is, they're gonna be like, it's a phenotype, it's a skin color, that's what whiteness is. And then you point out examples where of people, you know, who defy that categorization and are still, you know, considered white or not white, that, you know, right, and then they start to get confused.
It. The people that I consider to be in the out group, if I were to draw.
But in reality,
peaceful up here, but now there are freaking communist invading radicals.
Communist invading radicals. What day is it today? It's Wednesday. 1 for Wednesday. We're doing good. We're getting 1 for Wednesday. Thank you for invading in. Thank you for subscribing. So whiteness is actually not the color of your skin. It's a concept. It's a social construct. It's actually a social construct on top of a social construct. And it is a very special social construct because it has been imbued with power. It has been, you know, reified in some ways. And it has also changed as far as who is considered part of whiteness and who is considered outside of whiteness. You know, common example is Irish immigrants to the United States used to not be considered white. Over time, that has changed. You know, people being Jewish, like, you know, whether they're considered white or not has you know, changed. It's you know, and what Hassan is pointing out when he says that he is white, right? Because some people might be like, but you're Turkish, how could you be white if you're Turkish? Is that like, it is like, if he goes into a room of random people and it, you know, you take a mental poll among those people of like, what is this guy white? It's going to be like 90% yes, right? When he introduces himself and says, my name is Hassan, maybe some of those yeses will change to no. If he talks about his, you know, like, you know, Turkish background, maybe that'll change too, right? But in terms of like how he is grokked by people in a social space, he's grokked as white, right? So you can even have like, you know, members of the same family that are or are not like sort of put inside that, considered to be inside that group based on a number of traits, right? But one trait that is real, that is not a social construct, is your sub status on YouTube, right? That means whether you have a little face next to your name or not, and that will determine whether you are taken by the top of the hour ad break, the ad break that happens on Twitch at the top of every hour on the hour, and that subjects you for up to 3 minutes of ads, right? Possibly even the same ad over and over again. I have no control over that. I have no control what kind of ads you got. I have no control over, you know, how many of the same ad that you might get. So it could be a really annoying thing for you. If it is, there is a solution, right? You can get out of that top of the hour ad break for $5 or for free using a Twitch Prime to get yourself a Prime sub, which acts just like any other sub. It gets you weasels, it gets you emotes, and it also gets you out of the top of the hour ad break. There's also a chance that you could get gifted a sub, although really you're not going to see that unless you're not likely to see that unless you're active in chat, right? That's those are the people who get gift subs usually, so that's another reason for you to chat. I hate how Elon put a stinky little finger on the word grok. It is a useful word. It is a really useful word. Splitting facts, exactly. We're splitting atoms as well.
Boundaries are not done on inalienable characteristics, but instead on issues like their thinking, reactionary thinking. As you guys know, I personally am not anti-religion either. I am, however, anti-religious fundamentalism. Religious fundamentalism that causes people to try to take away certain people's rights and liberties on the boundaries of religion. It doesn't matter if this is a Muslim fundamentalist.
I argued with people in the Vosh subreddit about anti-white racism. I told them that it didn't exist because power lies with white people. They said it is just about being mean to someone about their race. See, they're totally missing the point. This is the thing. When you shit on Innuendo Studios, right, rather than actually doing a meaningful watch through of Innuendo Studios and like encouraging your audience to learn, this is what happens. This is what you get. You get an ignorant community that is proud in their ignorance, that is proud of their ignorance, and that should be cringe to you.
Doesn't matter if it's a Jewish fundamentalist, doesn't matter if it's a Christian fundamentalist, right? If I personally didn't believe that people could not shake away some of these opinions, I wouldn't.
Look, I want to get away from Hassan and watch the Brianna Wu content, but he's kind of cooking actually.
Doing what I do. If I thought that like people could not be reasoned with and change their minds, why the fuck would I be spending any time whatsoever? This is something that I hope people can be a little bit more charitable about and understanding on. I know not a lot of charity out there, not a lot of charity here, especially if you're primed into so much hatred, especially if you watch a lot of drama videos that say I suck, that I'm awful. But I do hope that in this very moment, you can maybe be a little bit more understanding of what I'm trying to say. You won't lose anything if you try to comprehend what I'm saying here. I promise. But in any case, it does strike me as odd when a content creator openly says the N-word and it doesn't drive discourse for 3 days in the same way that another content creator saying cracker does. I don't know why that is the case, because I know that XQC and Asmongold.
Here's what's scary. I have a feeling that the reason that that's the case is because it's becoming normalized, right? Like somehow, like Destiny's inward Andy viewpoint, that if a inward falls in the forest and no black person is there to hear it, has the N-word really been said at all, right? He's on his own stream, with just him and his friends, and somehow it's like okay, but like I mean, like this is the thing, right? Before, the N-word Andy thing was about Destiny kind of like admitting that, like in the privacy of his own home, in a situation where there's nobody there but him, where theoretically like nobody can take offense to it, that he openly and proudly says the N-word in heated gamer moments. Like he gets killed in a game and he yells the N-word as his in lieu of God damn it or fuck, right? That was the original N-word Andy thing. It feels like it might be metastasizing, and like it's by this vice signal like phenomenon. When I say vice signal, right, you know what a virtue signal is? It's something that somebody doesn't really mean, but they say it in order to say like, hey, I'm really a good person here, like, right? A vice signal is the opposite, right? They're saying something bad for, you know, social clout, for social currency, in other words, right? The way that Chud Logic says the R slur, the way that Destiny, you know, right? It's that kind of stuff. It's like, oh no, it's because cool people say the R slur, and the fact that I'm willing to say something that pisses some people off and makes the SJWs, you know, sad is actually, it's why I'm so cool. It's why I'm not like the other progressives, right? I say the N-word. I'm cool. That's literally what it is.
Would both not find it to be conscionable or appropriate. Froyo said cracker with a negative connotation to offend Ludwig. Let's not pretend this edgy joke is equivalent. That stuff is banned here, isn't it, Lamau? When will he understand that there's a difference between saying a slur
and there's the ad break now
and target a slur? Like, these people unironically are saying calling a white person a cracker is literally worse than a white.
But now there are freaking communists invading.
It's literally worse than communists invading radicals. Thank you for, like, is this one for Wednesday? See, I'm going to be mad if there's two in a row. No, I'm not actually going to be mad.
White guy openly saying the N-word. That is the discourse for these guys, which if you were to have this conversation with real people out in the real world, I suspect they would look at you like you're an insane person. Do you understand? Like, that is a psychotic part of discourse. Why are these people more offended than Ludwig, who it was said to? I know. That's a whole other aspect of this as well. Oh, for the record, I do want to mention something here. For intent, as far as intent goes, you were saying intent matters more than the actual words itself. In a situation like that, calling a white woman a Karen would be just as hateful and just as harmful. Except we have no disagreement there. Most people would laugh at you if you were to try to champion the anti-Karen cause, to say that Karen is actually a racial slur, which many people that
Okay, the sad thing is here, and this is separate from what Hassan is talking about, right? But there are right-wingers who try to use, like, Karen in lieu of bitch, right? And it doesn't have to do, like, the reason that Karen is, like, an appropriate label is because it has to do with power, right? The Karen is using their social power oftentimes to put the target of their Karening in danger, either danger of losing their job or danger of having violence enacted on them by the police. The Karen is aware of the dynamic of white supremacy and how police violence affects different people in different ways, and is essentially weaponizing that, right? That's what a Karen is, right? It's kind of disturbing that there are right-wingers who will use this word as just a way to sort of put any woman who is assertive at all, right? And they'll only use it for women too, right? Forgetting the fact that, like, I mean, we're talking about behavior. It's not a gendered behavior, even though like the Karen is kind of like the stereotype of the person who who engages in this sort of behavior. It's definitely not limited by any means to women.
Articles have tried to do. The intent matters more than the word itself would imply that calling someone a redneck would be just as harmful as calling someone the N-word, which is ridiculous. No one would argue on that front. The intent matters.
Also, you gotta also notice that your intent is opaque. Nobody can look in your heart and see your intent. We don't have like a, right?
There's more would be akin to.
And also somebody that wants to be racist can, if we take the intent argument as seriously, then, a racist person will be like, oh shit, I didn't mean it like that, and just be lying and just be fucking with you. And like, I don't know, it just like opens the door to all kinds of.
Saying that a group of gay guys calling someone a breeder would be just as harmful as a group of straight guys calling a gay person the F word. This was at the heart of the conversation that I was genuinely trying to have with that one kid who said that he was bullied in high school as a nerd in a predominantly black high school.
Here, let me get out of my chair.
Led him to believe that personally, anti-white racism happens and it's very real. And that discourse in my own Discord, where I tried to explain to him, listen, there's a difference between systemic racism. Black people aren't just upset about the mean words and how they hurt their feelings. It is an invocation of that word that relitigates all the racial violence that black people have been historically subjected to. Obviously, that's why it's different. The same conversation that I've had a million times over. The issue, of course, is that many people who have these assertions.
Okay, so some people, I've seen people, saying that Hassan's making a mistake by responding to Destiny, kind of feeding into Destiny's like social media game. I don't think that this right here is a mistake. I think that this video is actually really useful. Notice what's happening, right? It starts off with Divarselli. It starts out with Destiny, right? The title, the title is cracker, or as bad as the N-word, right? But, Destiny, I think on the thumbnail and stuff like that, it kind of gets people in the door for this conversation that needs to be had, that so many people are missing. So many people, like, they literally don't know, like, why a slur is bad. It's just not something that we talk about.
Will never actually see what my opinion is. They will never do their own personal investigations. That is the issue. Also, the other reason why people are extra mad about Frogan, who is like white passing herself, half fully white, calling another full white person and their activities to be one born out of privilege and a privileged blind spot, saying it's cracker behavior. The reason why that is considered completely and utterly unpermissible is because she wears a hijab. Because no matter how white your skin is personally, you will have your whiteness status revoked by other people who don't consider you to be a part of the in-group. The reason why people are mad is because she's trashing Ludwig for no reason. Stop.
Yeah, the fact that he said it on camera kind of ruins the no black person to offend sort of thing, because he's doing it, in his content. Yeah, I mean, it's essentially just a giant vice signal to his whole community. And look, he wouldn't be saying it if it was like alienating more people than it was encouraging, I guess. Like Luna Rose is saying here, the Overton window has shifted more to the right. I feel like more people are openly saying the N-word, both in the sense of like the Nick Fuentes, types, the like, who will still sometimes claim that they're not racist, but they'll use something like, well, if black people say it in rap songs, then it should be okay. If it's okay for them to say, it's got to be okay for me to say, right? Which is a way of sort of erasing the power relations from the equation. That's funny, Chat Alpha. Cool people say the R slur, right? Yeah, I know how great is that? Cool people are the people who get mad when told to stop using a grade school insult. Yeah, that makes you cool. And not soy at all. Don't worry, Chud Logic. There's nothing soy about that. Because you've properly vice signaled a way to show. That's how you show that you're not soy, by vice signaling. Oh, this guy's not soy at all. He likes to use the N-word. Great. He's so cool. Karen is for people who harness racism, not as a pejorative. If a person doesn't have racism involved in the offense, they aren't a Karen in the first place. White people tried to steal the word. And look, chat, if I'm ever being a Karen, I don't mind being called a Karen. I'm sure I've been guilty of something like that at some point, right? But it does really bug me when the person using that word is sort of stripping it of its meaning. And I see that happen more and more. I think these people think it's cool because they are saying what they believe. Yes, yeah. And for people who think like that, I guess, the vice signal is like a bat signal that goes up, except it's like the N-word instead of Batman. Anyway, they don't understand that people mean what they say when they say they are against racism. Unintentional racism, yeah, it's just as harmful. And again, there's no way to tell what somebody's intent is, right? So think about that before you say something that could be interpreted. Hassan has tried to ignore Destiny for years, and it just, yeah, he's trying a new tactic now. I think people just confuse racism and prejudice. Yes. Oh my God. So much, Ophelia. So much. You can be prejudiced against white people, but because the power dynamics and who is in power, racism doesn't fit. It doesn't have that power. Yeah. It doesn't connect to that power structure. It's trying to reach the people that can be reached. Biden sending a lot of fundraising emails. It's a very soy device signal. It kind of is. Yeah, racism is activity, behavior. Chud uses the word soy interchangeably with woke and leftoid. I know, and because of that, he doesn't see his inner soy. He doesn't see his inner cringe. But don't worry, Chud. I see it. I see it quite clearly. Chud, you are transparent to me. Okay. In every sense of the word. The first time I heard it was when the lady with the dog, oh my God, called the police on a black guy that was bird watching, that was like, hey, could you like maybe not bring your dog while I'm if your dog's here, the birds aren't going to be here. I'm here to bird watch. Like fucking a bird watching nerd, right? Is going to get the police called on him, you know, and if you know, it comes from you know, a white woman sounding distressed, right? There's more of a chance of him getting hurt in that interaction. You know, just being black, there's more chance of being him being hurt in that interaction. And well, I mean, like, doesn't she straight up say, like, she's like describing him? He's a black male. He's a black male. He's so, you know, like, right? It's just she doesn't have to say anything else. Racism is also structures and forms, customs and defaults. Good one. Good to remember. That's why I like the word prejudice. You can, yeah, we start to disambiguate these things and we start to speak more precisely, which I feel like is part of what the progress, if that word means anything, of human culture is about. Like knowing what we're talking about, bringing more of that unconscious stuff to the conscious, to the conscious realm. He's British. He is very British. That's true. Racism. Well, that's the other thing too, is the R slur. As far as I know, I've been told by British people, right, that it doesn't have the place in British culture that it does in American culture. So it is literally somebody putting on a like vice signal that he didn't grow up with. Like with Americans, you could say that, like, I mean, it's not an excuse or anything, but you know, Americans can say that they grew up with that, and that's just the word that they used. And when they're saying it, they don't actually mean to imply, you know, this or that about the person. They're literally just, you know, it's like calling you you know, a jerk or something like that. And it's like, hey, you know, how would you feel if I took like an attribute of you and just used it as a code word for piece of shit, right? You know, like, and you had to hear that every fucking day. Racism gets conflated with prejudice a lot and makes the discussion very difficult. True. I'm gonna tell the police a black man is threatening my life. Yeah, basically. Dune TV. Oh, TV show trailer. Wait, TV show? What? Wait, tell me about this, right? I know that there's the Timothy Chalamet movie. Is there like a TV show that's coming out? The Central Park Karen. Yeah, wait, that was the Central Park Karen, right? The one with the dog lady. Yeah, you kind of, and on a level, you cannot blame marginalized communities for having prejudice against the people who historically have been the oppressors. So wait, you did hear it a lot when you were growing up in the 90s? It's called Dune Prophecy. What, like, what's it going over? Like, what? Anyway, it's Amy Cooper. Amy Cooper's the dog lady in Central Park. When I would go as far as just to say when someone is your oppressor, it is not necessarily prejudice. The way that, yeah, in some ways it is a heuristic, right? And, you know, heuristics are how we judge things when we don't have time to like sort them out, but they function as heuristics because they are, you know, it's better than not using anything to judge that. But anyway, yeah, like I didn't expect to watch this much of this. This is Hassan. You can watch the rest of it here. Wait, you know his YouTube channel, right? It's called Is Cracker as Bad as the N-Word? Maybe I'll just put the video in there if anybody wants to follow up and watch the rest of it. You found out Chud's real name? Okay, I don't want to know anybody's real information. Don't put any anybody's real information in chat, whatever you not that you were going to, but just, you know, in case people don't know. There we go. I put the video there. I put the video there. I'm going to put the video over here. Oh my God, I'm going to do the thing that I'm supposed to do where I make a poll asking you the all-important question. The all-consuming question, have you liked the stream yet? And like answer 1 is like thumb gang. Wait, I need the thumbs up. Emote, thumbs up. There we go. Don't watch Hassan. We already did. What's gonna happen, Ellis, Larry? What's gonna happen now that I watched Hassan? Is it gonna make me soy? Am I gonna become a soy leftoid? Is that what's gonna happen? It's too late. We already watched him. I don't know what to do now. It would be funny if if his name was actually Chud. That would be hilarious. I would laugh. I would heartily laugh. Okay, well, that's good because we're on to the commentary portion of this commentary stream from a commentary creator. That's right, chat. We're doing commentary because I'm a commentary. This is commentary YouTube, and it's time to do some commentary.
Because it was so peaceful up here, but now there are freaking communists.
Now there are communist invading radicals invading my commentary space. What will the commentary community do? What will Tipster's ultimate legacy be? Chat, for the answers to these and more questions, you're gonna have to watch the rest of the stream, but only after I do my little call to action thing that I'm supposed to do a lot more than I actually do, and might as well do it now, right, chat? There's a number of ways that you can support me on YouTube and on Twitch. I'm talking about super chats, I'm talking about super stickers, I'm talking about becoming a member yourself on YouTube, or giving the gift of weasels to somebody else, paying those weasels forward, which some might say is praxis. You can also support me with a number of different links that are down in the description, and whether that be through signing up for the Patreon. And again, chat, I'm trying to roll out the new Patreon. I wanna add tiers for fears, tiers with definite, like, you know, this tier contains these perks, this tier contains these perks. As it is, I'm not even able to get the freaking premium streamium going that we were supposed to do last Saturday, and it's just, anyway, we will get that going as soon as we can. You can support me on Patreon. You can support me on Throne. We are so close, chat. I think we're like 80% of the way to a new microphone, to a new place to sit for Waluigi, and for better sound for you. So, you know, your ears will not be destroyed quite as much when I hit that Boblax stream alert. That Boblax what am I talking about? Oh my god. God damn it. I hate how YouTube playlists work. I literally fucking hate how YouTube playlists work. Like, you go down here to press the pause button, and then it moves, and it's like, oh no, you press the go back button. No, I pressed the pause button. You just moved the So are these all just a worm drawings? I think these are all just a worm drawings. If you don't know, Just a Worm is the artist that did this picture of Keffals over here on the left. The one that, Keffals was like, hey, criticize me all you want, but could you not post like transphobic pictures of me in the thumbnail? And, the argument was made that this is just how Just a Worm draws people, and everybody gets drawn in a ugly sort of way. I feel like, I don't know, I don't want to get bogged down in that discourse particularly, right? But I'm guessing they'll be talking about that somewhat. This is from Now Recording, which, like I said, I told you yesterday about Twitch poll, right? I've talked to you for a long time about the Vosh network, the White Leaf network, as being kind of a blight on online leftism. I will now talk to you about Twitch politics as being a blight on online political content, right? It is very much something that exists because of and traces its roots to Destiny and his time on Twitch, right? And as such, you might guess that the Overton window is going to be a little bit skewed. It's going to be a little bit shifted. There's going to be like less room for actual leftism, anything that is actually post-capitalist in nature, especially anything that's like even slightly like revolutionary in nature, is going to be just like off the map. You might as well be Nick. Nick Fuentes is okay. That's right. We're going to talk to Nick Fuentes. We're going to have chicken and waffles with Nick Fuentes if you're Destiny, right? We're gonna hang out with Lauren Southern, be friendly with people like that. But oh my god, leftists, no, they're tankies. They're really dangerous, and they want to put you in a gulag. That's right. No real leftism allowed. So yeah, we're talking about Beckett of Crabs here. I think it's mainly Beckett of Crabs channel. I think there's some other people involved in this. Who else are we talking about? Yeah, I guess Connor Points would be an example of somebody who is thoroughly Twitch poll. And then, well, we're going to talk about one more person too. Stardust is a great example. Although, here's the thing. I swear to God, if you ask Stardust who is Twitch poll, like, she would probably put it off on somebody else. Nobody really wants to be called Twitch poll. It has become a pejorative, right? Because it stinks, and nobody wants to be associated with it. And a lot of these creators, right, Twitch poll, the politics on Twitch has kind of died. Like, other than Hassan and his orbit, there's not really a lot of politics going on Twitch. I still stream on Twitch, but, I even see my numbers, like, coming down. There's this up where people are really going for their politics, and I think it has a lot to do with the uselessness, the toxicity, and the general debate pervertry of the medium, right? The people that were involved in Twitch poll, the people that sort of put together the communities that make up Twitch poll, are some of the just weird right-wing cryptos. I don't know. Anyway, we got Brianna Wu to cover. We got so much to get to. President Sunday joined the ranks. Look, Taco Light, like I said, President Sunday is a complicated historical figure. I've seen him do some good things. I've seen him make some good calls. I've seen him make some very bad calls. But yeah, we are seeing more and more of him hanging out with those, with that side of things, which, in fact, with like a lot of people, like Andrew Wilson, right? Didn't he just do a debate with Andrew Wilson where he moderated for... If you don't know Andrew Wilson, you might know him by his other name. His other name is Big Papa Fascist. He went by BPF, Big Papa Fascist, for like a long time. Obviously, that probably got a lot of doors slammed in his face. Now he's just rebranded to like, oh no, it's Andrew Wilson and the Crucible, and it's just another political show, and it's just another political perspective. This dude is a far right, like, weirdo, and we might actually get into like what is up with Andrew Wilson, and kind of like who his influences are. So yeah, it was really strange to see President Sunday do Big Papa Fascist a solid. I'm not sure what's going on with that. I haven't talked to Sunday about it. you know, I can't say I entirely understand what his motivations are. The other thing was his conversation with counterpoints, which, you know, at least like Sunday and Brooks were on the right side of that discussion. I agree with most of what they said, and I do think that they offered, you know, pushback. I think they kind of kicked Connor's ass in that debate, but afterwards there was this like sort of, you know, respect that I don't think is really due to you know, to somebody like Counterpoints. I feel like you're kind of you're helping him play this game that he plays of presenting himself as a centrist when he is actually far right. So yeah, just a lot of questionable judgment I've seen lately from Sunday. I'm not trying to hate on him or anything like that. I'm just, you know, like, I've been surprised in a good way by Sunday before, right? He made the call before anybody else in the Vosh orbit did, and yeah, he was a Vosh orbiter. He made the call that this wasn't their battle. They didn't need to defend him. This is actually some sick shit that Vosh is into. President Sunday was out in front of that as far as disavowing the guy, and I give him credit for that. You know, he called out Brianna Wu on her group chat leaks, and we're gonna see in a second after this content that maybe the source for those leaks was somebody just as bad, if not worse, than Brianna Wu, and somebody that's apparently still somehow a friend to Sunday. So yeah, let's get into this. Let's get into this.
Yeah, that's right.
Wait, is this just gonna be are we gonna be looking at this thumbnail the whole time we are? Oh my god, what? Yeah, I guess so this is a podcast, right? This is a podcast with Beckett of Crabs. I don't know Beckett of Crabs very well. From what I've seen, you know, it's somebody that calls himself a progressive liberal, but really kind of seems more like a centrist with some sort of right-wing leanings. It's just standard fare for a Twitch poll. Like, if somebody's calling themselves a liberal, calling themselves a progressive, you just have to adjust yourself. It's like golf, right? If you're a golfer and you know that you always slice the ball, right, that means it goes to the right or to the left. I can't remember. Slicing is to the right, right? So, I mean, you should probably fix your slice, I guess. I'm not that kind of trainer, Chad. I can't improve your golf swing for you, but you know, you should probably, you know, fix that. The way you're swinging your golf club is wrong. But before you can get that, you know, while you're waiting for that to happen, if you want to play a better golf game, then maybe just turn to the left a little bit to adjust that, right? And so if you want to understand where a particular Twitch poll creator stands, listen to what they say and then adjust it like one or two ticks to the right. That's their true, you know, that's their unskewed perspective. And what this does essentially is it's a way to manipulate the Overton window. When we redefine what a leftist is as essentially a sock dim, when we redefine what a fascist is, or like, right, you know, when we kind of skew everything to the right, then it has the effect of making stuff on the left less acceptable, make it seem more extreme, and stuff on the far right make it more acceptable, make it seem less extreme. That's the game that they're playing. That's, you know, par for the course. Oh my god, so many golf metaphors, and I don't even know golf that well. Chat, you would never want to take me on a golf course. You'd be there all day. I'd be like hitting it in the water, hitting it in the sand trap, hitting it out of bounds, all kinds of shit, chat. You would have all kinds of frustrations dealing with me playing golf because I'm not good at it. But yeah, par for the course. Yeah, so like, yeah, Twitch poll is kind of like the spawn of the Destiny orbit, right? On one hand, along with a Discord server known simply as the politics server. Now that sounds boring, but let me tell you, this is not a boring place. This is a Discord server that is about half fascist, right? It came from a Discord server that was a hashtag resistance Discord server that was then taken over by a crypto named Doobie, who essentially, you know, did like a Discord coup, right? And I know that sounds weird. Like, how do you take somebody's Discord from them? Essentially, by threatening people, with ban. If you can corner the market on the main political discord, then you can threaten to, you can shake people down, right? And this is literally how this rotten Discord empire was built by Doobie, by shaking other political discords down of like, hey, do you even want to be involved in like political Discord activities? Because you and your friends have 24 hours to give me admin, or I will ban you from the big Chungus. I will ban you from the big, there is like sort of a monopoly when it comes to, I don't know if this is true anymore, right? But there was a monopoly when it came to Discord servers. And so they were able to essentially shake people down to get other Discords to merge into their Discord. That's why the politics Discord is literally the politics Discord. It has, somewhat of a monopoly, and anyone else that's of any size is essentially shaken down and forced to merge into them. So these are the two this is the lineage of Twitch politics. Anyway, we're about to jump into it, so I feel like I have edged you for long enough.
I don't know anything.
We're gonna have to find something better to look at. No offense, just a worm, but I do not like looking at your drawings.
Yeah, that is Brianna Wu.
Oh. You didn't think it was me? I'm not a YouTuber, dude. Why would I have, that YouTube channel is like my pinball machine malfunctioning and showing, clips to technicians. So, that's right.
I don't know anything about I know you were big during Gamergate, so I figured you just had, a big YouTube channel or something.
No.
It's super weird, and honestly, is Doobie still around? I don't know. I'm telling you about the lineage of Twitch politics. Twitch politics is a little bit antiquated, right? When I say it, I don't really think it's around like it used to be, right? It used to be people like Dylan Burns, the Surfs, right? Everybody was involved in, everybody was sort of part of this community, and it's sort of fallen by the wayside, right? If you want to do politics, you're generally on YouTube now, or you are a Hasanabi, if you can find a place in the Hasanabi orbit. It's not quite like Destiny's orbit, right? With Destiny's orbit, you could anticipate that maybe Destiny would host you. You'd get viewers that were Destiny viewers that were just like, Destiny's not on right now, but if you're going to talk about some of the same stuff, I will come and watch you, right? So the orbit, from what I've heard, Hassan only raids people on a rare occasion, and so it's not quite the same, but there are some streamers that I think that he likes and respects that also do politics and that benefit from their friendship with him on Twitch. So I'm not saying that there's nobody that does politics, or even nobody that does politics successfully. Obviously Hassan is probably the largest political streamer, and he's on Twitch, so it's not like politics don't exist on Twitch. It's just that this group that rose up around the same time as BreadTube was popular on YouTube, right? There was this sort of debate culture that rose up around Destiny's community and the politics Discord, and that's what we call Twitch Paul. And that's I'm talking as far as this content, I'm only talking about Beckett of Crabs as being Twitch poll. Somebody else mentioned Stardust. I think that fits as well, especially in terms of connection to the politics server. And tolerance. The other thing about Twitch poll is there's a tolerance for they need to have far right voices. They need to talk to Big Papa fascists, right? They need to talk to politically I don't think politically provoked exists anymore, but there was one channel that Big Papa fascists used to be involved with called Politically Provoked, but they needed the Nazis because the Nazis made for good content. And if you are, trying to sell yourself as a progressive, but you are a warmed over centrist, a great way to build those progressive bona fides is by putting yourself in opposition to somebody that's on the far right. Is to bring on Nick Fuentes. This is why Stardust does that, right? The only thing that makes Stardust look like even anything close to a leftist, or I don't know if she ever called herself leftist, but that makes her look progressive, right? Is when she puts herself up against a reactionary, then it looks pretty progressive.
But now there are freaking communists
invading radicals, continuing our trend of one for Wednesday. Thank you for subscribing, Jace. Good to have you. Anyway, chat, I'm just getting all in the way of the content. Yeah, I don't know how much of this stuff is still around as far as like I disconnected from it, right? I disconnected from all of this shit and it fell apart without me. No, just kidding, chat. It didn't fall apart. It fell apart by itself, let's say.
I've never been a YouTuber at all.
Yeah. Okay. Fair enough. Well, I just want to warn you, we are not the kind of guys to have like the trans conversation with. We're kind of except for Beckett.
No worries.
We're kind of what except for Beckett? What did they say? Okay, so just a second. Let's try to identify who's here. I see Keemstar. I see Mutahar. It's kind of hard to recognize people with their just a worm pictures, right? Is that Nicholas Diorio? God damn, Nick, they did you dirty. Is that supposed to be Nick? Okay. Wow. I guess that's... Yeah, Drama Alert, Nicholas. Wait, his ad is just... He is the Nicholas on YouTube, I guess so. Some Ordinary Gamers. Yeah, that's... Well, I mean, like... And then do they say who? Because I want to give you credit. Look, like, as much as I'm not, like, super fan of this podcast or anybody on it necessarily, I want to at least, if I can figure out, okay, wait, who do we have? Beavers, Matt Pitts, Toxic Philip, Fitblup. I don't see Beckett. Maybe one of these people is Beckett. Core? Yeah, I don't, the only, Mitch? Oh my God. The only person that I know that's on here. Okay, so yeah, Just a Worm did the other art. Brianna Wu's, done by, Raza Cart. Because I guess they didn't have, Well, okay, so Craig Beckett, I guess that's Beckett of Crabs, boyfriend of Stardust, as far as I know.
Because it was so peaceful up here, but now there are freaking communist invading radicals.
And again, chat, I don't really have anything, I don't know these people. I don't really have anything against any of the people, that are involved in now recording. I do feel pretty confident in saying that I would have a lot to disagree with them on politically, but I don't, there's no like I just don't know these people.
Just listening to your show. Just listening to your stuff.
So if you want to give or clarify, you're welcome to. Right?
Oh my God. No, I think you're right. I mean, like a lot of people, Jenny was telling me she thought that statement came off as defending Keffals, and I think that's fair criticism. I obviously can't defend any of the shit in that video. I contributed to Keffals GoFundMe. It was disappointing to see how some of that was spent. So I don't know. I just wanted to say, like, I obviously can't defend that.
And for the record, if you didn't have time to get through my 8-hour stream, which really only 6 hours and 30 minutes is about Keffals, the rest of it is just me talking to chat because chat wanted to talk afterwards. But if you can't get through that stream, the TLDR is that Keffals is a hugely problematic person, an incredibly dishonest person. And, I would agree somewhat with Mutahar's appraisal that she's a dangerous person, dangerous to other content creators, right? Like she's a snake, as they say in the business, right? That Keffals is, she's got no loyalty to anyone but herself. And she doesn't really even have like ideological loyalty. She's a grifter. She's just, and yeah, if you feel like scammed by Keffals, if you donated to Keffals like Brianna Wu did, like Bad Empanada did. There's a lot of people that donated to Keffals when everybody was donating to Keffals, right? If you feel scammed by that, I think you're right to feel scammed, all right? I got to say this in a very particular, non-legally binding sort of way, right? But people that feel scammed by Keffals, I feel like that's valid. That's valid. Your feelings are valid is what I'm trying to say, but you get my meaning, right? Yeah, I'm not a fan of Keffals. I have had Keffals attack members of my community. I've had Keffals say for no reason at all on stream that she hates me. And, I got no love for Keffals. All right? I got no trust for Keffals. The only time I would ever deal with Keffals is if she would agree to apologize and set the record straight about some lies that she told about Zara, right? I told her that, she wanted to debate me. She came into chat to debate me. I told her the only way that she's getting that debate is if she stops lying, right? Because I don't appreciate people lying about my friends, but, so I'm not, I do not want to defend Keffals. I do, however, think that there are, things that Mutahar missed. There are really bad things about Keffals that Mutahar just totally didn't touch on. And that some of the stuff that he spent inordinate amounts of time on wasn't really, the problematic part of Keffals. And that in discussing so deeply, like the questions of, DIY HRT and stuff like that, he's just inviting unqualified opinions on what is really a medical conversation, right? What is really, because it doesn't just stop with like DIY, the DIY HRT thing that Keffals supported, which I think that her sponsoring that was a really bad idea. Some of the providers for that were they had packaging that had loli art, the stuff that Vosh was caught with in his folders, that kind of artwork on the packaging. And just like, there was a lot wrong with what Keffals did there, but like what it always ends up veering into is a discussion of trans kids. And there's not a lot of people that I would say are like qualified to talk about that subject, least of all the commentary world, right? I don't think I don't know anybody in the commentary world that's willing to drill down and to really understand the information. And also, I feel like it's a medical discussion, right? This is a discussion between a patient, a doctor, and maybe their parents, right? And it's also a discussion of different states which have imposed anti-trans legislation, which have impacted trans people of all ages, right? And I just don't feel like getting a bunch of jackass debate bros who are only in this to win a debate. I don't think that's useful at all, right? The more unqualified opinions we invite into this discussion, the more useless this discussion gets. And really, the discussion should take place within like medical ethics boards, right? We're talking about standard of care. You don't want debate bros like affecting the standard of care when it comes to like your heart, right? You don't want debate bros saying, well, I think that cracking open people's chests to do open heart surgery, I think that's just brutal. It gets blood all over the place. It's nasty. It's like, that's horrible. They shouldn't do that. Like, no, I don't want that. I don't want an unqualified person like getting involved in standard of care when it comes. You wouldn't have that. You wouldn't have them talking about endocrinology. Like what does Destiny think about like, right? You ask your endocrinologist, and your endocrinologist is going to consult standard of care, common medical practice. A bunch of people that have clinical expertise at these different, areas of medicine are going to meet, and they're going to discuss what the appropriate care is. And instead of having people from the debate, world come in and make assumptions of like, yeah, they're just handing out hormone blockers to kids like candy, or even worse, when they think that like they start talking about interventions that aren't even done with trans kids, and like that they're just like super common, like the Joe Rogan thing, right? Remember Matt Walsh? He brought on Matt Walsh to estimate like how many, the amount of kids taking puberty blockers or something like that. And he was orders of magnitude off. We don't need ignorant people coming into those debates. So that's sort of my problem with this discussion. And with Mutahar's video is that I just feel like, it was definitely content that needed to be done. Definitely Keffals is, a net negative for trans activism and needs to be called out as such. But I just don't feel like Mutahar was the right, person to do that. And as much as like people credit him as being this great investigative journalist of YouTube, I wasn't seeing it in that video. That doesn't mean that Mutahar doesn't, do a good job of that in other videos, but I don't know. There was a lot lacking. And I think that in terms of Keffals, there needed to be more pushback on Keffals from the trans community itself early on. There needed to be more response to, the issues like, like racism with Keffals, and so much of the trans community just played defense for Keffals instead of listening to black people, like what should have happened, right? And that's how. Oh my God, Chad, I'm yapping way too much. I have a lot of thoughts on this. That's how liberation works. When we all work together and support each other's liberatory struggles, but also put, the people in that struggle in charge of that, right? So, and it didn't happen with Keffals. There were too many people that were either convinced by the amount of clout that she had accrued that Keffals must be doing nothing wrong, or by like her enemies, those being Kiwi Farms, which most people realize that there's a lot of bad people over there. There's a lot of racism, sexism, homophobia, transphobia, etc. there, and but people were tempted to be like, well, if Keffals is the enemy of these bad dudes over here, then Keffals must be good, and that is not nuanced thinking, right?
Don't defend that. I just like watching it. I wanted to see.
Anyway, I'll stop yapping.
Just acknowledging that healthcare for minors is being dismantled in the United.
Yeah, there was pushback from the trans community early on. It was just black trans people pushing back, and white people didn't believe them and actively made block lists, right? Actively, like just blocked huge sections of particularly like black trans Twitter, but black Twitter in general, and burned those bridges, cut those people off, right? Rather than actually looking into the situation to see what's actually going on.
States. And to me, it's exactly like abortion. If you take away women's access to legal abortion, they're going to go get it in illegal ways. And I think the same thing is true for minors. So, if we're serious about keeping kids safe, because I don't want any of these kids to do DIY hormones, right? We've got to get really serious about funding this.
And there's another thing, right? Look, if you got a complaint about DIY hormones, right, you need to go to the root of the problem. DIY hormones, of course, are not ideal. There's issues of cleanliness in the production of these hormones. There's issues of the standardization of dosage, right? There's a lot of issues potentially. That is not an ideal solution. The reason that it has become the solution is because so few people stood up to push back when DeSantis instituted anti-trans legislation, limited people's access to care. When Abbott did the same thing, right? There was so little pushback against, anti-trans laws in red states that is why this came about in the first place. So, if you want to make, DIY hormones a discussion of the past as it should be, you need to be spending at least as much time as you're talking about DIY hormones and you're talking about how bad Keffals is for endorsing this shit. You need to spend at least as much time advocating for trans rights, advocating for, national legislation that's going to make projects like DeSantis's and Abbott's illegal and impossible, right? There's so much that, like if you're really serious about wanting for this not to be a thing, right? You gotta secure people's access to medical care, including gender affirming care. So anyway, I'm yapping too much.
Of public policy.
Yeah.
Can I ask you, like, I'd 100% agree with you, but my thing would just be I just disagree with the money should be spent.
Okay, I think that's Keemstar.
Kind of deal, right? Like,
how do you mean?
I personally don't think.
No, British Beckett.
Right, that you should allow them to.
I'm sorry, Beckett. I didn't mean to call you Keemstar.
Alter their bodies in such a way, right?
Sure.
At that young age. But for example, I'm all for funding, mental health specialists, stuff like that, or programs to help them cope with it in that way until they are older and they can, you know what I mean? That would be my approach. But I'm not a doctor, kind of deal. But
so a lot of people think that you can, like, to use your words, chop your dick off before you're 18, and that's just not true. Like, they will do things.
Okay, so here's what's wrong with this discussion, right? You got Keemstar, you got Mutahar, you got Nicholas Diorio, right, on one side of this issue. And who do you have as your like trans advocate? Brianna Wu. Let me tell you, if you don't know, how Brianna Wu is looked at within the trans community, right? Like I've talked about this before. Every single marginalized identity has like some people that are, clout hungry, pick-me's, and that essentially make money, make their name by like undermining the entire community, right? Like Brianna Wu is the transphobic call that's coming from inside the house. Now we've seen this before with the group chat, right, that she had, where she said some really awful things about another trans creator. We're gonna see the second part of the Brianna Wu, because guess what? She's back in another group chat with the same fucking people, with some of the same people, and being like even worse, right? So the fact that, like, look, I don't know if this came through ignorance, through the fact that maybe Beckett knows Brianna, or I don't want to make assumptions, right? But this is like the worst person you could have picked, right? This is a choice that only makes sense if all you're looking for is clicks. And God, if you're gonna talk about these issues, I hope that you're looking for more than clicks, because this stuff affects people's ability to access medication, friends, ability to access care, for instance, right?
Things to stop it from like permanently screwing up your body, but like the really big stuff, you do have to wait till you're of age, and I think people are just under a misimpression about that.
So I've got some general questions.
Yeah, exactly, Zara.
This whole Keffals stuff. Firstly, so I mean, you said you gave money and you supported, while at the same time a lot of people were calling out Keffals' general actions, her actions towards Destiny. I mean, you seem to be on good terms with Destiny. How do you like equate those two things?
Well, one of the things I try to do here is not get involved in drama as much as I can.
What? No, you can save the drama for your group chat? Like, what the fuck is that? What the fuck is that? Like, you were talking about... Like, if you want to understand what her group chat is, like, if you've seen the movie Mean Girls, there was a burn book, right? It's essentially a burn book. Like, it's essentially a place for self-hating trans people and their transphobic allies like Chud Logic to get together and to talk shit about other like trans people. Like, it's gross. It's not appropriate for a 40-something-year-old woman to be acting like the worst example of like a high school mean girl. It's kind of cringe that you'd be making judgments like this from the sort of glass house that she lives in. Anyway, it shouldn't exist, chat.
So
she gets involved in every drama. Yeah,
look, I like Destiny a lot. I consider him a friend. I'm friends with a lot of the orbiters, right?
There we go.
It really seems to be like everybody who's been telling me this whole time, like Keffals has some issues, right? And what's
funny though is that at this moment, the one community that Keffals does not have issues with is Destiny's community. I don't know what went on, but apparently there's some overlap there. And they've got some kind of a ceasefire. Like, there hasn't been smoke between Keffals and Destiny in a really, really long time. There's been times where Destiny actually, I think, was fed content by Keffals. I swear to God, I saw Destiny pull something up that was like, yeah, Keffals sent me this. And it's just like, okay, so she's in your DMs now.
Tried to stay out of it as much as I can, but there's some stuff here that clearly deserves an answer, and I hope we'll get that.
Do you have you seen like Tipster and his interactions with Keffals and stuff? I believe there were some DMs at some point.
I've seen them interact. I mean, I used to consider.
I honestly feel like Tipster would have been a better if you're just gonna bring one like pro trans voice in here, like, right? Brianna Wu was like, even Tipster would be a better selection. Not that Tipster's a good selection, but
Tipster a friend before he started going after me on
you
Twitter
all know how I feel about Tipster.
and calling me Anna Kasparian. So, you know.
Wait, who started calling you Anna Kasparian? Because I mean, you sort of are. Wait, I feel like hasn't Brianna like tweeted about at Anna Kasparian, or about, hasn't Brianna defended Anna Kasparian?
I mean, I've seen them interact. I mean, I used to consider Tipster a friend before he started going after me on Twitter and calling me Anna Kasparian.
Okay, chat, I'm gonna try to find this in the background. Also, like, how do we feel about, like, I hate that I'm giving you like no moving pictures besides myself, right? Usually, like, we're watching something like on screen like that. Sometimes I play a game. Rare Tipster W, I guess. Broken Clocks. Well, yeah, rare. You know, as far as calling out Brianna Wu and Anna Kasparian, it's not a very, you know, hard. It's not a very high bar. But one bar that is also not particularly high, that you might want to try to get over while you can, while you have the time, is the top of the hour ad break. That's right. It's coming to you once again on Twitch. If you're on Twitch and you don't want to see that ad break, you can get out of it for $5 or for free by using a Twitch Prime sub. If you use your Prime on Twitch, you get a free sub to give to the streamer of your choice. If it happens to be me, you will no longer see ads in my channel. You could also possibly be gifted a sub. That sometimes happens, but only to those who are active in chat, or most likely. Like, you'd have to get very lucky to get a gift sub if you're not active in chat.
So, you know, I kind of don't know where that relationship is right now.
I mean, you kind of watched him run this defense.
Is anybody really concerned about their relationship with Tipster? Like, I don't even know if she's being real about this. Does she care that Tipster doesn't like her?
The DMs leaked in this that he was like, he'd have to think about defending Keffals over a rape allegation, or if Keffals actually raped somebody. Like, I mean, does that make you? But I mean, does that make you question at all, kind of like some of the people you've had previous interactions with on that side of the sphere? Because like this has been called for years,
100%.
and like.
You know, I think, like, anyone that looks at my Twitter...
They made a truce at TwitchCon, Luna Rose. Do you mean, what would that be? Would that be TwitchCon 2022? Does she have strep throat? I don't think so, Sassy. I think this is, like, normally how she sounds. You can't say I like Destiny a lot right after saying I try to avoid drama. Yeah, she's bathed in drama. She is, very much. The DGG orbiters love Anna Kasparian. Yeah, just like they love Jesse Singal. A broken clock only tells you when it died. The fact that the time, it's the right time is the coincidence. Yeah, back when Tipster's career died. The idea of Destiny being a chaser just made my skin crawl. For the record, I haven't heard those rumors. There's definitely rumors about Chud Logic, but I haven't heard similar rumors about Chud Logic and Tipster. There are definitely rumors there, but I haven't heard similar stuff about Destiny. I don't know if anybody else has. What was the GoFundMe for? Okay, so if I remember correctly, it was one, to help Keffals relocate after getting swatted, right? And two, for legal fees, because she was going to press charges against the Ontario police. Now, as we found out more about the actual situation rather than her initial description of the swatting, we found that some of the, you know, events that might have been grounds for such a legal suit were actually not true, and that, you know, in essence, were she to you know, press legal charges against the Ontario Police Department, a lot of her story might have been revealed to be fake, right? a lot of the basis for what by which people donated to her GoFundMe might have been seen as not real. And so she didn't end up doing that. There was also a thought that she might go to the what is it called, the Ontario Human Rights Commission, right? Which I think is like you don't even have to get a lawyer for that. Like you can pursue.
So peaceful up here, but now,
But now there's freaking communists invading radicals. They're here. They're here with one for Wednesday. Or is it two for Wednesday? No, it's one for Wednesday. I love it when we get more than one at the same time, though. 2022 sounds about right. Yeah, I guess that makes sense. So, yeah, when basically Keffals had given up on going after Destiny. Wrong button. Yeah, I'm half thinking, chat, of opening up SpongeBob just to give you something to look at. What do you think?
Can see
one in chat if you want a video game along with this, just so it's like more interesting to watch.
7th really opened my eyes up about a lot of stuff on the progressive side that I've just looked the other way on for a decade, right? And it's at a point where I can't do that anymore. It's like I'm taking a blowtorch to my career and a lot of my friendships. But I'm not going to sit silent on a lot of this.
Ultimately, people were donating towards her well-being. I mean, I guess you could sort of like, I mean, she did say specific things on the GoFundMe, and that's the question is like how much of the funds were used for those things, and how much of the funds were used for other things. And the truth is, we don't know, because Keffals has failed to be transparent in any way about that. In the most damning revelations, I think, that came out with Mutahar's video, like I said, it's a mixed bag about stuff that is actually we didn't know, and implicates Keffals in a bad way, and stuff that sort of misses the point about the harm that Keffals caused to her community and to other communities. But the most damning thing was the screenshot of her saying that, if people knew how she spent the funds, then she would be canceled. That pretty much tells you everything you need to know right there.
This just crazy shit anymore. So yeah, and that includes things like this dynamic.
Did you have any other general going, Matt?
People in chat are asking me what's your opinion on the whole Catboy Ranch Discord server thing?
So I want to be really honest with you. So when I watched that video, most of what I was thinking about was the fact that Maya was quoted so closely with that. Maya's a friend of mine. So I was just listening to
oh my God, Maya Moo? Is that who we're talking about?
Mutahar talk about that dynamic. I'm just thinking you don't know Maya at all. You're taking the stuff she said.
I don't know why she thinks that everybody's going to know who her friend Maya is. I think it's somebody who used to, maybe in the Mutahar video, they were shown as going by the moniker Femboy Maths at the time. Could I provide 2 horrible transmed takes? Wait, Jessica, are you asking me to give you 2 bad takes of Brianna Wu's? Or are you asking me to be a transmed myself, which I don't know if I could help you there.
Saying here at face value and so dead seriously, and you don't know that she's just hilarious.
But thank you, regardless. Thank you for the very generous $4.99 super chat. Remember, chat, if you want your super chat to be read by a sassy British voice and to interrupt me, which it can do that for $5 or more. I should probably put like a timer message in there that says that's how super chats work, because I'm not sure if people know that or not. In the comment section of this video, people are claiming that Brianna Wu also scammed her donors during Gamergate. Vodka, I don't know a lot about Brianna Wu's activities during Gamergate, but from what I've seen, it does seem like that she inserted herself as a victim into the situation when in actuality, it seems like she was trying to she was using Gamergate, from what I can see, to garner clout, right? She's like, if Gamergate was a bus crash, right? Brianna Wu was not on that bus. Brianna Wu got on the bus after it crashed. All right, that's my understanding. But again, I'm not a Gamergate expert.
Like saying stupid shit. Like, she's essentially a 4chan.
So we got a lot of votes for for playing a video game, to at least give you something to look at. What are we thinking? SpongeBob?
Even though she's a
New Vegas
political professional in the Democratic
Valheim. Anyone?
So that was my main thought about that section, how hilarious it was to be taking what Maya was popping off with on Discord so seriously.
Right. Okay. What's your opinion on... Oh, go ahead, Beavers.
Oh, from Briana. Well, those would mostly be in the original group chat leaks, right? Like the place where she comes most mask off on that stuff is when she was in our private Mean Girls Discord with essentially, it was like a who's who of Transmedicalists, right? Like tangential to the commentary, tangential to the political space. You know, this is essentially a who's who as far as transmeds, right? And you know, after getting caught doing that, she said, "Whoops, that was really bad of me. I won't do that again. I'm getting out of the group." As if it was the other people in the group corrupting her, rather than her just being a bird of a feather with them. But
oh, okay. I wanted to ask you,
but I don't know. I mean, I guess we could look at the God. I mean, we're gonna look at some President Sunday stuff anyway, so we might as well open up the. Yo, picking my camera here. We might as well open up the old stuff as well if you want. We'll see if we have time for it. That's a good question though, Jessica.
So I understand.
For those that are just joining us.
That not everybody's going to feel the same way,
Sure.
blah, 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 blah. But obviously, I'm not involved in the trans community whatsoever, right? Outside
Smart,
spectator.
very smart.
Yeah, hoot night to you too, Dame Al.
Yes. The Mutahar video. Did you find that video transphobic?
Numerous things she said about Blanchardism, and AGP and terrible transmedicalism. Yeah, so that stuff, did she say any of it on main on Twitter? I mean, she's like famous for having bad Twitter takes, so it wouldn't totally surprise me, but from what I remember, the most, toxic and mask off stuff that she's ever said was actually said in the group chat, and unbeknownst to her, chat, there was somebody in there undermining her, right? It is definitely a Mean Girls club, and I think that she thought that there was going to be honor amongst Transmedicalists, and it turns out there wasn't, right? There was somebody in there that I'm not sure if they were jealous of her, because she is kind of like, them with more money and more clout and more name recognition, or what. Like, I don't think that the people, outing her, I don't think that the whistleblowers in this case were necessarily like principled people. I think it was just, kind of getting rid of the competition from what I can tell about the person responsible for the second set of leaks, right? It's definitely somebody that is a lot like Brianna Wu, but maybe less successfully so.
Nope. No?
Nope.
So obviously everybody can feel differently, but I just wanted to find out for somebody that's, more
there's no
involved than I
feeling
am.
on that. There's no transphobia there, and there's some stuff.
Me says, is that you in the cartoon? Yes, I'm Keffals. That's right. Definitely.
He could have said a little bit more skillfully, but it's so around the edges that who gives a shit? Like, real talk, like the trans community has got to grow the fuck up and put their big boy pants on or big girl pants on, and accept that some people are going to have some. Not everything is going to be phrased in a way that is like community safe. Like it's absurd, some of this stuff. I thought the thumbnail discourse was silly. If there's a way to draw a trans person to look ugly, which all of
Ooh, Jules says Minecraft. I haven't played Minecraft in a really long time.
Mutahar's videos do, and not have it be transphobic. I'm not aware of one.
Jessica, I know that you came here because you want to know and you want to learn and you want to find the truth because you're an objective person that's not looking to sell a certain viewpoint, certainly not looking to do work sweeping for Brianna Wu, but rather just somebody that wants to have the receipts before you consider something to be true. And that I admire, but just be really careful because you're risking coming off like you're sweeping, right? Because I said that we'd get to it when we get to it. And when you act like, well, I guess it's just not there. If she's not going to stop her stream right now, stop her content, stop what she's doing just for me to drill down on my request of what exactly did the Transmedicalist say that was Transmedicalist, then you're not gonna get the respect that I think that you deserve in the chat. So I'm just trying to help you out here.
I think that's just
if I can,
and you need to live with it. So, I think that entire discourse is unfounded.
Mm-hmm. All right.
Nice. So I mean, like,
okay. So the discourse. Wait. Sorry. Let me just get back to this. I got distracted.
Used her correct pronouns. Have it be transphobic. I'm not aware of one. I think that's just the style, and you need.
This is bait. They want her to say yes. They want her to say, yeah, I think Mutahar, you're kind of transphobic, dude. So they can be like, oh, look at this trans activist. They're like, oh yeah, you say anything that they don't like, and it's like, like, right, unless we do like a chibi, like, I don't know, like the most beautiful rendering of Keffals possibly. I guess we're just all transphobes. Oh, like, right, like, I don't know. I feel like this is a trap, and obviously Brianna is more. This is why she's a bad selection for this conversation. She's on your side, all right, Keem. She's a self-hater. You don't have to preach to the converted here.
To live with that. So,
Now, does Keffals deserve to be able to deflect the valid criticism from Mutahar's video based on the fact that he used like a drawing of her that is definitely feeding into some tropes, right? No, both can be true, right? That is not the picture that I would have gone for a thumbnail of Keffals. All right, that was a bad choice. But also, Keffals is a scumbag. Oh my god, I feel like people take that word in a number of different. For some people, that's like a very inflammatory. Like, that's the worst thing that I could say about Keffals. But dishonest, disingenuous, person with like multitudes of negative personality traits. That's what I'm trying to say, right? I probably shouldn't say scumbag.
Yeah, I think that entire discourse is unfounded.
Mm-hmm. Okay, the discourse
everything is going to be phrased in a way that is like community safe. Like it's absurd, some of this stuff. I thought the thumbnail discourse was silly. If there's a way to draw a trans person to look ugly, which all of Mutahar's videos do.
No. What? No, Brianna, you're confused. No, listen. You could say that all of Just a Worm, the artist that did the drawing of Keffals, the one that you see in the top left, right? That's Keffals according to Just a Worm. I think it's kind of like, I'm not going to make the assumption that Just a Worm was drawing that to be transphobic. I haven't really. I mean, I guess we could look into the accusations against Just a Worm. But I don't really know enough about it to really say one way or another, like, what they were trying to do. I can see how. It's definitely giving aid and comfort to some transphobes, but honestly, just doing a negative Keffals video is also giving aid and comfort to. So, like, in other words, what I'm doing on some level, like it could be, something that we shouldn't make decisions on that basis. In other words, right? But when Brianna says that all of Mutahar's videos do that, make people look really, really ugly, it's just not true. I don't know if she's mixed up. Here, let's look at him. Some ordinary gamer. Because I'm trying to be fair here. Some ordinary. That's what I am. Above all else, chat, I'm fair. Some ordinary gamers. Let's take a look at his. I don't know if she's just mixed up. Because, like, what she said is true about Just a Worm's art. But what she said is not true about Mutahar's video. Look, we can literally not find another video with even like stylized art of somebody. There's no other Just a Worm drawings here. There's no like, you know, ICO rules style AI renderings to make people you know, look extra ugly, right? There's just that's not something that Mutahar does. To his credit, right? Because I don't think that I don't do this either. If I use a picture of somebody, I am not trying to, you know, make them look ugly or anything like that. Especially if I'm you know, talking about a trans person I'm disagreeing with. Like I kind of take great pains to avoid something like that, and I have actually rejected several thumbnails that were that were done for me that I felt like maybe didn't. But yeah, no, this is just look at this. Like, I mean, he most of the time it's just him in the thumbnail. That time is his butt. Oh wait, you can't see the one with his butt. It's over on the right, so you're missing that one. But he's like talking with his butt or whatever. Yeah, like every single time, even when he's like criticizing, like I think there's one of Logan Paul where he's clearly criticizing Logan Paul, and it's just a picture of Logan Paul, right? You know, you can say this about Just a Worm, that Just a Worm always makes people look ugly in the thumbnails, and that's true. But you can't say that about Mutahar. That's just literally not. Oh my God, look at his most popular videos are like Zelda. Wow, he's had his channel 11 years ago. Damn. Wow, we're looking. These are his biggest videos. What the fuck? What? How is this? Oh, no, did I do oldest? I did oldest. I was like, these are his biggest videos. These are not his biggest videos, chat. I clicked oldest instead of most popular. Okay. Most popular. Yeah, a lot of the thumbnails don't have anyone's face on them. It's just what she's saying is just not true. Oh God. You know what I found? Oh my God, you can't see it though. Oh. The closest thing that I've got to a picture that makes somebody look bad, and it's just off screen, and I don't know how to get it on screen, is a picture of of Ferociously Steph, right? And all that's done there is that her face is widened. It's about the Twitch Safety Council. So he did a video on Ferociously Steph when Steph was getting dogpiled. Again, not really contributing towards beating the transphobia allegations there, but like again, I'm not, you know, I don't feel like I've got, you know, the information that would like lead me to calling you know, Mutahar like a malignant transphobe. Right? I just don't know enough about this guy, and I don't feel comfortable saying that. But yeah, that's not helping the case. Anyway, I love when something's off screen and I just have to describe it to you. You actually have to take my word for it. Otherwise, we'll disrupt the screen. But yeah, it's not true about, essentially what she said is not true about Mutahar, right? It could be, it is true about Just a Worm. Not true about Mutahar.
And not have it be transphobic. I'm not aware of one. I think that's just the style, and you need to live with it. So, yeah, I think that entire discourse is unfounded.
All right.
Nice. So I mean, like,
I mean, what is even the legit argument that it was transphobic? I mean, he used her correct pronouns.
Yeah.
He, I mean, advocated trans healthcare repeatedly. He denounced transphobia. He kept it focused on the issues. I mean, there's just no legit argument that that was transphobic.
Yeah. Well,
I mean,
the argument is mainly based on the fucking.
No, Bert, I can only speak for myself, but I've dealt with a lot of conservatives, you know, people, even people that are crypto conservatives, and I've never made one of them look like a zombie.
And
wait, no, I think there was a Donald Trump. I think I did once have a thumbnail where Donald Trump looked, but it wasn't. It was my thumbnail artist. It was DK. It wasn't. I'm gonna use the Chud Logic defense. That's not the picture that I was trying to go with.
The thumbnail.
Yeah.
And to be fair, the zombie Trump was supposed to symbolize the fact that Trump's fans thought that he would be back in power, like that they thought that somehow the military was in control. All the QAnon nonsense. Basically, it was a playoff of the QAnon nonsense. But yeah, no, I don't do this. I don't do this with anybody.
Oh,
Yeah, that's it. Like,
I don't
honestly
wanna,
see it.
I don't want to
myself.
blow your mind, but the trans Twitter conversation is sometimes not based on reality. I don't.
Oh my God, why would you say that, Brianna Wu? Brianna Wu just told us that the trans Twitter conversation is sometimes not based on reality. Why would she say something like this, chat? Anybody got ideas? Anybody got some speculation? Yeah, Steph is really cool. We talked to Steph. Steph is incredibly, I don't know. I talked to Steph. I didn't see any problems. I don't think Steph is dangerous. If she was dangerous, she would have like gored me with her deer horns, right? And that didn't happen. So I guess she's okay. Definitely difficult to not make Trump look like a zombie in a diaper. Yeah, it's Trump. Regardless of Mutahar's thinking behind the choice of art, he definitely screwed up. Yeah, giving Keffals an out. That I would say was a mistake. This is why I don't do that shit. I don't play those games, right? I have beefed with a lot of people, chat. And like, you know, many of them being trans. And like, I have, not only have I never like, you know, tried to attack somebody for their looks, I have veered away from thumbnails that do that, even if it's just like a bad picture of them. Like, right, I try to find a not bad picture of them. Imagine what he looks like without fake tan. Do you think he'd look worse or better? I don't even know. Brianna says it's because she's part of the discourse. Yeah, exactly. She is getting cooked daily on Twitter by trans Twitter, right? She is a pick-me. She is a self-hater. Her self-hate is proudly out on display. You know, she's just like real. She's so that's what I'm saying is like it's sus when you set up a debate between Keemstar, Mutahar, Nicholas Diorio, and a bunch of Twitch poll like, you know, retreads, right? And your person that's what defending Keffals or defend like which ostensibly is somehow tied to trans people, which like look, a lot of trans people would say no thanks. Like I do not defend Keffals. You should not defend Keffals. Keffals and Vosh have at various times tried to use the trans community for cover, tried to accuse people with real substantial criticism of them of just being transphobic, right? Which is even weirder for Vosh because his claim is like, well, I have a lot of trans people in my audience, so. Yeah, like, right, it's even worse with Vosh. But yeah, like, you know, as somebody who does not defend Keffals at all and has a lot of criticism and you know, justifiable reason to hate her, even though I don't, she hates me. But yeah, I will say that, like, this is just, it's just a weird choice. It's like if you, oh my God, chat, I don't want to compare, like, the oppressions that different identities face, right? But in terms of like how Briana is regarded in the trans community, it is a choice like, you know, having like, you know, Candace Owens as your representative for like Black people, right? It's and understanding that I'm not trying to make a direct comparison between racism and transphobia, because those two things are different. And they hit different, and the only way to really understand them both is to ask a person who is both Black and trans. They're the only ones who are really, you know, seeing that, you know, a comparison in any meaningful way. So
I don't want to upset you, but that sometimes can be the case.
Right.
So we're not crazy then. Awesome.
Well, my last question would be, what's your opinion on Tipster?
I think Tipster has some kind of psychology that makes him a super, super loyal friend. Mm-hmm. And I think it's part of the reason.
Okay, thank you. Random topic. Blair White is a better comparison. Is it? Is that a good comparison? it's nothing's going to be an exact comparison, right? But yeah, in terms of the negative feeling that the trans community has for another trans person, yeah, Caitlyn Jenner, there we go. I feel like there it is. That's a comparison, right? That's how, you know, the trans community feels about Brianna Wu. So it's a really weird choice.
They bonded with Keffals.
Like, would you bring on Caitlyn Jenner and be like, we're going to talk about the Bud Light campaign involving Dylan Mulvaney, right? With Matt Walsh, Michael Knowles, Graham Linehan, and Caitlyn Jenner. Don't worry, we've got a trans person on the panel, so like I'm sure Caitlyn Jenner will defend, you know, Dylan Mulvaney. Like, right, it's silly. It's a silly idea. But I mean, this is par for the course for Twitch poll. This is to be expected.
I think Keffals trusts him, and I think Tipster really enjoys being trusted, and I think they do have a close relationship.
Ooh, okay, Jules, you got Blair White doesn't pretend to be on the left, and actually neither does Caitlyn Jenner. So again, imperfect comparison.
And I think that's kind of beautiful because Keffals, like her or hate her, she is someone dealing with a lot of trauma. And I think she really worries. I think she looks for people to surround herself with that she can really trust.
Okay, now this is going to make me sick. Yeah, she's been through trauma, right? I mean, yeah, I'll agree with that. So have a lot of people. Yeah, she's been through harassment. So have a lot of people, all right? But the difference is that those people did not lie to their community to fundraise an outrageous amount of money for stuff that they weren't even going to use it for, right? This is not an excuse, Brianna. I don't know if it's that you can relate to Keffals as a scandal ridden person yourself, or why you would want to defend. Yeah, it is actually kind of weird because like one of the things that Keffals did when she came back here, let me see if I can find this for you. One of the things that Keffals did when she came back was she immediately she had been friendly with Brianna Wu, and she immediately did a post dunking on oh my god, there's unfortunately like a lot of I don't know if she took it down. Okay, there's her. I'm gonna have to keep looking for it.
They found that together. You know, that said, I certainly have a blind spot with some of my friends, and it can cause me to miss things. And I think, you know, Tipster has that in some ways as well.
So, like, okay, this is where I think I'd push back on you, because I don't think that's. I think Tipster desperately wants to have friends. From what I've seen, I don't think that's an out there take, but I think you know, it's like Keffals has shown herself to be, and I think this is why she's a terrible person to have been platformed and pushed as hard as she was, as somebody who doesn't actually give a shit. Like with the Vosh stuff, Keffals was quite happy to throw Tipster under the bus to save her own skin and then run away and leave him to clean up the mess. It's not something you do when you give a shit about somebody. And again, like, the signs were all there. So when you've got, like, in the future, are you now going to look at kind of like people who are, I don't know, getting that bit of activist clout and kind of like more carefully assess like the damage you could potentially do from like platforming and promoting these people? Because you're not a small voice.
I think that's a really fair criticism. And yeah, our mutual friend Jenny has really tried to
That's Jenny Matrix, another transmed.
slap some sense into me lately about being a little bit more critical in how I evaluate people. I think one thing that makes me good at my job in politics is I genuinely see the best in people. And I think when you're trying to lead, you reflect that back on people in a way that makes it's constructive for getting things done. But I clearly have a blind spot at the same time. So I think when it comes to the progressive sphere after October 7th, I'm really having a realization that there's a lot of toxic shit.
So here's the other thing that Brianna Wu is really famous for. It's playing defense for genocide. That's what she's been doing since October 7th, right? And this is not a popular opinion in the trans community, right? She's I mean, like, there's like two there's two blonde redhead songs, like one called Loved for Bad Qualities or something, one called like Hated for Good Qualities. Brianna Wu is definitely hated for her bad qualities, right? Anyway, I didn't need to go to blonde redhead for that, but I did. Just because they have the awesome song from Rick and Morty. Anyway, the Evil Morty theme song, that's blonde redhead.
Been a part of that is not good for my country. I don't think it's good for your country, and I think we need an honest discussion about this. You can look at my Twitter every day. It's swear to God war. These progressives hate me now, and that's fine because I don't particularly like them either. So I agree with that assessment.
And I mean, I guess she's finding the areas of agreement with Wait, have we even heard Keemstar? Keemstar's on here, right? He's listed. I feel like we haven't heard from him. Am I wrong? Am I missing it? This is a vice signaling podcast? Yeah, it is. Look, and like I said, I don't know Beckett very well. I'm not trying to start shit with Beckett. Obviously, I don't think we agree on a lot, but I don't have anything personal against the dude.
Do you think do you think of the accusations that, like, in the most uncharitable way, because I want to stay slightly neutral.
That's Beckett.
Of this Discord being a pink pilling zone of trying to get vulnerable people who may have like other issues going on and being like, hey, have you?
Okay, so let's take a look at this. This is what I'm talking about. So yeah, Keffals and Briana were friends for a long time. Briana was essentially, even before she was like part of the Destiny community, she was part of the Keffals community, right? Probably while Keffals was having that conflict with Destiny. Oh my god, I can't get this freaking thing to go away. There we go. But yeah, here they've been friendly in the past, but here is Keffals. The only thing that changed, I guess, was that when Keffals defended Briana at first for the group chat leaks, she got a lot of pushback. Because like I said, this is just not shit that, you know, you can do. This is shit that makes a lot of people in the trans community mad. Like, this kind of mean girl shit that, you know, attacking like a trans creator based on her looks and the degree to which, you know, she assimilates into her, you know, gender role in the eyes of Brianna Wu and all this shit that you just don't do. But here it is. Brianna Wu was saying trans women are obviously biologically male, but you don't have to be a dick about it. Ha 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 ha. Ha 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 ha. Will you pick me? Can I get picked? Can I get picked, transphobes? Can I survive the, what's coming to us? Yeah, I don't think so. Prognosis does not look good. Brianna, they're not going to pick you. Nobody's going to pick you. Anyway, we don't need to be mean about it. All right, so what do we have here? We have another thread by Keffals on Brianna Wu. Let's see what she says here. Brianna Wu saying, exciting news. I'm going to be an executive producer of the Envy/Desire sequel, which is all about toxic trans activism at the cost of trans people. I think that this is basically Ray Blanchard, the movie. This is going to be like HSTS versus AGP, the movie, right? This is going to be nasty. Whatever the fuck this is. It's cursed. What I love about Basic Channel is that she wants to have a conversation about trans issues, No one else will. Yeah, calling out those AGPs, right, Brianna? That's what we're doing here. So brave of Brianna to take time out of her busy schedule of licking the boots of genocidal apartheid state of the genocide. Oh, wow. Oh, wow. Yeah, and I think there were some secret logs of Keffals where she was contemplating, going after Brianna Wu. What's weird is I feel like I heard Keffals doing, apologia for what's going on in Gaza, but then again, she has been gone for a long time, so I'm not sure I can place that, but licking the boots of the genocidal apartheid state of Israel to produce a movie bashing the trans community. I mean, it's going to be more than just bashing the trans community. It's going to be, it's TTTT, the movie. Okay, I won't even put that evil on them. Brianna Wu is a millionaire who spent most of her adult life telling anyone she's trans, instead of using her resources to help our community, which is disproportionately impoverished. She's going to use her time and money to tell us how to do activism correctly, and nobody wants to fuck. Yeah, this is exactly it. Okay, I can't believe I am agreeing with a Keffel stand here, but it is definitely going to be a 3-hour long discourse on AGPD versus HSTS, which I don't even want to get into what that is, Chad. If you don't know what it is, consider yourself blessed.
Consider that you're trans and then pushing them in that direction.
Yeah,
is a form, like, would you describe that as abusive?
Look, it's not clear what they were saying when they said pink pilling, right? But to make the assumption that they are pushing being trans on people who aren't trans, where does that come from, Beckett? Where does that come from? Look, I don't know what they meant when they said pink pilling. I can't get that from the context. I watched the whole Mutahar video. I'm not sure. Why are you so sure do you really think that trans people are out there being like, it would be great if we could trick cis people into transitioning? Oh yeah, that would be great for the that's definitely what they were talking about. What the fuck? Where do you get that? Where does that come from? And I think you know the answer. I think you all know the fucking answer to that. Wow.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think you are opening yourself up to civil and criminal liability there. Don't do that. That's not something, you can't do it ethically. You can listen, like if you're a trans person, you can listen to a child. You can try to relate to a child. I suppose you could try to be a child's friend, but to push them to transition, no, your only message should be, well, you need to go talk to a doctor, like leave that to professionals. That's not appropriate, period.
Okay.
I mean, do you disagree with that? Is there an argument on the other side of that?
See, like, I think that they expected her to push back on some of the stuff that...
That took my question away. One of my
Oh, is that Xylee? Xylee's in here too.
Sorry, Xylee.
How come you didn't list Xylee on the debate? Xylee's great.
Oh, you're fine. You're doing a great.
At least I think Xylee's great now. I don't know how I'll feel by the end of this shit show.
I'm listening until I get to my question.
Well, go ahead. Go ahead. I think
Yeah.
Well,
Chat, have we even heard Keemstar? Or I mean, I know that Nicholas talks at some point in here. Beckett will act like he would be against what they're saying, but he will bend over backwards to defend the bad behavior of his friends. I'm taking away the word abusive from commentary bros, right? Right? Trying to catch up with chat here. Let's debate trans people. Our panel will be Blair White, Caitlyn Jenner, and Brianna Wu. That is a nightmare blunt rotation that you have described, and I'm here for it, sort of. Whatever happened to Rose of Dawn? SM, I haven't heard from Rose of Dawn, but yeah, kind of the British Blair White wannabe. Kelly Cadigan, I guess, although I don't know. It's like she's gone back and forth. the Vice signaling podcast. The double standard she had with food shops and V. Horses are people too, true. She's been super racist the whole time. Black folks has been. Are you talking about Brianna Wu, Zara? Did Keemstar come because he thought there would be teenage girls here, possibly? And instead he got Wu. The statement Brianna Wu is good at her job has only been said by Brianna Wu. I left Keffals community over the defense of Wu for the first time around. Yeah, it's kind of weird to see them at each other's throats here, but yeah, Keffals definitely came back. And look, you know what? I know what that is, right? And we maybe even talked about this yesterday. Remember how I talked about Ethan being hated as much as iDubbbz was, right? And if you've been around the commentary community, you know how much people hate iDubbbz, right? Ethan was right there with iDubbbz, right? He was hated until two things happened, right? He publicly beefed with Hassan and ended Leftovers, 1, and he went after Vosh, 2. So it's kind of like you go after two leftists and your sins against the commentary community get forgiven. That's how it works, I guess. Or you know, I think the quicker way is just to do a video on Tipster. That'll But then again, we need more videos on Tipster anyway, so. I hate what the term trans activism has become. Become a dog whistle. Whoever wins, we lose. Yeah, exactly. Now in theaters. Everyone in this artist world is sweating. True, Marsh Rabbit, true. Her sincere positions on a lot of things, especially geopolitics. Wait, whose? Are you talking about Keffals? I don't know what Keffals' sincere positions on things like geopolitics are, right? She's been all over the map. AGP, yeah, is aliens grab a predator. Alien grabs predator. Oh my god. They assume it because they're using the red pill stuff to. Oh, interesting. It is a self-report. Yeah, I don't love that term, and I haven't used that term. I'm not super familiar, but if you're talking about like I doubt anybody's talking about trying to get like cis people to trick cis people into transitioning. That is not what like. Kelly Cadigan is bad and has always been awful. Earlier, I was talking about oh, you were talking about Brianna Wu there. Wait, if we got rid of cis guys, how would that work? Oh, I see what you're saying as far as the whole pink pilling stuff. Yeah, I mean, Keffals and Kelly Cadigan are also super racist. Have you seen Keffals sincere about anything other than her own benefit? I have not. Anyway, chat, I said I was going to put on some kind of video game. Do you still want that? Should I put on... somebody said Minecraft. I got 1 vote for Minecraft. Anybody got other votes? We got Valheim. We got... I guess I could grind some New Vegas in the background. And what else? Valheim. I said Valheim. I said SpongeBob. I was playing through SpongeBob's Bikini Bottom Battle the other day, which is like kind of a a throwback that some people might remember. We got another vote for Minecraft.
Oh, here's my other question. It's got to do with.
Oh, it's Xylee. It's Xylee.
When Keffals ran
Xylee gets real.
Catboy Ranch.
Did she run it? Did she run it?
He was on that that Catboy Ranch Twitter.
That Catboy Ranch.
Twitter was Keffals.
Yeah, that's true. The Twitter was Keffals.
Okay.
And you saw how that person, which was Keffals, ran that account. They talked highly inappropriate to minors that were interacting with that account.
So
it's in that video.
I'm not trying to be weird.
Okay, so was that the one that posted a meme, like with like the meme of the like Terminator, and the like little girl? Was that Catboy Ranch that posted that? Because that one, like, I really had a issue with.
Like when I watch long YouTube videos, I don't watch it the whole time. I listen to it, and if that was in there, I missed it. I will rewatch that and ask me about it later.
At.
Sure,
it'll be.
So
in
for the sake of this,
why does this thumbnail like I gotta get something else besides this thumbnail on chat because it's making me think it looks like Mutahar's trying to eat Briana. Or like eat her hair or something, or give her a hickey at least. And I'm not here for any of that.
Conversation, I will just take what you're saying as true.
Yeah, she talked very inappropriate.
Mutahar looks like he's gonna gum Brianna Wu.
To minors, and honestly, I think that's the whole reason why she was going after Kiwi Farms, because they already had it logged.
Well, I would say this. I think it is. I think you should.
Okay, so that's what Xylee's saying. Is that her intention to go after Kiwi Farms was not based on wanting to protect people from the harassment that exists on the farms, but rather was to hide evidence that they had documented of the interactions between the Catboy Ranch Twitter account and underage people. And I don't remember which ones were Keffals' main account. No, it would have been all Catboy Ranch. I don't think she had a main account. I think those were, it was, chat, correct me if I'm wrong, but in the Mutahar video, like the inappropriate reaction or interactions that we see on Twitter, right, between Keffals and underage people, those are all from the Catboy Ranch account, if I'm not mistaken. The confusion lies in the fact that there is a Catboy Ranch account, which Keffals did run. There is a Catboy Ranch Discord that Keffals currently runs as a joke because there was so much, talk about Catboy Ranch the same way that there's talk about Vosh and horses, Vosh and whatever, and, Vosh will joke around about horses. Her naming her Discord Catboy Ranch is like a way to turn all those allegations into a meme and kind of deflect, right? And then there was a Catboy Ranch, which was a Discord that she did not run. If I'm understanding correctly, she didn't run the Discord, but she was on the Discord until some bad things from the Discord came to light, and then she said, "I'm out. I don't want to have anything to do with that." So, but what we're talking about here, what Xylee's talking about, is inappropriate interactions between the Catboy Ranch Twitter account and underage people, underage trans people.
Not talk to minors in a way that implies anything sexual. I do have to say, so this is one of my issues with Mutahar's video, that if you spend any time in the trans community, it's just an irreverent place. It just is. It's a really incredibly dark sense of humor. We had a friend the other day that was thinking about committing suicide, and we were joking with her because she transitioned that we would like tell people that she was non-binary if she committed suicide, which is a terrible thing to say.
Yeah, I think you're right, Luna Rose. I think it was it Femboy Cooking that ran the Discord itself?
This like dark,
or are you saying it was Femboy Cooking that interacted inappropriately with, or that posted the Terminator? There was like a meme where it was like the Terminator. It was a Terminator, and like it was marked with H. You know the meme? It's like the meme is like the Terminator is like in the office building, and there's like a little girl hiding under the tables, and the Terminator was marked HRT. And the little girl was marked, I don't even want to say it, because it's just like, it was marked like erections, right? That's that just like made my stomach turn to see like that was
humor
Right.
that pervades the trans community. It's like people that have been to war, right? Like there's
I'm in the commentary community. Dark humor is all throughout it. I get what you're saying.
100%. So I think like one of the things that was ironic watching Mutahar's videos, he's taking all these comments so seriously, and I'm just like, I hear what you're saying. Ideally, you should not talk to minors like that, but this just is the community. And like, I'm 40.
God damn. Brianna, do you think you're helping? Because you're not, right? Interacting inappropriately with minors is not the community. Interacting inappropriately with minors, the people that do that are not anybody that I want to be in community with. That is not, in fact, the community, as Ophelia correctly says here. Yeah, that's, oh my God, what is she doing? What is she, like, this is what sucks, right? Is that, like, you've got this, like, competition, which is, that's what debates are, performative competitions, people waving their cerebral, like, pulls around like it's and the like our contestant, like the contestant that represents us, like they bring them in, it's Brianna Wu. Did you hear what Brianna just said when she joked about her suicidal friend? Let me rewind that. I was kind of focused on the Terminator, the disgusting Terminator comic that I think it was the Catboy Ranch account that posted it.
Like dark humor and the dark sense of humor. Spend any time in the trans that implies,
because they already had it.
I do have to say, so this is one of my issues with Mutahar's video, that if you spend any time in the trans community, it's just an irreverent place. It just is. It's a really incredibly dark sense of humor.
So the only truth to what she's saying is that there are a disproportionate amount of shit posters who are trans, and there's a disproportionate amount of trans people who are shit posters, right? Shit posting is when you're posting something that you don't really feel because you're like saying it in character. Does that make sense? Do we all understand shit posting? Right? But I don't know. That's not the entire trans community. And
we had a friend the other day that was thinking about committing suicide, and we were joking with her because she transitioned that we would like tell people that she was non-binary.
What? Wait, there's a way to get her to not do that? Is that what she was saying? Here, I'll try opening Minecraft in the background. I gotta warn you though, the last time I tried to play Minecraft on here, I think it crashed my computer. I don't know why that is. It shouldn't be like that, Chad. I thought they fixed the game. I thought Microsoft, the one good thing that they did was they kind of fixed the game. Let's try to get it up, because like I could go. I haven't played Minecraft in forever. We got 2 votes for Minecraft. Anybody wanna like vote for something else, right? We could do Valheim. We could do SpongeBob. We could do New Vegas. Anybody got other opinions? I've got 2 votes for Minecraft. If I get a third, or if I don't hear anything else, I will open up the Minecraft launcher to hope it doesn't crash my computer.
If she committed suicide, which is a terrible thing to say, but it's just this like,
wait, that is fucked up. What? Am I getting that right? We got a vote for New Vegas. We got another vote for Minecraft. I'm a notorious shit poster. It's escapism. Yeah. I mean, as long as people know that you're shit posting. The thing that worries me about Brianna Wu and her association with shit posting is that like she will sometimes hide her really awful takes behind the Fallout 76, says Diamond Joker. Damn. You know who plays that? Miabyte. Miabyte plays Fallout 76 on Twitch. I probably need to get into it, but like first I gotta get good at a regular Fallout game before I play a multiplayer. Great, the conservative you are, talking in front of will eat that up. Wu is like, yeah, like that's like the nightmare, right? That like, you know, we're gonna choose an advocate for you, don't worry. And it's like, oh no, it's Brianna Wu. It's Brianna Wu. When I do dark humor, the punchline is never punching down, to be honest. Yeah, that's a shitty thing. That's a shitty thing, right? When the target of the humor is what, non-binary people, that you will not, like, you know, unalive yourself because you don't want to be thought of as non-binary. Like, what the fuck is that? Yeah, attribute suicide to someone being, I don't know. Minecraft had a lot of updates. So you're saying that's a good thing? I should, like, don't do Minecraft if the computer doesn't like it? Haven't played Minecraft in years. My YouTube bio says that I'm a shit poster. Usually I leave a tone indicator. Yeah. Because like with Brianna Wu, like I feel like the reason that she hangs out with shit posters is because it gives her plausible deniability, right? She has some really like just toxic takes, right? And anytime that she gets in trouble for that, I second starting 76. You don't need to be good if you've got friends. Do I have friends who play 76? Like dark joke, I had to deal with a home invasion the other time. After all was done and everyone was safe, I joked that I'd rather deal with the invader again than the cops. Oh my god. Yeah. But not punching down. Yeah, the target of the joke is cops. Well, I would have to download 76, so I don't know if we can do that today, but it is something that if we got interested in that.
Dark humor that pervades the trans community. It's like people that have been to war, right? Like there's
I'm in the commentary community. Dark humor is all throughout it. I get
100%. So I think like one of the things that was ironic watching Mutahar's videos, he's taking all of these comments so seriously, and I'm just like, I hear what you're saying. Ideally,
I feel like maybe there were one or two times when Mutahar took something seriously that I thought might have been said. You know, Keffals is definitely, you know, a shit poster, but the same thing with her. Right? That she hides a lot of her bullshit behind, oh no, I was just, it becomes Schrodinger's douchebag.
You should not talk to minors like that, but this just is the community. And like, I'm 46 and I still talk, I talk like this, right?
Yeah, and I get what you're saying, but you need to go watch that video because there was a picture that she tweeted out with a child like under a desk or whatever talking about big dicks.
Okay.
Yeah, that was something I noticed, and something that I have a problem. That was what I was trying to tell you about the Terminator meme. It's a meme. It's a really common meme when, like, I guess the idea of it is that the Terminator is coming to get the little girl that's under the desk, which is already kind of dark, unnecessarily dark, like unnecessarily involving you know, children in the and then like when the subject matter is like HRT and anyway, I don't even want to repeat it. It's a meme format, yeah, but it's just the way that it was used. And I think it was the Catboy Ranch account. Did somebody say that it was Femboy Cooking though? Because maybe I got it mixed up. Maybe it was actually Femboy Cooking. I know that Femboy Cooking was apparently doing some stuff that was more, you know, unambiguously just fucked up. Emotionally Damaged is my nickname. Yeah, that's
fair enough. I can't defend that. I
can understand dark humor. I can definitely understand dark humor. Again, I'm part of the commentary community. These guys are rough. Okay,
yeah, they are.
You know, but at the same time, when
you hear that commentary community, you are rough.
comes to children, I'm not playing.
I completely agree. You should stay away from children if you're an adult. 100% with all of this,
I
and
am
it's
playing.
not a game.
You don't need to.
It's I think.
What is she doing?
I think there is
like that doesn't really need to be said, and the fact that you as a trans person think that it does is like, I don't know. It's
tendency that pervades a lot of online spaces. Excuse me,
like it implies that the rest of the trans community, they don't have good. I don't know. This is too much. Whoa, you weren't kidding when you said Minecraft went through some updates. God damn. Is Minecraft for Windows like better? I feel like the last time I played it, I was in 1.73. And I definitely don't want to be that will definitely fuck with my computer. Latest release, that's what we want. Either the latest release or the 8th. We'll do the latest release because I don't want to mess with the 8th either. There we go, latest release. It is massively changed. What the fuck? It's like they're trying to do. They're trying to like They're making it look old school. Like, I mean, which I guess it is. You know, that's the whole aesthetic of Minecraft.
The horse today. I think there's a tendency with online spaces to really dance past real world issues and to treat it like it's a game. And I have to say, as someone who actively avoids lawsuits, like I try to live a lawsuit-free lifestyle, it amazes.
A lawsuit-free lifestyle. That sounds great. Keffals is the worst glazer. Wait, glazer? Used to play 1.7. It became there was like a resurgence of people particularly playing 1.7.3. But I don't know if it's still a thing. I get the most interesting questions from shorts. New Vegas, we gotta vote. Okay, so New Vegas was voting SpongeBob. Yeah, there's a new SpongeBob, or it's not a new, it's an old, I don't know what system it's from, but they put it on Xbox recently. SpongeBob Bikini Bottom Battle. It's kind of like a platformer. It's like a 3D platformer. Vodka says, Brianna Wu, mentioning about erections to minors, it's just, yeah, really. Well, like, she's acting like she didn't see that. She's acting like she did. She's trying to say, oh, I didn't watch the video, I just like listened to it. So I mean, that's her excuse. My favorite category on Netflix, irreverent. Who was the one in chat who said whoever wins we lose? I love that movie ad line. Wait, what movie is that from? What's up, Soul Life? Keemstar comes later, says Vodka. Thank you. I'm glad we're getting our daily dose of Keemstar. That's really what we need. Need more Keemstar in my life. 1.7 had good mods. Was that like better than Wolves? Is that like around the era of what was the whole deal? Like they added Wolves and then some people were like, you know what? They shouldn't have added Wolves. They could have added all this other stuff and instead they added Wolves. So better than Wolves was like trying to take it in a different, it's almost like you could think of it as like a branch, like a what do they call it in code? The tagline is it's from Alien versus Predator. Whoever wins, we lose. Yeah, basically. That's what we're dealing with this debate. Wu said she watched the video twice, and then she barely... so there's some contradiction in what she's saying, possibly. I was thinking about trying Minecraft Legends. I tried it too. I started it, I didn't finish it. It seems like everybody stopped playing Minecraft Legends, so... it's still available, though, along with Dungeons, but I think they might actually, like, I don't know. I think they might actually sunset these. Chat, I'm gonna press the all-important button, the all-important play button, to see if Minecraft can start up without destroying my stream. So hold on for dear life, and I'll try to come back if anything gets fucked up. So it's downloading more stuff. It's got like 100 megs to download. Let me put Brianna back on.
Things people do and say just because it's so actionable. And, doing this stuff with children, it's just a lawsuit waiting to happen.
Yeah, no, absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely. And, I don't know. It's the last quarter of that video. It has to do with the Catboy Ranch, and up and watch it. Just watch it. And
I'll
you'll
go
see
back
what I'm
and watch
talking about.
that again. I was, 100%.
Because I'm like,
the one thing that with Catboy Ranch that I really didn't like, right, is that the initial presentation, and this is the reason that none of the Catboy Ranch like stuff stuck on Keffals, right? The person that made the original allegations about Catboy Ranch, the person who had a Twitter thread that blew up, was somebody who claimed to have been there, somebody who was a friend of Keffals, and basically turned from that to accusing Keffals of being a groomer. And it's somebody who eventually retracted everything that they had said about Keffals, and can now be seen in like her Discord server, right? So it's kind of, and I don't know what to do with that. That's complicated. That could be a number of different things. Something strange happened with that person, Sleepy, that made the thread about Keffals, and then retracted it and somehow got back into Keffals' good graces. But what I don't think we can do with that thread is take it super seriously. That was something that Keffals debunked when it came out. That was something that was, really more of an embarrassment for Sleepy, since some of the claims that Sleepy was making didn't bear truth, right? And then the fact that Sleepy's literally like on camera with Keffals on Keffals' stream, retracting everything that she said, right? Now, you could hypothesize that, is there something going on behind the scenes? It's entirely possible. Oh my god, that is loud Minecraft music. God damn. It's good music, though. I love the music for Minecraft. Alright, just take the, But yeah, the one thing that I can't do is take the original post super seriously, right? Without some evidence that like this is like, and all the evidence that I saw was Keffals, successfully, I think she even made a video debunking that thread. Right? It was, the truth of the matter is that Sleepy was one of the people who went and bought a collar. It was a thread that showed some collars, and it kind of implied that, like, I don't know, somehow Keffals was running a cult and, forcing people to get collars that said, like, property of Keffals, when in actuality, this was one of the people that went out and bought a collar and got it monogrammed with whatever about Keffals or whatever about Catboy Ranch, right? So, yeah, it's not... I wonder what it is about that particular accusation, what it is about the name Catboy Ranch that just makes it... People want to, like, project, like, the most dark shit onto that possible. And that being said, it sounds like the actual website, the actual Discord, did have some inappropriate things going on. The thing about that was, though, that the Discord wasn't run by Keffals, as far as I understand. Keffals was on the Discord, and then left the Discord when the revelations came out about that. Keffals is responsible for what the Catboy Ranch Twitter said, and I think there was some inappropriate stuff said to minors on that one, although I'd have to look back on it to be sure. But It just seems like something that everybody wants to, they want that to be true. They want Catboy Ranch to be the smoking gun. And from what I've seen so far, it's not. That's not the damning, there is a lot of damning evidence against Keffals. She is a brazen liar. An incredibly disingenuous, incredibly opportunistic, person, right? And what frustrates me so much about her is that the things that the majority of the internet seems to, concentrate on her as far as her being like, a bad person aren't those things. They miss those things. They miss the smoking guns. They miss the red flags. She got to pass on that shit. That's the problem. And then they come at her with stuff that doesn't really have substance that like essentially lets Keffals off the hook, right? As in when you put a fucking questionable picture of her on your thumbnail, there you go. You gave her an out. You gave her an out. And some people are going to be distracted by the fact that, the question of like, did Mutahar choose that picture to be transphobic? Was, did just a worm draw her like that to be transphobic? Which, is not the point. It should not be the point of the video. That's why I feel like that video needed to be made, but I kind of would have rather it have been somebody other than Mutahar did the video. Anyway.
I'll listen to videos first and then I'll watch.
Is the music too loud? I feel like the music's still too loud.
So, I mean, I get that, but definitely watch that last half and you'll see the tweet, not just what he's reading out and it's saying. Just watch it because it made me very angry. I was holding back tears. I was so angry.
Yeah. I hear what you're saying. I guess I'm just saying, like, the trans community is super irreverent, and I think it's really hard to take. I think that you can't take any statement, like, we all agree on the minors issue, but it's just, you can't take all this stuff deadly seriously. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah.
Well, but I think like you said, you acknowledge that you're opening yourself to a lawsuit. It's not really appropriate. But I think the difference
and not a civil lawsuit. I'm talking about going to jail. Like that is entirely reasonable to imagine the police coming and charging you with what would it be, corruption of a minor?
Wasn't that what was it? Who was the Greek philosopher that got like charged with corruption of the minors? Who was the corruption of the youth or whatever? Is that a charge? I don't know a lot about criminal law. I'm not a lawyer. I haven't passed the bar exam. Anybody in chat know? Is that a real charge? Is that what she'd be charged with? She's talking about for the DIY HRT thing. Yeah, that's the other thing too. We're talking about the DIY HRT thing, right? Why is Catboy Ranch in getting mixed into this, right? The Catboy Ranch, if there was like liability, criminal or civil to do with the Catboy Ranch, I believe that would be on the admin of the Discord, which was not Keffals, right? This is the thing. There's some complexity. There's some nuance. There's some confusing stuff here, right? Catboy Ranch is three things depending on which one you're talking about, right? And I feel like people miss some of that, and that's why so much of this discussion just becomes utterly confusing. I feel like the discussion of the thumbnail is a distraction, right? That is not like the point, and that never should have been the point. And, had I been the one like choosing the thumbnail and making the video, it would not have been the point. Now, that being said, I didn't spend the time that Mutahar did, investigating it. I've got a stream. I got to be on my stream because that's how I make my money. Speaking of which, chat, if you want to support the stream, if you value the stream, if the stream does something good for you, if you want the stream to keep coming to you, there are a multitude of different ways that you can support the stream. And I appreciate every single one of them. Shaxba raiding in, that's definitely a way that you can support the stream. Thank you for the raid over on Twitch. Shaxba, you have activated my stand. Welcome, raiders. Welcome, streamer. So, yeah, there are, like I was saying, there's a multitude of different ways you can support the stream, whether that be over on Twitch through subbing, through gifting subs, through gifting the gift of weasels to other people, through donating bits or any of the other ways over on Twitch, that's greatly appreciated, as it is on YouTube through becoming a member, weaseling up, getting weasels for yourself, or giving the gift of weasels, passing on the good word of weasel to other people through gifting membership. All of that stuff helps me keep coming to you day after day. All of that helps the stream keep going. It helps me keep going, and I appreciate it greatly. There's also a number of ways you can support the stream that are down in the description. If you check there, we're crowdfunding a slightly better actually not slightly, a much better microphone, a professional microphone for Waluigi to be sitting on. So if you'd like to give him a more comfortable seat, you can check down with the throne. The throne link is below. There's a number of ways you can donate to me down there that don't go through a platform, and thus, you know, are not you don't have YouTube or Twitch kind of scraping the donations. You're able to donate to me directly through CashApp and through PayPal, or on Patreon. And we're gonna relaunch the Patreon with tiers this time. Not tears that come down out of your eyes, hopefully, but tiers that guarantee you certain perks for being a Patreon. And I'm still working on that, as well as the premium streamium. But all of those ways of supporting me are ways that I greatly appreciate. I'm not able to, do this without you. So I appreciate all those who support me. And even if your support amounts to a thumb and you don't think that that's much, that is much. That is much. That's a lot. And it's only through the union of all of our thumbs together that we can thumb wrestle the algorithm into submission and push my content to more and more people. So thank you, Thumb Gang. Thank you, patrons. Thank you, members, and thank you, subs. Thank you all, because I can't do this stuff without you. So yeah, we're in the middle of a Brianna Wu smackdown, I guess, from all angles. Mutahar, Keemstar, Nicholas Giorio, Beckett of Crabs. And yeah, this is the nightmare of this kind of content, of Twitch poll. Right? They got all these people, all these sussy bakas here, and who do they got to essentially sweep for Keffals on one level, which I'm not super thrilled with, and which is, you're gonna hear at the end of this, right? Another trans person call in to give their thoughts about what Brianna Wu is doing in excusing Keffals, right? So not only is there that. Oh my god, Vitingale, thank you for the resubscription. Shaxba raid, you're gonna lurk. Have fun. And thank you for the resubscribe. What are we talking about? Putting a ring on it? Oh, you're tired of being with people that are emotionally unavailable. That is mood. That is mood, Afroponics. Oh my god. Diamond Joker says, I played the first Fallout when it came out. Oh my god. So yeah, we're right here in the middle of this nightmare blunt rotation, where it's a bunch of commentary people and then Brianna Wu, right? Who is like, if you know anything about her, she has the kind of the way that the trans community feels about Brianna Wu is close to the way that the trans community feels about Caitlyn Jenner or Blair White, right? She's, she's not a great representative, and yet she's all we got. She's who Beckett tapped to come on and talk about Keffals. Now, like I said, there will be somebody that's like a chatter that calls in and gives their opinions on Wu at the very end, but it's just not a great representation. But yeah, this is a shit show, so buckle up. Shaxba, how was your stream, by the way? Adrian, good to see you. I'm gonna try to open up some Minecraft, because right, like, so if you see this oh god, of all the thumbnails to rate in on, no, it's not your fault, Shaxba, it's my fault. It's my fault for still having this thumbnail open. I guess because so much of the discourse has become about the Just a Worm art of Keffals, And so now we've got Just a Worm art of Mutahar, Just a Worm art of Nicholas Diorio, Just a Worm art of Keemstar, with the sort of editorial slant that really, like, this is, you know, this Mutahar did nothing wrong, right? Just a Worm draws everybody ugly, right? Which I honestly don't think the thumbnail's the point. I feel like it's a distraction. I feel like it was a mistake by Mutahar to use any kind of, like, ugly, like, you know, picture of Keffals in the thumbnail, because now that's what we're talking about. And there's a lot to talk about with Keffals, a lot of damning evidence that he did dig up, a lot of stuff that kind of missed the mark in terms of his video on Keffals. But, you know, now we're talking about the fucking thumbnail. Yeah, so I said I would open up Minecraft to give you something better to look at than the thumbnail, because all this is audio. All this is audio, so there's nothing really, there's nothing visually appealing. In fact, I'm getting kind of sick of looking at the thumbnail. Dusty Din, thank you for becoming, wait, where did I? Omega Star, thank you for the gift membership to Dusty Din. Dusty Din, you just got weaseled. Paying the weasel forward. I appreciate it a lot. So yeah, let me do my magic thing here and make the game real to you. Oh yes. Yeah, because like I said, there's nothing really about the thumbnail that I want to keep on my screen, and I'm sure it's probably triggering to some people too, right? Anyway, let's get in here with some Minecraft. Oops. That's okay. I guess that'll work. You know what though? Yeah, it's disturbing. I mean, like, that's the idea of Just a Worm. That's what his art is like. So when people say that Just a Worm does ugly pictures of everyone, that's true, right? I still don't think that was the best choice for, you know, Mutahar, who could have put any picture on the thumbnail. And now we're talking about the picture. We're not talking about the allegations, as my good friend of the stream, Boblax would say. Wait, I'm not even in the right. In the words of Boblax, talk about the allegation! We're trying to talk about the allegations, right? And instead, we're talking about the thumbnail. That kind of sucks. Anyway, Minecraft it is. Oh my god. I tried the 404 challenge? Oh, because I was trying to, anyway, we're gonna do a new world this time. What are we gonna do? Gonna allow some commands, because I like to cheat. We're gonna stay in survival. We're gonna generate structures. We're gonna have a bonus chest to make things go faster. Because I'm trying not to distract too much with the Minecraft. I just want something in the background, something visual. What the hell? Really? I have to switch that back. There we go. There we go. What is in more? Oh my god, they changed things, didn't? Oh, world type, there we go. Amplified. Single biome, yeah. So look, this isn't, like, ideal. They need to fix this. Like, I'm assuming it's still not fixed. But you can make some cool stuff happen. With a single biome. And it make it more challenging too. Anyway, this is how I like to play. Game rules, experiments. Oh, okay, so there's a few new things. We're going to create the world. And hopefully hold on for dear life while it creates the world. Hopefully you're not going to get F's in chat. 46, 51, 59, 70. Here we go. Let's go. Oh shit. I am in the deep dark already. This is so dangerous. Oh my god, chat. Oh, this is not good. This is already not good. Okay, I'm gonna have to pause this. I'm gonna pause this. I'm gonna put on the debate, whatever the hell shit show we're listening to here.
Poisoning.
And I'm gonna move very carefully.
Jesus, I don't even want to think about it. Like, this is, don't do this. Like don't do that.
It's like the one miner that was taking the DIY. The one miner, their levels didn't even change.
Right.
Well, then something was wrong
But
with something that they learned how to get on the web. You know?
But the point that I was going to make is it's a little bit different. You know, you're saying that, you know, the trans community, at least online, just makes these jokes or whatever.
Hassan?
I think the real issue with it is like, okay, I'm in the commentary community. I tell some really fucked up jokes sometime, right?
Sure.
But I don't interact with minors.
No, I don't either.
Right. That's one of the issues with that. Is you make jokes like this, you do things like this, and then you're trying to be a safe haven. A lot of them, right? And it's not appropriate.
I think that's fair. I think it's challenging. You know what? I think the kindest thing I would say here is Twitch does have an extremely young audience, right? And I think it's got to be really challenging to be a public figure.
And here she goes again, sweeping for Keffals.
Like, I have a member of my family that's a huge Keffals fan. She transitioned, a long time ago. You know, she was underage. And, it's like that just is kind of the people that are going to be reaching out to talk to you. So, like I said, I didn't see this part of the video. I can't assess if it's true or not, but I think it's probably got to be challenging for anyone on.
Yeah, she just fails on every aspect as far as, like she's the wrong person to participate in this debate. And then she doesn't even know enough about the video, either that or she's feigning ignorance to be able to speak about the video, right? This is like what you were brought on to talk about, and like half of her answers is like, well, I didn't see that part. Oh, did that happen? Is that a thing? I don't know. And somebody was saying there was a little bit of, oh my god, we need to turn the music down, don't we? Turn everything down.
Twitch to avoid interacting with minors. That would be my guess.
On Twitter, though?
How I talk to people all day long on Twitter. I don't know how old they are.
Okay.
But I also don't tweet sexual stuff at strangers.
Yeah,
because I've been married for
exactly.
16 years.
Well,
On that one.
but these stories coming out of like leftist discords, and like to keep this simple for people who don't know Twitch poll as well, but like you and I both know names of people who have had a wide range.
These stories coming out about leftist discords? It's so blocky. It is. Wait, what? Is that Beckett? What? How the fuck are you gonna make this about leftism? Oh my god, look, this is like the worst stereotype of Twitch politics. I feel like I was worried, right? That I was gonna describe it in a certain way, and you would see people who didn't exactly match up to that, and you'd be like, maybe nocommentchick has like a biased view of Twitch poll. And yeah, indeed, I've struggled with I fought with Twitch poll a lot, right? So I'm willing to entertain that maybe I have a biased point of view about it. But here we go. This is exactly what I described. You hear these stories about these leftist discords and their problems with like I don't know what the fuck. Where is Beckett going with this? Why is it now about like leftists?
Range of accusation.
Oh my god.
Mine is in the Discord. with no role control, sometimes actively knowing that they're minors, sharing not safe for work art, having sexualized.
Okay, so this came up a long time ago, and as a leftist content creator, right, let me push back on how Beckett is trying to smear us, all right? So you could make an argument that somebody like Xanderhal made some really fucked up decisions early on to incorporate not safe for work materials into his Discord. That is Xanderhal. There's like a real question, even if you ask Xanderhal, about whether he's even considered a leftist. Like he's known as that because he had the like alt-right rabbit hole video like way back. He definitely used to consider himself a leftist, but if you listen to him describe himself more recently, right, he'll call himself like a progressive. He'll say that like, right, so please don't put that fucking evil on us, right? Even Xanderhal, I think on some level recognizes that it was a mistake to incorporate NSFW stuff into his server. And the whole confusion about like the quote unquote Xanderhal sex cult, which, obviously Xanderhal did not, like it shouldn't be too hard to figure out that Xanderhal did not have a sex cult. But the reason that he got sort of like that scandal was even a scandal was that he. No, this is bad. This is really bad. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god, chat. This is such a bad place to start. And if you know Minecraft, if you've kept up with the updates, you know what that darkening is. You know what that's all about. Yeah, this is really frustrating. I don't know. Like, look, Beckett, if you see this, right, please let me know the Discords you're talking about. I would both want to, potentially like stay away from those communities if you're telling the truth, and kind of like know who they are, right? Because that's fucked up. But like, I feel like I'm not buying what you're selling as far as this is a problem with leftist discords. This is a problem with discords. This is a problem with Discord. This is a very unfortunately all too common issue with Discord. So, and hopefully they're doing something about it.
And this isn't new. This isn't like Catboy Ranch is like unique in this way. But like, so again, like I suppose like one of the things.
Also, like, who says that Catboy Ranch was a leftist Discord? Was it? Where's this information coming from? Is it because does he think that Keffals is a leftist? This is the thing. When you immerse yourself into Twitch poll, you really don't know what ideology anybody is. You're going to tend to like, call people leftist who just aren't.
Towards you with like, oh, well, Keffals now is somebody who you can say this about. And I know that you've had this thing since October. But it's also that's a lot to overlook, right? Of different discords and communities that have been running for years, seeming to have these inappropriate conversations and relationships with minors. So, and this is, again, why people are going to say, well, are you just going after Keffals because you dislike Keffals at this point and you dislike Tipster at this point?
I don't think I'm going after Keffals or Tipster here. You're asking me questions. I'm telling you my opinion on it. Okay. It's not really I don't think I've said anything that should make Clara feel attacked today. But as far as this issue, I think Discord servers in the aggregate have a really big problem with lack of moderation. It's like you've got a YouTube star, like they start off, it's essentially a teenager or a young 20-something shooting out of their bedroom with some shitty $20 lights from Amazon, right? And then they're trying to build a Discord community, so they loop some people in to act as moderator roles. You're desperately trying to find good people. They're all volunteers. No one is getting paid. It's not surprising to me in a system like this that the outcome is very very, it does not have a lot of oversight for minors. So like it almost feels to me like Discord itself, the product, has a role to play in this. Like it's not engineered in a way to make that safe. Like you're essentially trying to scale communities without any protection there. So I don't think Keffals has a monopoly on any of this.
Okay, well, I'll hand it over to Muda.
Well, yeah, Muda just joined us,
Yeah, I was
so I
gonna
figured
say.
we'll just hand it over to him.
Hello.
I just kind of slipped in. I heard.
No, we had the door wide open.
YouTube star, yeah.
Look, I just got home this whole weekend. I'm out in like fucking Pennsylvania and shit, and I just managed to. I got home like I want to say like 30 minutes ago.
Right.
But yeah, so shit's been a wild weekend. You know,
Yeah,
like
I
the
can
CEO of
imagine.
transphobia. So.
I
Dude,
really liked. I enjoyed your video, and I appreciate.
I will
your
say,
work.
like, I
Yeah.
read through messages that you
Mhm.
sent me just
Yeah.
now, and I kind of want to talk about like the DIY HRT stuff a little bit.
Sure.
Just to kind of like correct, or not just like sort of establish more. I want to say flesh out what my thinking is.
Go ahead.
I am
yeah.
somebody that is very much a live and let live kind of guy, right?
Sure.
My only problem with any of this kind of stuff is I talked to 3 medical practitioners primarily, and Dad, my wife. You know, they're all people that will say anything DIY, any type of medication, they don't recommend, right?
Sure.
That's
Okay, so like I would hope that like some people would understand or come to understand that when you're talking about DIY HRT, it is not an issue of people like advocating DIY medicine, right? If there's anybody out there that is just like, fuck doctors, they don't know what they're talking about, we should do it ourselves with the chemistry sets and just like, you know, you don't need to know anything, that's fucking bullshit. I would think that we would recognize that as bullshit, right? As far like it's not, there's not like really like you're not, if you're arguing against DIY medicine, you are arguing against a straw man. I don't know anybody who's like supporting that, who's like, yeah, fuck doctors, right? But you know, in a way, the reactions to trans kids getting access to gender affirming care is a way of saying fuck doctors, right? There's been standards of care drawn up for this specialized, very niche, very uncommon type of medicine, right? There are, you know, evaluations of the patient that go on before anything, let alone, you know, whatever the hell, you know, kind of like high level medical interventions that they seem to think are going on with the treatment of trans kids are even offered, right? Because like half the time from these conservatoids, the feeling I get is that they're like doctors are a bunch of woke people and they're subjecting you know, kids to medical treatments that are gonna like hurt them in the long run that they don't even know if they want, right? No, that stuff has been thought about, right? That is part of standard of care. When standard of care is drawn up, like there's multiple medical professionals with a ton of clinical experience. They bring in all kinds of knowledge to make the decision of like, hey, you know, what should our standard of care be for this kind of patient? Because you know what happens when you don't go by standard of care? If you are a medical professional that's kind of like off on your own being like, this is how I want to treat this kind of patient, and it's like out of whack with the rest of what medicine is doing, you are going to get that's when you get a medical malpractice lawsuit against you, right? So yeah, there are people out there saying fuck doctors, but ironically enough, they're the people that are kind of like in general like against you know, trans kids having access to any kind of you know, gender affirming care, even if it's you know, social transition or something along those lines, which it much more often is, right? But nobody's saying, you know, fuck doctors because they're like, yeah, you know, we should like make medications by ourselves. We should, you know, I should decide what my prescription is, right? That's I just don't hear people saying that, right? When the reason that DIY HRT exists as a subject is directly due to transphobic legislation that has been passed in multiple states that presents a barrier to access of care that has been set forth in the standard of care by medical professionals, right? The whole discussion is an inappropriate, debate between people who just don't know what the fuck they're talking about, making assumptions about what's actually going on without any sort of knowledge whatsoever, right? These are not discussions for us to be having on Twitch poll. These are not discussions for us to be having in Discord. These are discussions for medical ethics boards and for, the people that set the standard of care, right? These are discussions for experts. And the more that we, make this, we politicize these discussions, the less good standard, the worse our care gets. Right? You wouldn't allow this to happen in any other section of medicine. If it was about, cardiology, you wouldn't have people that don't know anything about medicine, let alone cardiology, going in there and saying, hey, cracking the chest open, that kind of seems fucked up. Do we really need to be doing that? We do need to be doing that, right? In certain situations. And doctors have a way of evaluating what is the situation in which I need to perform open heart surgery, right? It seems like a pretty intense thing, and you wouldn't want people to just be willy-nilly being like, oh yeah, open heart surgery, right, where it's not necessary. And there's a lot of cardiac pathologies that will not be the recommendation for. But you wouldn't want dipshits from Twitch poll coming in and like telling your doctor like how to take care of your heart. That's fucking important. No, neither should we have dipshits from Twitch poll coming in and telling doctors like, how to or when to offer, what interventions, what gender affirming care for trans kids. And that's where this discussion ends up leading, right? Because it's sure as fuck not about DIY medicine. That's not something that, the only reason that DIY HRT exists as a subject is because of the failure of governments and voters, constituents, to prevent people like Ron DeSantis from demagoguing the issue of trans people, making laws that present barriers to access, right? We should be trying to knock down those barriers to access, whether they be financial or whether they be legal. Gender, affirming care is something that trans people should have access to. And the only reason that there's even a discussion about DIY care is because there are states where that has absolutely been taken away from people and continues to be eroded and continues to be taken away from people. And the only recourse at this point might be the courts. But what courts are we dealing with? We're dealing with trumped up courts. We're dealing with courts that have been manipulated, right? The Supreme Court in particular, where the Senate defied precedent, refused to even have a hearing for a new justice and waited until the next president got in there so they could fucking pack the courts. The Republicans packed the fucking courts, and nobody seems to be bent out of shape about it. And if they are, it's about abortion. Which, you should be bent out of shape about that, but that's not the only thing that our courts affect, right? We got some serious problems. We got some serious legal problems there. And if you are worried about the dangers of DIY HRT, then I better see you like donating to DeSantis's, well, I guess DeSantis isn't going to run again, but you better be politically active in trying to break down those barriers to HRT. HRT should be administered by a medical professional. And the fact that in some states they've made laws against that is the problem. And so if you have a problem with DIY HRT, I'm right there with you in thinking that that's not the way that it should be. But if you want that to not be a thing, you need to address the legal hurdles that are being added to, that are being created in red states, right now as we speak, and nobody's paying attention. Nobody even knows about those laws except for trans people. So that's why it's hard for me to take somebody when they're like, oh yeah, I'm really concerned about the dangers of DIY HRT that Keffals and Bob posting are pushing here, right? I can't fucking take you seriously. Where were you when DeSantis was passing his laws? Where were you when Greg Abbott was passing his laws, right? Where were you when people's rights were being taken away? Nowhere in most cases, right? If you want to work on this problem, let's work on it. But so far, I don't see a lot of people serious about that, right? They just want to, and like, look, like DI by HRT is going to exist as long as there are insurmountable legal hurdles to gender affirming care, right? You take care of those hurdles, and there would be no fucking reason. There would be no fucking reason for any of that to exist. Anyway.
100%.
And my thing is always, so people kind of look at any video I make with the lens of US politics, which is why I also bring the US as a mention. But my view on this is very much from like a Canadian perspective, which isn't perfect, but it's certainly a lot better than some states in the United States for sure. So my thing is, look, as long as something is 100% safe, and I guess one of the things I probably should mention is like gender dysphoria, these things are real, valid, like fucking classifications. Any doctor will say that.
Sure.
I just wish that there was a system, and it's what.
And we know that Brianna Wu's like, you know, amenable about this gender dysphoria thing because she's a transmedicalist and thinks that gender dysphoria should be a prerequisite to any kind of.
Something I advocate for is like, if you want this to be accepted and legal and no issues, then that's the only hurdle to cross. I don't think that until then there should be any form of, or you know, there shouldn't be the other extreme end that should be promoted, right? Like,
oh my God, no,
you know,
100%. Yeah,
like we shouldn't be throwing the toaster oven in the fucking bathwater and like playing Risk. But I do think that there should be some middle ground. There should be some discussion. There should definitely be like a state agency or doctors getting together to do more research on this kind of stuff and coming to a.
Mutahar, there are. What are you talking about? What does he think that doctors do? Does he think that a patient walks into the doctor and says, like, I want you to prescribe me estradiol valerate and spironolactone in these dosages, and the doctor's like, sure, there you go, there's your prescription. Thank you, drive-through. It's not the fucking drive-through. It's not a Wendy's. It's a doctor's office. They do a hell of a lot more than just fucking prescribe medicine for anything. Except for, wait, no, actually not for anything.
Mutahar in 2020 has been.
Wait, what the fuck? I'm putting on the wrong music, or the wrong like, look, the only kind of medicine that I can think of where the patient walks in and tells the doctor what to prescribe them is like Cialis or something, right? I mean, and I don't even know how common that is, and probably there's, you know, more that goes on there as far as evaluation and such, right? But you know, like the trans medicine is heavily fucking gatekept, right? That is not the problem. That is not the problem. And it's weird that you'd assume that it was. Like, and look, it doesn't tell me that you're a transphobe. It doesn't tell me that you're like a fundamentally conservative minded person, but it tells me where you've gotten your information from, and that is the right-wing disinformation pipeline. You are buying into some of that shit. And that's why
been an absolutely
again,
abysmal year.
Again, fuck. Sorry, chat. Here we go.
Thorough conclusion.
Sure, Mutahar, but this is a minor criticism, right? Like, directionally, I don't have a problem with anything you said in the video. And you're right, this is a US-centric point of view that I'm giving to you. But it is, swear to God, political war on trans children right now. Even legally, through gender clinics, there's a massive operation to shut all of that down. And I want to be really clear. Like, I don't think the system is working very well. I think it needs to be overhauled. I think the safeguards that are in place are not functioning very well. I was really
Can we please agree to let medical professionals oversee any overhaul, right? That's the thing. That's the thing that's missing, right? Is you're not going to get an overhaul from, like, you know, even Brianna Wu, who seems to have maybe most likely be more informed about these issues than most people, right? Like these are questions of standard of care. Like this is what our, you know, system of medicine does. And is it perfect? No. But the way that the criticism so often is an ill-informed assumption that there aren't any means of evaluation or gatekeeping, that somehow the prescriptions are being done willy-nilly, reflexively, out of a sense of some kind of wokeness, right? And like, look, if your fucking problem is wokeness, then you're not analyzing the problem right. Because wokeness isn't even a thing. Nobody can explain what the fuck it means. Not even you, short fat otaku. It's just a way of saying that you don't like the fact that things change over time. Like, right, when you're complaining about wokeness, you might as well be an old man yelling at clouds.
With one study that showed only 79% of people going to gender clinics and getting HRT meet the WPATH standard, which blew my mind. So, like, it's clear something's got to change, but I just felt like there's this context in your...
Oh my god, there we go. This is why I'm so glad we got Brianna Wu in there. We got Brianna Wu.
Video that you're
fucking pick-me of pick-me's
criticizing DIY.
But then are you surprised that much, right? This, like I said, this is Twitch poll. This is Beckett of Crabs that's doing this. Should I be surprised that Brianna Wu is the one that gets pulled in? Right? Anybody else would be too radical, I guess.
And I think from the trans community's point of view, it's like the Democratic Party is not making like trans healthcare access a really big priority, right? It's under attack by the Republicans. So I think trans people are going, you know what? Legal help to get all this stuff is not here. We're going to have to turn to illegal stuff. And that's just the context I thought was missing from your video, which I think is a pretty nuanced like criticism.
I mean, I can see that angle of it for sure. It's just, honestly, it is tough from any perspective to like sort of bring the DIY. It's hard to like, I guess, sort of watch that for, because here's, look, I have brought, the reason why this video also took really long to make is I've kind of been like testing, like I've been focus testing with the people in my life, friends, family, whatever, and I brought up this idea. And never has it's always, you know, sort of brought fear, especially amongst like, you know, new parents and everything too.
Yeah.
So it's one of those things where it's like, how do you bring this kind of topic up and how do you introduce it? Like, and then you get into other extrapolations, like, hey, if we allow this, what about tattoos, drugs, whatever? Like, it's such a massive like minefield. So it's like, you know, for me, and look, the trans people that I've talked to before making this video, one of them was Cherry, who, you know, I used some.
Whoa. Let's pull that back. I'm sorry. I'm very curious about like who, yeah, he alluded to talking to some trans people before making the video. I'm kind of curious
like
who exactly we're talking about.
You know, for me, and look, the trans people that I've talked to before making this video, one of them was Cherry, who, you know, I used some of her messages in it. The whole
Cherry Bread TV, I think. Chad, is that who he's talking about? Can we confirm that? Because like there's another content creator that's trans called Chariot TV. Not that we needed to get into any of her scandals at the moment. But we're talking about Cherry, right? Can we confirm that? He said Cherry. Eris, I'm trying to like talk to chat about something. I don't know what the fuck you're on about, but it seems like... Wait, let me see. Okay, so chat, I'm getting accusations from the best place possible, YouTube Shorts, right? I love how you say Keffals is dishonest, but you're also dishonest with ads on YouTube and push for YouTube Premium? or channel memberships instead of ad blockers. Oh my God. Go bother Hassan. Like, what? Okay, so I'm apparently as bad as Keffals because I want you to support the channel so that the channel can continue, so that I can bring you content, because I can't if you don't support me. But that's not really the issue, because you do support me, but Eris would rather you not support me. Eris would rather me talk about stuff that could get me banned off of YouTube, right? Which I'm not going to mention. You know, but yeah, I think you all know that there's other ways to avoid ads on YouTube. In fact, memberships don't get rid of ads. I think I've been pretty transparent about that. Wow, this is kind of a derail, Eris. I mean, your name is Eris, so I'm like, I guess it fits. But nice straw man. Oh my God. I'm dishonest about the nature of ads. Are you even sure that you're talking about, like, you're not mistaking me talking about ads on Twitch, which I'm also streaming on? Or were you aware of that? You weren't honest about it in your last Keffals stream? What are you talking about? What is sis yapping about? Look, I'm, you know, in the interest of transparency, if I was doing anything dishonest, I'd want to know about it, right? And so I'm trying to read through your accusations to see if there is anything that I need to clarify, because I greatly appreciate the support that my community gives me. It's the only way I'm able to do what I do. And I wouldn't want to think that any of that support came from people being, you know, confused about the benefits of becoming a member, which are that you get weasels. That's the first and foremost weasel. See, here's where I think the confusion lies, right? On Twitch, when you get a sub, you get out of the top of the hour ad break, right? There's an ad break on YouTube. There are lots of ad breaks on YouTube, and they don't necessarily come at the top of the hour. They come at any time they want to. I think it's just kind of random as far as when the YouTube ads come. But on Twitch, it's once an hour at the top of the hour for 3 minutes. People on Twitch can get out of those ad breaks by using a Twitch Prime. They can do it for free with a Twitch Prime. So that's why I always mention that first, because I wouldn't want anybody to spend money that they didn't have to spend when they can use a Twitch Prime instead of paying Twitch $5. I'm always really upfront with that, and my chat can vouch for that. If I was trying to, you know, maximize I was trying to maximize the amount of money that I get at the expense of my community, I probably wouldn't say that. I would probably emphasize, you know, the gift subs and people buying subs for $5. But no, they can get it for free if they have Prime. I don't make quite as much money, but that's not a super big deal to me, because if somebody gives me a Prime membership, no, but we're on Twitch too, Eris. You're hearing calls to action for Twitch as well as calls to action for YouTube. And I feel like that might be, I'm trying to be far from a straw man. I'm trying to steel man what you're saying, actually. Right. And with that, I want to make sure that, like, I give you every chance at not being in bad faith, not being a troll, not being somebody who has an axe to grind. All of these are definite possibilities. And you are sort of giving, you're giving credence to those possibilities right now. But on the off chance that you're just misunderstanding something, or that you have a valid criticism that I should address, I'm trying to read your screed. At this point, it's kind of a long screed, almost like a manifesto in chat that I'm having to read through here. Calling you out on it. You ignore the last comments you made about ads. Wait, I'm sorry. I really, like, if you want me to address your issue, like, please be succinct. Yeah, so for the record, Twitch subs get rid of ads. YouTube memberships do not get rid of ads. YouTube memberships get you access to premium content. YouTube memberships get you emotes, and YouTube memberships get you my undying affection and gratitude, right? But they do not get you out of the ad break. And I've never said that they do. So I think we see who's being dishonest here. The best case scenario is that you are just a butthurt Keffals parasocial. And if that's the case, I truly am sorry for you. If you gave Keffals any money, if you contributed to the GoFundMe, and you know, you have every right to feel that you got ripped off. I don't think that going on a tirade against other streamers, though, is particularly productive. There are things you can do with the GoFundMe in terms of, you know, like if you paid into the GoFundMe, there are things you can do as a recourse. I'm not sure if you'll get your money back or anything like that. YouTube. This was a comment about YouTube Premium. I didn't talk about YouTube Premium. I don't actually know that much about YouTube Premium. Would you like to tell me about it, Eris? Wait, you commented on my YouTube Premium content. That's comment? That's really interesting because yeah, YouTube Premium I think is a way that you can get out of ads. That's all I know about it. No, I didn't talk about YouTube Premium. I talked about the Premium Streamium. Eris, you're getting things mixed up. You have a very confuzzled mind. And look, I'm like... Silence the actual truth tellers, Eris. Oh my god. Since I can't look... What are you talking about? Okay. At this point, you're less interesting than the content that I'm covering. But like, I just wanted to make sure, on the off chance that you were bringing up a good point, that I addressed it. But that's about all I can do for you, Eris. Or whatever your actual name is. Whatever your actual motivation is. Like, do you want to talk about that? Should I give you a chance? Iris, if you want to take this in a productive direction, you mentioned that you didn't like my criticism of Keffals, right? Do you want to talk to that? Do you want to talk about, like, it feels like your original problem was the way that I talked about Keffals. If you have feedback about that, I'm sorry I wasn't reading shorts as much as I normally do, but... I forgot the top of the hour ad break. Yeah, I'm such a fucking good grifter that I forget to mention that at the top of the hour, there's a 3-minute ad break on Twitch, not on YouTube, just so we're clear. We're talking about Twitch here. There's a 3-minute ad break on Twitch. If you no longer want to see those ads, you can get rid of them for free or for $5 by using a Twitch Prime sub, by using your Twitch Prime to get a free sub. That is me telling you that you do not have to pay for a sub if you have Prime. There's a way to get it for free. That's it doesn't make me as much money, but it's probably easier on you if you have Twitch Prime, that you get the value out of your Prime membership and thus get out of the ad break, because I really don't want people getting stuck in the ad break. Eris's account is only 5 days old. Oh no, I wonder if she's a troll. See, I was hoping she wasn't. I always hope for like good faith criticism. Did Eris get banned? Where did Eris go? Eris, I don't see you. I'm going to give you a chance to say your piece about Keffals, because it sounds like that's really what you're upset about. I don't think you're really upset about me or my calls to action or YouTube Premium or any of this stuff. I think you're just looking for something to be upset about, because what you're really upset about is what I said about Keffals. So, you know, can we get to that? Do you have a defense for Keffals that I need to hear? Yo, you're like getting mad at everybody in chat. This is hilarious. I don't know. I should pull this. Look, I don't want to. Nobody. Well, I mean, I don't. It's a 5-day-old troll account, so you probably aren't gonna have to worry too much about getting harassment. But I'm trying to read all that you've had to say. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. Eris has left the building, everybody. F's in chat for Eris. F's in chat for Eris. Nobody understands what Eris is trying to say. Did Eris get banned? I can't even... Did somebody... Justice for Eris. There we go. Oh god, I shouldn't have said F's in chat. Now I won't know if, like, we're getting F's in chat. Anyway, chat, that was an interesting derail. That might have been a blast from the past. That might be somebody that has another bone to pick with me, another axe to grind with me over something else. That might be a butthurt Keffals fan. I honestly can't tell you. But maybe we'll hear about it on Twitter. I don't know, chat. I don't know. Anyway, that was... Look, honestly, in all honesty, I was getting bored with the Briana debate. Chat is so mean. I think Eris just left. Well, is there anything I need to address? Everybody's clear on what YouTube memberships do and what they don't do. So the difference between a YouTube membership and a Twitch sub is that a Twitch sub will get you out of the ad break. A YouTube membership will not get you out of the ad break, all right? So if you're getting it for that reason, don't. A YouTube membership supports the stream. A YouTube membership gets you access to premium content that is not available otherwise. The main thing it gets you is weasels. I feel like that's always been the selling point. I feel like that's always been the selling point of memberships, right? You're generally doing it for the weasels. But yeah, that's what a YouTube membership will do for you, and it won't get you out of the ad break. There are ways to get out of the ads, but I will leave that up to you, to your discretion, because I'm not going to advocate for anything that's against terms of service, which I suspect Eris might have been baiting me into talking about. May have been a Keemstar fan. I don't know. Yeah, that's interesting. That's interesting. Anyway, well, the Eris arc is over, I guess. Let's get back to the conversation.
The whole discussion was, look, you know, when you're under the age of like 18 or something, right? When you're like fucking, I guess, a kid, you eventually go through a change in your body that can't be reversed. And if you never wanted to have that change to begin with, well, now you're just fucking stuck in some way. So it is such a...
That's not true. Does Briana know how to push back on this, though? That's my question. So actually, the fact of the matter is that there are changes that your body goes through during puberty, right? And if you're trans, then generally those aren't changes that you want your body to go through, right? If you're trans, you don't want, you know, if you're a trans femme, you generally don't want a deepening voice. You don't want, you know, body hair. You don't want, you know, different changes in your frame and in your bone structure, right? And so it makes sense, if there is a treatment available that can pause puberty, it makes sense to pursue something like that. And then if you decide later that you actually don't mind those changes and you want them to go on, you can go off the puberty blockers. But in most cases, people that are pursuing gender affirming care are it's less likely that that you're going to change your, in fact it's very, very unlikely that you're going to change your mind later. A lot of times conservatives will try to in fact anyone that's ever detransitioned, right, they'll try to get a hold of them, they'll try to weaponize them, they'll try to bring them forward and make them prominent and make them an example to imply that there's a lot of trans people undergoing pursuing gender affirming care that later change their mind and their lives are like somehow ruined. And they, right? And by and large, statistically speaking, this is not the case. So again, this is another, we're catching Mutahar, you know, sort of spreading right-wing transphobic talking points. Now, did I say that Mutahar was transphobic there? Did you hear me say Mutahar was transphobic? No, you didn't, because I didn't say that. Right? But you know that any bad faith actors that hear, you know, this stream, that's the first thing that they're going to do. And they're going to try to use this as like, okay, now it's not about Mutahar, now it's about me. Now, I'm a bad person for calling the nice man transphobic when he did nothing wrong, right? But I didn't actually say that. People that said that the thumbnail was transphobic also did not say that, right? And I would thank you not to change the subject. Regardless, right? What I'm trying to say is that Mutahar is around enough transphobes to pick up ideas and framing that are essentially anti-trans propaganda. Could Mutahar be transphobic? Sure. Right? Is everybody transphobic in a little way, including like trans people? Is transphobia really fucking common? Yeah, absolutely. So like, I'm not saying that he's not, but I'm also not accusing him of that, you know, without evidence. That's, but I am noticing what we call brainworms, right? Brainworms are little beliefs that kind of slip into your mind maybe without you realizing. Things that you hear and you accept at face value that might inform your opinions on issues like this, you know, without you really looking at yourself as being prejudiced in any way. But I mean, like literally, like that is a prejudice. Let's let him talk some more.
Minefield quagmire thing that trying to have a healthy discussion about it, you know, which is not, again, the central focus point of it. My whole focus point was, hey, listen, if you're going to get on Discord and start introducing this kind of stuff, I really feel like parents, governmental agencies, people should, every party should be involved. And look, I know the 100%. World isn't perfect, right? Like, you know, if you brought this stuff up to like a family in like, you know, conservative land who they would never even want to hear the LGBT stuff coming out of their kids. That's a risky subject, but it's still not something. It's such a legal it's such a weird situation, and every single aspect of talking about this involves so many different parties that I don't know. I never.
I fully agree with you. And let's be really clear: for a lot of trans activists, their message to those parents with good faith questions is "shut the fuck up." Right? That's not a political answer. That is.
And there's our pick-me.
We've tried to.
No, here's the deal, okay? Here's the deal, and I gotta say this, right? Because it is apparently a controversial opinion that I'm about to voice here, right? You are an individual. You have the right to self-determination. You have the right to make decisions on your own behalf. And you have that right from your birth. Your parents do not now nor ever did own you, right? You are not property, and you were not property. And if you were treated like property, you were mistreated. So let's say that first and foremost. Now, that being said, there's a lot of, choices that children can't make for themselves. So, you rely on your parents to take care of you for a portion of your life. But good parents take care of kids while they're young, make a lot of choices, determine a lot of what their kids are going to do to keep them safe, determine if the kid is allowed to walk out into the street in traffic, which, usually most parents would say no, right? But as the child becomes older, the child should take on more responsibility, more choices for themselves. Any responsible parenting acknowledges that a growing child should be given more of a choice over, what their life looks like.
To do that for a long time, and parents don't like that. It's really normal for parents to have questions like, is this a phase that my child is going to grow out of? What are the effects of this going to be? And I think the trans community's tendency to frame this like you either give your child HRT and let them transition, or they're going to commit suicide. Well, that's not, it's a lot more complicated than that. So I want a far more sophisticated public policy conversation with every single part of this.
I mean, most parents realizing that not allowing their kids to transition could result in self-harm. Most caring parents wouldn't need to be told like the implications of that. That's not like a. But yeah, red states and conservatives in general look at children in a very different way. They see children as property. And yeah, I guess if you were going to be like traditional, whatever the fuck that means, if you're going to be traditional about it, then, children have been viewed as property, as the property of parents. Women have been viewed as the property of their husbands. The idea was that, you're the property of your father until he chooses a man for you to marry, and then you're property of your husband, right? That's and look, like unfortunately, right, there are right wingers who want to go back to that, who like that, who think that was superior, who feel like society has gone haywire because women are allowed to make their own decisions. Like, it's very much, a perspective that looks at women and children as being objects rather than subjects. And they are trying to bring that back. When people like Tim Pool, people like Steve Crowder talk about no-fault divorce and how it needs to be done away with, their complaint is that they're unable to treat women as property. Anyway, let's get back to the
extremes on both sides are making it absolutely impossible. Go look at my Twitter. Like yesterday, I had TERFs screaming at me all day and trans activists screaming at me all day for saying, I think we should talk about gender-neutral bathrooms less and universal health care more. So I hear what you're saying there. It's just, this is a political reality that there are a lot of really desperate trans kids out there. They're going, oh my God, if I don't get HRT, I am not going to be able to pass and my life is going to be much harder. That is a very, very reasonable fear. And in the same way we need to have an answer for parents, I think we need an answer for those kids, and it's going to be a lot of work.
I think that's something everyone can agree on, and I'm glad that we brought up the extremes on every angle because it makes talking about such a contentious issue that much more difficult. I think like one of the things that I said was like, hey, listen, a lot of the arguments, especially when it came around like sports stuff, right? Like we're taking a fringe.
Oh my god.
Yeah. We're bringing that into the center table. Like no one's going to win in that department, right? Like, so I don't know. There's a lot of things.
Again, sports is another issue where it is a complicated question, right? But it is also a question that is not answered without a great amount of expertise in fields like anatomy, physiology, sports science, right? And as such, those determinations were made in some cases more than 20 years ago by sporting bodies. And in many cases, those bodies, like the International Olympic Committee, decided that there was not an issue of unfairness with trans women participating in a variety of sports, given certain requirements of amount of time having undergone HRT. And then, in fact, the greater injustice was disallowing these individuals to participate in sports, right? So those who knew looked into the issue, had the discussions, had the debates, and reached a consensus. And that consensus was that trans women were allowed, in fact, with very few exceptions that I know of, in major sports in the Olympic Games. Now, wait. Now, the question you want to know now is like, but wait, did that have an effect, right? Do we have sports where all of the medals now go to trans people? Cis women aren't able to compete in those sports because there's trans people in there and they're just dominant. The answer is no. The answer is no. Here's a better question. Were there any medals? Were there any gold medals? I don't think even any medals at all won by trans people. And the answer is also no. So in 20 years of trans people being allowed to participate in top level Olympic sports, it has had zero effect on the sport. That tells you how silly this discussion is. And the one thing that I agree on, I'm not sure, entirely, but is that this is a silly thing to be having a discussion about. The people that should be having discussions about this are sports scientists, are people involved in regulatory committees for sports, right? Experts, people who know what the fuck they're talking about, not people who think that who have such a little understanding of trans people that they don't even know that HRT is a fucking thing. And that's what you're dealing with. That's what half of the opposition to trans women's participation in sports is absolute ignoramuses on the issue. People that do not know the first thing about what they're even talking about, who are making these assumptions based on, I don't know, an episode of Futurama they saw where Bender the robot was able to win a gold medal by pretending to be a fembot. Like, I mean, it's silly. It's really fucking silly. And it would be silly if it didn't impact athletes in real life. And that's what I think a few people are missing here, is that trans people are athletes too. And if you care about athletics, if you care about women's athletics, then start caring about trans women's athletics.
I guess, I don't know, that's where my mind sort of stands. That's where I come out into. And, I think the weird part is like any form of, I guess, discussion about this, it's like if you're not 100% with the most extreme left or right end, it's like you either get painted as like an extreme transphobe and whatnot. Like, look, here's my personal belief, right? Like, I might I read today that I said I had traditional beliefs, so people thought that I was like a fucking really crap, super conservative guy. My traditional beliefs are, me and my wife, we grew up, with a traditional family. We have like gender norms and whatnot. Like we have roles and shit. That's my traditional stuff, Sure. I'm the fucking breadwinner for the family. She works too, but we have a mom-dad kind of role thing going on, and that's how we were raised. We turned out fine, so we try to emulate what worked out fine for us.
I love that argument.
And then today I also read like
I love the argument that's like, that's how we did things and we turned out fine. Like, especially when it's like, I mean, this is not what he's talking about, but like somebody's that's arguing for corporal punishment, and they're like, my dad used to beat the shit out of me and my brothers, and every day we get home from school, and if we got an A- on anything, we'd be beaten mercilessly for for 1 hour for every point less than 100 we got on whatever project or test that we got, and I turned out fine. And you're like, sure you did. Anyway, it's just a funny way of Riley Gaines tied for 5th place. That's right.
Said that, like, because she's very much like, obviously.
Yeah, if they both work, he's not the what the fuck is this breadwinner shit? What the fuck is this breadwinner? Ace Trainer says I used to sub to Keffals as well, only stopped because a few months ago she said she was done with politics and moving on to horror content. I don't know what this current drama is even about. Okay, so just to recap for anybody who's just joining us, a YouTuber named Mutahar, aka Some Ordinary Gamers, made a video about Keffals, talking about a bunch of scandals, many of which, are, I think, really problematic, right? Some of the stuff that Mutahar talked about, some of the criticisms do hold water, and, it's a good reason that you shouldn't trust Keffals. Some of the GoFundMe money seems to have been misdirected. There's leaked logs of Keffals basically saying if anybody knew how I actually spent the money, I would be canceled. So, here you go, Keffals. Here's your cancellation, I guess. Because everybody knows now, right? So there were some real revelations there. There are some things that have already been revealed as far as Keffals, as far as her attacking her own community. As far as her targeting harassment on people, as far as her lying, right? There's a pretty long rap sheet when it comes to Keffals already. But the problem is that Mutahar released his video with a picture of Keffals drawn by an artist named oh my god, what's their name again? Just a Worm. Yeah, the artist's name is Just a Worm. Is a fairly prominent artist whose work shows up on a number of thumbnails, including Willie Mack's thumbnails, and who definitely leans into the grotesque. In other words, the way that they portray everyone is, kind of a grotesque mess. Now, Keffals, when she saw her thumbnail, the thumbnail that Mutahar did of her, said like, "Hey, I'm all about being accountable and stuff, but could you lay off the transphobic artwork on me?" So, it's not something that I would have ever done, right? This is not how I do thumbnails. I'm not, looking for Just a Worm style artwork in order to make the people that I'm doing, expose videos on, look as ugly as I possibly can. And I feel like this is kind of distracted. I can't tell you for sure like what Mutahar's motivations were in choosing that artwork, or what Just a Worm's motivations were in making the artwork of Keffals. I mean, there are some sort of tropes that are reinforced, I guess, in that picture, but I don't know how conscious they were about it. And the truth of the matter is, I feel like the discussion of the thumbnail is kind of a distraction, right? In fact, some of the content of the Mutahar video is somewhat of a distraction. There are real things that Keffals has done. There are real people that Keffals has hurt, has lied about, has lied to. Her community, those who donated to her GoFundMe, definitely have the right to feel like that they were sold a purpose for the money that the money didn't actually go to. But we're ending up spending so much time like talking about like other stuff, like the thumbnail where Keffals is able to, call into question, right? Well, is this about transphobia based on the thumbnail alone? I don't think that this should have ever been an issue, because, you shouldn't be trying to own somebody with a fucking thumbnail. God, I don't know. Maybe this is just how I operate, but I feel like the aesthetic presentation of the people that you're covering in a video on a thumbnail should never be a distraction from the content. Like, sometimes we do silly thumbnails, sometimes we put people in costumes. I think I put Keffals, Xanderhal in like a Tiny Tim costume, and I did like a Christmas Carol with Keffals, Hassan, and Xanderhal, but I've never gone after like a portrayal of a person that I'm covering, especially a person that I disagree with, right? You know, in a way to like make them look as bad as I possibly can. And I think that's where Mutahar kind of went wrong here, right? And now we're having this discussion, and now Keffals can, you know, sort of appeal to, you know, people that might think that she's getting a raw deal in terms of how she's portrayed, rather than having to actually take accountability for what she's done. So yeah, it's just kind of a shit show. And, you know, the content that we're listening to is Brianna Wu defending Keffals in some places, not defending Keffals in other places, being like a huge annoying pick-me. Like, right, you know, they brought on Mutahar to talk about this. They brought on a bunch of commentary people. And then as far as like, you know, well, we better bring on a trans person. Who do we get? And they get Brianna Wu. That is like getting Caitlyn Jenner, right? That is like, we want to discuss the issue of Dylan Mulvaney and Bud Light. So we're bringing on Caitlyn Jenner, right? It's just like the worst person that you could possibly pick. One of the worst people, actually. But that's what we're dealing with now. So I hope that catches everybody else up. Was the thumbnail changed? No, the thumbnail was not changed, right? And I feel like that would at the very least take away from this controversy, because this controversy is not actually the subject matter that Mutahar was trying to bring up. And I do think there's important stuff to bring up with Keffals. I do think there was some deception, you know, at work, and that at the very least, the people that donated to the GoFundMe and feel like they were lied to. Is Brianna Wu trans? Yes, Brianna Wu is trans.
Medical practitioner. She's like, I'm not going to support.
This music is just taking over, isn't it?
No, of course not.
Yeah, why?
Of course you shouldn't support that. Of course not.
I prefer other forms of therapy, and I was reading on like this insane Reddit board. It's like, fucking, does she promote conversion therapy? And it's insane because like, she's from the state of California. That shit has been outlawed since fucking 2013 for minors. That is very much not in our thing, and even in our family, right? Like we have, you know, gay people in our family that would be very much against that. So it's one of those things where it's like,
this is what's so hard about the conversation right now, is it is impossible for anyone to have a moderate position on anything trans. You know, I'm 46. I am old enough to remember that when you transitioned, these were the steps. You had to go to a therapist and get 3 months of therapy.
She's like, back in my day,
did you met the DSM criteria, then you could start on.
Back in my day, you had to walk uphill both ways to the gender clinic. And to get your prescription, I don't know. It just feels like a fucking boomer here. Like, sorry. No, so apology to any of the boomers in chat. Just a Worm pretty much draws everyone the same. Yeah, and I'm not super interested in that discussion, right? I'm not super interested in the is Just a Worm transphobic? Is Mutahar transphobic? These are things that like it takes a lot of analysis, and usually what you come up with is, I don't know, I can't look inside their heart and tell you what their intentions were, right? And I don't think their intentions are particularly important here. I think what's important is people that were victimized by Keffals, including people in this very community. I don't know if Zara's in chat right now, but Zara did not appreciate being lied about by Keffals, and Keffals still hasn't retracted that lie. So, we've seen it happen. Should have just used an IRL photo, and he does with everything else. That's the thing, right? Is that Mutahar, in general, like I don't see a thumbnail. Like we've looked up and down his videos, right? And I don't see a thumbnail where he's ever used Just a Worm design, or even a thumbnail where the closest thing to him making somebody look ugly is when he covered. And this is not really gonna help him beat the allegations, okay? But it was when he covered Ferociously Steph. Right on the dear girl from Twitch, and kind of stretched out her face. But I don't think that like I don't grok that picture as being transphobic. I just feel like it just shows that you're kind of not coming at this from a very objective place, right? He's already sort of made his mind up about what he thinks about stuff. and he's jumping onto the bandwagon against Steph. But yeah, I don't see any other, you know, anybody being portrayed anything like that. Like Mutahar generally will just use pictures of people. You have a thumbnail with Vosh and a couple of horses. I think he would just laugh at that. Yeah, Vosh loves it when you talk about the horses, because then you're not talking about the short stack goblins. He's like, yeah, talk about the horses more. Art is just art, but if it looks bad, can be seen as attacking appearance. Yeah, and it just like, this didn't need to be a controversy. Briana being a pick me? No way, right? Pick me, choose me, love me. She would have found something wrong with it regardless. That's probably true, Janelle. She's not. Look, she's. I'll be the first to admit that Keffals is not one to take accountability in any way. She can't take on Mutahar directly, so her and her community attack Worm and Dojangles. What is all this black stuff in Minecraft? This is, oh my god, what is it actually called? Why can't I remember what it's called? There's a name for this stuff, right? It's like corruption that grows on the world, and, what's it called? Does it, Skulk, thank you. It's Skulk. It's called Skulk. You know, the dark stuff here, the blue stuff, is called Skulk. It's made of, like, ender pearls, basically. And, if I'm not careful... Right, so, do you see that? When I make a noise here, that lights up, that makes a noise, right? Now that's okay, because that's just the sensor. That's a Skulk sensor. Skulk sensor. Yipes. What, here, let me show you what is dangerous. All right. So do you see what my cursor is pointing out down there? Or right there? Or right there? These are different blocks, right? They look like they kind of have horns on them. All right, those blocks are summoner blocks, right? They summon the Warden. The Warden is a big evil mob that would one-shot me. Yeah, right there too. See? So what I need to avoid is the sensors basically will, if they're close enough to one of these summoners. Do we get raided again? The late raider has arrived. Oh, it's a Shakespeare raider. What's up, Dead and Joker? Good to have you. So anyway, if I make a noise around the Skulk sensor and it's close enough to one of those summoner deals, then it'll summon the Warden and he'll come out here and he'll kick my ass. So that, oh, there's another one up there. So yeah, it's basically, this is it's dangerous. It's very, very dangerous. And these ones right here that look like cake, that's like a Skulk propagator, and essentially it'll grow Skulk. So if one of these is set down, it'll grow more of the stuff around here. So eventually I want to be cleaning this stuff up and like reclaiming some of the land. But the first thing I'm doing is trying to build a house. Now I was hoping that I could also build like I need more wood for the house, but I cut down a tree and I can't find, there's another tree over there. Oh my god. That's what we're gonna have to do then, chat. Oh my god, do I have enough wood to make yes I do. We need to make a boat, and we need to go searching for more wood with the boat. Although, like, honestly, the water isn't super safe either. I think this is our best path here. I hate it when it rains in Minecraft. I don't know, it's just like, it's depressing. Anyway, let's put this back on, see how much... wait, where are we at, chat? Where are we at? Also, can somebody let me know if there's like a thread on about, if there's a Twitter thread going on? Because I have a feeling that we haven't seen the last of Eris. Maybe not. Here, I can see sort of how the numbers overall are responding to the Minecraft, and it's actually not good. So we're gonna look at the horrible thumbnail again because people don't like me playing Minecraft. So here we go.
Then
it was a thought.
Got on hormones with the therapist's letter, by the way, and then you went and lived for a year in the gender you identified with. Then you could go.
Okay, so what she's talking about is transmedicalism. This is, you know, an older trans person remembering how things used to be and longing for the good old days. It's kind of like somebody that went through a hazing at a high school or a college, you know, bitching about the fact that they got rid of the hazing, right? Like, there was gatekeeping in to the extreme. You know, trans people were very much not taken seriously at their at the gender that they identify with, right? And instead, you know, they were forced to jump through a series of hoops, forced to take a million different inventories. The one I always bring up is the Kogiati or the Kogiati scale, right? That was essentially like a glorified, like, it's like a glorified Cosmo quiz or a BuzzFeed quiz. You know those BuzzFeed quizzes that, like, you know, they're supposed to, you answer the questions and it gives you a score and it's supposed to tell you something. Like, that's essentially what it was. It was a test with a bunch of questions. I actually took one on stream once for fun and apparently passed, but essentially, you know, it would ask you questions.
It was so peaceful up here, but now there are freaking communist invading radicals.
In order to try to evaluate whether you were truly trans or not, right? It would ask you questions like, at your last major life event, you know, wedding, funeral, etc., do you remember what you were wearing? And if you answer no, that's a point against you being, you know, trans femme, right? That's essentially what they were looking for. So yeah, it was just ridiculous hoops that people had to jump through, and you know, trans people like sort of learned the answers that the doctors were looking for. They wanted to hear that you had felt this way from a very young age, and you know, there's just a certain profile that they were looking for as far as what they what you know, the cis medical establishment would see as a valid trans person. And so, you know, essentially a lot of trans people just were like, you know, would share like, you know, this is the answer that you're supposed to give. Because the truth of the matter is that just like cis women, trans women are not a monolith, right? We don't all dress the same way. We don't all act the same way. We don't all have the same interest. But, you know, this Kogiati scale and a lot of the other, you know, gatekeeping that was associated with transitioning was, oh my God, I'm still playing Minecraft, chat, despite the fact that I'm not playing Minecraft on screen. But a lot of these diagnostic methods for gatekeeping, like who did and who did not get gender affirming care, were very stereotypical. Like, they weren't looking for if you were trans. It was a good evaluation for, you know, are you a trad wife, right? That's essentially what it was like. It was like, do you assimilate into the most stereotypical version, the most stereotypical vision of what a woman is supposed to be, and only then, you know, on the trans femme side, are you allowed to transition. I can't speak to the evaluation for trans guys because I haven't seen as much of the evaluatory mechanism, but I mechanisms for, you know, transitioning as a trans guy. But I'm imagining that they're very similar. Like, do you fit into the stereotypical box of a vision of masculine gender? And only then are we gonna, you know, give you the care that you're asking for. So that's what Brianna wants to go back to.
Get 2 letters from 2 other psychologists and a psychiatrist that would show that you're mentally fit, and then at that point you could go get GRS, which is gender change surgery, right? That was a radical radical thing within my lifetime. I'm talking about the 90s, right? And today that system has changed a lot where you can literally skip all that therapy, go to Planned Parenthood and get HRT with what they call informed consent. There are really good arguments for informed consent, but there are also really good arguments for the way it used to be. And the problem is it's so heightened emotionally on both sides. We can't have a public policy discussion in the middle based on science to come to better outcomes for all involved. This discussion is serving no one. The trans community is losing rights at a blistering rate. It has gotten better and better and better since Christine Jorgensen in the 60s. And just in the last decades, it's just like an iceberg evaporating into the ocean. All these
Brianna,
rights in the entire system.
If I could I ask you a question?
Please.
So you've been a supporter of Keffals for a very long time. I've seen you supporting her entire career.
Sure.
How come you haven't noticed the lies, the manipulation, the gaslighting? How come you haven't noticed this stuff on your end?
Okay, so no, this is a good question. Yeah. Essentially, Brianna, has been a supporter of Keffals, pretty steadfastly, up until the point where Keffals disavowed her. Right. In fact, that's what happened. Like she was, Team Keffals, Keffals. Then the group chat stuff got released, which we'll try to take a look at if we have time for. What are we at? Oh no, we're at 4 hours and 50 minutes. Chat, I'm taking way too much time getting through this, and it looks like we're not going to have time for all that other stuff. Sorry.
I don't want to I didn't want to come on stream today and start a public beef with Keffals. She's dealing with enough with this video that's coming out. I think she should answer Mutahar your video. She should hit it head on, address those criticisms. I will say that I see people.
I'm not growing at you. I'm growing at Keem. My bad.
My thing with her, my thing with any criticism to my video, and before I even get into it, I don't really foresee any logical response you could make to counter any of the points I made in the video, because a lot of it, this required so much research. It is, I didn't make this video to make somebody look bad. It's just what they've done is actually terrible behavior.
Sure.
I do believe the only salient response that she can provide and give is to probably refund that money or put it towards actual transgender causes, because one of the points in the video was hey, listen, this is already a community that lives in poverty. I mean, I have seen people who have been in the LGBT community who gets kicked out of their homes. They're effectively homeless, right? And, if you live in a city like Toronto, right, which is fucking LA, New York levels of prices, these are people that effectively go homeless because of, whatever that they've been born with, right? And people can have a discussion or whatever all the time about what is valid and what isn't, but this is a community that is already fucking living. A lot of people live in abject poverty. Most people, in this community, look, you either find some of the richest, most educated gay people that are making good money, right? My brother-in-law works for a fucking good firm, educated from a great place. One extreme end or the other. There's never an in-between. Families are either they can set you for success or they can fucking ruin you, right? You get kicked out of your house at 16, not a lot of options. So in that community, that needs to be reimbursed for them, right? Or at least some form of transparency. And the other thing is, it's what the behavior that she has showcased is exactly the kind of behavior you hear about on fucking Twitter. I guess a lot of these right-wing circles about hey, groomer behavior, so that needs to be fucking rectified. That needs to be properly discussed, because it makes the
Yeah, that money is gone. She does not have, I don't think she has the ability to pay for the lawyers that she said that she was going to get, let alone to pay back the money that that she was given in the GoFundMe.
Whole community looks so bad, and the people that I've talked to, look, most of them just want to live.
Yeah, that's my issue. No. Why isn't there self-policing in this community?
Okay, that's Keem's voice. That's Keem right there, right?
Brianna Wu, you've seen all this stuff firsthand. I'm not understanding why it takes Mutahar to go and make the video. Mutahar's not watching every Keffals stream, not paying attention.
Real quick,
the stream died. Real quick, the stream died, just so you know. Sorry.
We're working on it. We're working on it. Be back in a minute. We're good.
Okay, I have to push back on that because I do know Keffals. I don't think she sits there and actively thinks she's better than everyone. And in fact, I think a lot of people really misunderstand Keffals. I genuinely do. Keffals is traumatized.
I don't care what the thought process within Keffals is, like whether it's like some kind of narcissism, which she just alluded to, or I don't care. I don't care. The fact is that she's hurt people. That's what I care about, right? The fact is she's lied about people. She's lied to people. She's lied to her community. She's like victimized her community. She's attacked her community. She's ostracized anyone who tried to reach out to her and stop her down her dark path, right? That's my issue with Keffals. I can never know what's in her heart, and I don't really care. It's a weird thing to get hung up on. Yeah, Keemstar is there. So you see Keemstar in the lower left. You see Keffals next to Keemstar above. Then Briana. Then Mutahar making kind of like a Sparta face. Like it kind of looks like this is Sparta or something. And then Nicholas DiOrio is in the lower right. That's who we're seeing on the thumbnail. And we also have Xylee is real. We have Beckett of Crabs and a number of other people who I don't think I know.
From the things that have happened to her in the last few years. She's not faking that, okay?
But it's hard to believe
hold
that.
On. I want to finish what I'm saying. And
oh God,
it causes her to make decisions that a lot of people around her like are encouraging her to make different decisions, okay? And I'm going to be honest. I see a lot of myself.
He potentially stole a lot of money. Come on, she potentially stole a lot of money.
Please.
When I think I was 22. I found myself in rehab in the exact same way Keffals did. Poly addiction. I was a mess. And I think all the time, like, what if for that period of my life, like social media had been around or I had been a YouTube star? Holy crap. I mean, I'm not justifying everything that she's done. I'm saying it is context. She's not lying about being like traumatized by what happened with the police showing up to her house. That really hurt her.
No, but she is lying about the money. And that's a really big deal.
And she did lie about the cops.
No,
she lied about certain aspect of the cops.
Here's the thing. I definitely can agree. This is where I'm going to like push back here. I've said this. She's probably on drugs, right? Like whatever fucking coke, meth, benzos, whatever the hell it is. I can understand somebody being addicted to drugs and being in a really dark place, right?
Sure.
And there have been places where I've been that have not been the best, okay? The last 10 years, there have been periods in my life where I've had severe downs. But that I never can think is an actual excuse for financial mismanagement of this degree. And again,
oh my God, chat, of all the people to dunk on Brianna Wu, here we have Tipster coming off the top rope with an elbow. Holy shit, what is this? I was joking about her being on her Anna Kasparian arc. So he did make a tweet implying she's on an Anna Kasparian arc. And then I saw this tweet. Holy shit, chat. Can we get some W Tipster in the chat? This is a rare Tipster W that we're seeing here. Anna Kasparian says, maybe I didn't make myself clear enough. I'm not interested in pleasing people who don't have the mental capacity to handle differing views, even those whose views get challenged on the show. Find your safe space and thrive in it if you want. But stop the endless whining. Jesus. Brianna Wu. Queen. Anna Kasparian, queen, right? That's she posted the crown. She posted here. You forgot your crown, Anna. You forgot your crown, and Tipster's just like facepalm here. Wow, wow. And now it's Keffals and Tipster.
Somebody is
the thing that pisses me off though is that like Brianna Wu has been disgraced, discredited, taken down in so many different ways, right? But it hasn't reached apparently like this group of Twitch poll people, right? Beckett of Crabs is like, oh, who can we get that's trans to participate in our panel about the Keffals Mutahar video? Brianna Wu, that's who gets picked, right? It somehow doesn't matter. Like they're just, I don't know if this is an issue between like cis people and straight people, that Brianna Wu is only like, the discredit she's only been discredited in the trans community, and that like the cis community is just like kind of sleeping on this stuff, or like, I don't think so. Or if it's more likely that, the sort of bias of Twitch poll, in that if you are in this kind of, if you're in an intellectual dark web ideological community that calls itself progressive, that tries to redefine itself as progressive, as a way of erasing actual progressive ideology, then maybe you think that Brianna Wu is good people. I don't know, but there's something really wrong here that she keeps on getting these platforms, right?
Going through a lot of drug stuff too. That doesn't excuse terrible behavior, interaction, and outright lying about interacting with certain communities. Running some of these Discord servers. People have said that mischaracterizations. Anybody that hasn't watched my video said like, "Hey, listen, the way that you portrayed her as like a groomer." I never said she was a groomer. I said her interactions with a minor using the Catboy Ranch Discord server, Twitter account, or whatever. Those were signs. Those were not good things to do. Any other person in that situation would be fucking thrown under the bus.
Yes.
And these are things that are ultimately net negatives. These are things that shouldn't have happened. Yes, people can go through terrible, rough times, but we've got to look past a lot of the rough times that she's had, because there is no salient excuse for some of the serious financial mismanagement, and of course some of the outright like lies and mischaracterizations and the way she's acted in general over the last 2-3 years.
So I want to respond to that. Hold on.
Just one line. You basically said, Brianna, she was in a dark place. That's what you said. But go ahead.
Okay, so I hear what you're saying, Mutahar. I think what you're saying is dead on and it's fair. I think there are two roles here. You are critiquing Keffals, the public figure, and her public actions about what she did with public money. God bless. Like, your video had some very salient criticisms. I think I really welcome that kind of scrutiny being brought to this stuff, and I think it was entirely appropriate. What I would ask y'all to understand is I've been on Keffals stream once. Like 90% of my interactions with her are as a friend of someone who has gone through something kind of similar, and that's my dynamic with her. So does that make sense to you?
See, the thing about this is you're not actually helping Keffals' case, right? Part of the issue with Keffals is that, yeah, she did go through some shit. She did go through some harassment. She did go through some it's really scary to get fucking swatted, right? But then she lied about details of that incident for I don't know what reason, right? So you aligning your story, which I told you, like, if Gamergate was a bus crash, Brianna Wu is the person who got on the bus after the crash and faked an injury to try to get money, right? Like, you are not helping Keffals beat the Jussie Smollett allegations. In fact, I would say that Keffals, has more of a claim to actually having, been harassed and victimized than Brianna does. And Keffals, lied about some of those things. Yeah, this is actually not helpful to Keffals. I don't know. Is she trying to put the shiv in Keffals? Is that what she's doing? Is this like some kind of like, because she sounds like she's sympathetic and she sounds like she's defending Keffals, but I mean, obviously she's just gonna get crushed in this debate, and I don't know if she even cares. I don't know what's going on here, chat. This is not transparent.
It's just I feel like I have a different role.
Was she traumatized when she talked to the kids like she did on Twitter?
Okay, so there's Xylee.
Was she traumatized? Yeah, but was she traumatized then? Because that happened before the cops.
We've already talked about this. I don't defend that.
I listen, I understand what you're saying, that you had like tough times too, and I'm glad you got through them. But if you made a decision like Keffals had made to basically scam $100,000 on GoFundMe. Like, you're talking, this is a person who says they're in danger and they bought IRL streaming equipment to go to a place where Kiwi...
Yeah, Natalie, thank you for that Tipster. Natalie shared the Tipster screenshot with us, so you can thank Natalie for that.
Kiwi Farms had a bomb threat.
Sure.
Okay, this is like beyond, like, you have to understand.
And the other thing is too. Sorry, Nick, to cut you off. If you are under risk, right, and you feel that your life is in danger, going to places like Twitch San Diego and putting the lives of other people in danger is also never a good thing to do. I mean, this is somebody who at the time was, I guess, one of the most polarizing figures, to go to like a massive event where, you know, I guess bad things could have happened. That is not like that. These are exact signs of somebody that knows they're in a far better situation than they're letting on in the public sphere.
She has a whole career of lying, a whole career of lying and just manipulating her audience over and over and over again. I mean,
you're not.
So, like, look, just to be clear, she didn't lie that she was swatted. She was really swatted, okay? She lied about details of the swatting. She told a number of stories, and they're mutually exclusive. And I don't know why she did that, right? I don't have, like, an obvious, like, it doesn't seem like I don't see what was in, other than, like, just, I don't know, to, like, get more sympathy, but it's like, you got swatted. Do you really need to exaggerate and embellish and, you know, change the details of things, right? You know, like, because the initial story that we got was, like, she woke up with a gun pointed at in her face. That's scary as fuck. That's impactful. That's her, like, you know, and the truth of the matter is actually, you know, the cops knocked on the door. Her partner went to the door. The cops said, you know, we need to see, you know, Clara, right? Although I don't know, like, we're not clear of where maybe her dead name might have been used, right? That might have been, but her partner goes to the bedroom and gets Keffals. Keffals gets dressed and comes out and meets the cops outside. There was one version of the story where, you know, she awakens to a gun pointed at her. There's another version of the story where she goes out into the hallway and you know, sees the gun and is kind of like traumatized by that. But the story that you know, the later version of the story is that she actually meets them outside, and it's only after she comes to the door that the cops even come in the house in the first place, right? So there's just details about the story that were, you know, told in a misleading way, but the swatting did, you know, it is confirmed to have happened.
Support someone like that.
You're not wrong, but what I think about is all the mistakes I made during Gamergate. And, you know, it has taken me a long time to come back and basically fix my reputation from that. I was traumatized.
Here's the other thing, too. It's like, you know, you're going to have Brianna Wu on to talk about Gamergate, and you're not going to have anybody to push back on her narrative, right? Like, look, if you're skeptical of Wu, Beckett, or, you know, whoever else put this show together, I'm right with you. I'm very skeptical of Wu, right? But, like, this is the original deception, centering herself in a situation that was about other people, for clout, for attention, for notoriety to her shitty video game studio that apparently was, you know, paid for with other people's money. I mean, it's just, there's just like,
the death threats did get to me. I made decision after decision after decision that was incredibly stupid. And I can see that now because I'm past that trauma and I worked with a therapist to get past it. I know what it's like to be in.
If they knocked and talked, that's not a SWAT. Okay, so I don't know what the exact definition of swatting is, but what happened was that there was an email sent signed with her name that was making threats at local elected officials and at her family, and that implied that she had guns in her house and maybe had already done some violence, right? That was sent to the cops. So I don't know what you want to call that, but the cops went to her house based on a lie sent by people that were, you know, harassing her. So, you know, if that's not a SWAT, then It's still technically swatting, just not how she made it out to be. Yeah, I don't know what the actual it was a SWAT even if they didn't no knock. Oh yeah, because they don't no knock right in Canada. That was the other thing that honestly should have been suspicious about the story from the beginning. Is like Canadian police, from what I understand, don't do that. They don't do a no knock raid. Yes, if it's a SWAT, they don't talk, they arrest and ask questions later. If the door was knocked down with a battering ram, then you were swatted. Yeah, it sounds like that's not what happened. So I don't know the exact details of whether it was a SWAT or not. I do know that, you know, she was harassed in a pretty horrendous way, but then she lied about the details of the raid. And I mean, that's
in the middle of that and to make bad decisions. So again, look, your criticism is fair. It's just I personally have a different assessment based on my own experiences that give me a little bit more compassion for decision making that I think we would both agree is very bad.
I just wish you made the video on Keffals. I wish you exposed Keffals, not me though. I do. I wish that your own
Keem, be careful what you wish for.
Your own community policed itself.
Sure.
Oh my god, trans people, pull your pants up. What the fuck, Keem? What the fuck? And you know what Keem's axe to grind is, right? Keffals fucking ratioed Keemstar. Keffals unmanned Keemstar. Keffals embarrassed Keemstar. Why are we bringing Keemstar? What the fuck is this?
That's what I wish happened.
I mean, I'm more frustrated with the lack of acknowledgement.
This is Nick Diorio.
And this is not personal to you, Briana, but
Sure.
it's more or less just this.
I love a debate in which Nicholas Diorio is a breath of fresh air. That's amazing.
The community just can't take a W on this. We have to have discourse over a thumbnail. We have
I
to talk
agree.
about who drew the thumbnail. We have to talk about legislation. I understand the legislation problem. Don't get me wrong. It's you go on a Twitch panel, you can't escape it. It's one of the main subject matters that I see discussed on stuff like this. But I feel like it's not a prerequisite when you're in a situation as...
Yeah, no, you're right, Rohawk. Keemstar, I forgot about the whole situation between Keemstar and Keffals. Like, who fucking... I'm sorry. I just got some real questions about this debate and how it was set up. Now recording is not just one person, just so you understand. It's not just Beckett of Crabs. I don't know who all is involved with it. I think on their, you know, oh my God, there was like, I don't know, on their opening screen, there's like 6 people walking. So there might be like 6 people running this. Maybe this was run by committee. You know, sometimes when things are made by committee, bad choices get made. But holy shit, bringing on Keemstar, I didn't even think of it until now. I was like, wait a minute. What is Keemstar doing?
Bad as this to just openly critic, because obviously your stance on DIY hormones is different than mine and different than Mutahar's, but I don't think we disagree.
Is it different? What is the difference between our positions? I don't hear any difference.
Are you
at all.
for DIY hormones for children at all?
Of course I'm not. I think I've said this. It's very bad.
That's my mistake.
Okay, let me say this really explicitly because I don't want anyone to misunderstand this. I don't support minors taking DIY hormones, but exactly the same way that women have back alley abortions, minors are going to take DIY hormones if we don't build a system. If you're serious about stopping minors from taking DIY hormones, you've got to give them a healthcare system that will deliver for them. I'm talking about outcomes. Does that make sense to you?
Yes. And I understand what you're saying, but I'm telling you that like it makes like people can't condemn what is obviously bad. That discourse is not allowed to happen in this community. We have to look past that. And that just makes the community look worse as a whole.
This is a problem with
okay, now you're using this now, Nicholas, to attack the trans community, right?
Progressivism. It's not just
and I want to be good faith. I don't actually know that much about Nicholas Diorio, right? But I don't know. I don't know what the fuck this is turning into.
Trans people, there's no self-correcting mechanism.
You are attacking a trans straw person who is not really fighting back. That's what I'm seeing here.
in the
And this is about Keffals, for fuck's sake. This is about Keffals.
His face, which is why you've got these
The only reason that any trans person is fucking even sounding like they're maybe defending her, and I haven't seen a lot of trans people coming out and being like, Keffals did nothing wrong, or Keffals is being railroaded, or, you know, right? What I've seen is people complain about the fucking thumbnail. And again, that is a Mutahar problem. That is a skill issue in his judgment. He showed poor judgment in using a picture from Just a Worm. If you want to make this stick, Mutahar, which I think it should stick, if you want to expose Keffals, Mutahar, which I think you should expose Keffals, then please don't fucking distract from it with this fucking picture. Because you're giving her an out. God damn it. Like, this is getting so toxic. Like,
praising Hamas and pretend.
Oh my God! Oh my God!
The October 7th rapes didn't happen, right? It's just getting crazier and crazier, and it's not even about any public policy anymore. So I share your assessment. Like, where's the self-policing from the community? It's a huge problem. It's got to change. It's causing us to become the left-wing version of Gamergate, and you just
the fuck are you talking about, Brianna?
I can't look the other way on this anymore.
I gotta go, but here's my final statement on this.
This
isn't a trans issue. This whole thing, Keffals, has nothing to do with trans, right? It's literally a content creator like all of us who are content creators who lied, who manipulated, and who potentially stole
and who ratioed me
thousands of dollars from their fans, right? That's the story here. And every pushback tries to turn it into, oh, this is transphobic and this and that. And like every response to this is pure.
I actually haven't heard the pushback. I mean, I guess in a way, like Brianna Wu is the closest thing to a open Keffals defender that you can find at the moment. I guess, right?
Manipulation.
Is that what they were looking for?
People from your community, Brianna Wu, need to stand up for facts and truth.
Oh my God, pull up your pants, trans people.
And get rid of the bad actors because it makes the whole group look bad. Especially
okay, we get rid of the bad actors starting with Brianna Wu.
When they're defending this, the thumbnail's transphobic and stuff like that. Stuff that no one will agree with. No one can look at that thumbnail and be like, oh yeah, Muta is being transformed. No one's coming to that conclusion. It makes everyone looking bad. She is toxic and everyone needs to run for the hills. Supporting her means going down the toilet with her.
And on that note, let's take a look at what I got sent by Zira. The blue sky definition of anti-trans. This is Brianna Wu here. The blue sky. So she's complaining about blue sky, right? Blue sky is too woke, I guess. The blue sky definition of anti-trans includes Blanchardism. Blanchardism. I thought it was Blanchardism. Anyway, Blanchardism, basically a theory from the 90s I don't think is totally true, which is not to say that I think it's totally false, but certainly has research to show that it's onto something. What are you talking about? Yo, this is a theory. Okay, so can I just really quickly explain Blanchard to you? Blanchard thinks that if you're trans, all right, if you're into, if you're a trans, in fact, he really, I don't think he talks about trans guys at all. He talks about trans women, and he says trans women who are who are gay, who are into women, are actually AGPs. They are autogynophiles. They are turned on by the vision of themselves as a woman. All right. And if you are into guys, well, that's that's slightly better, but you're actually a gay guy who has shame for being a gay guy, and you're transitioning to hide that shame. It's just fucking transphobia. Like by a chaser. Blanchard was a chaser. He was into trans women. He was a creep, and he had weird theories about that nobody takes seriously because there's not research, because there's not proof, because there's not anything. And this is how fucking nostalgic Brianna Wu is she longs for the old days when a fucking creep doing studies on trans people was taken seriously as science. But look, is there a reason that she's afraid for the future And looking to the past, yes, there is, right? Despite the fact that, transphobia was much more pervasive in culture, or let's just say much more universal in culture, there was less thought overall about trans people. A lot of cis people went through their lives not really thinking about trans people. You didn't have a Matt Walsh making a film like What is a Woman? You didn't have like a lot of the negative attention that trans people have now. So I guess like I can, empathize slightly, like trying to put myself in her place, somebody that transitioned in the 90s, and that's probably what she's looking back to. But it's so gross that she wants the Blanchardism back. She wants the Transmedicalism back because she thinks that somehow kept her safe. And it didn't, and it won't. And you can't go back to the past. I'm sorry, Briana. I'm sorry. Going to be really counterproductive to trans rights if people try to define transphobia in a way you cannot discuss the science. Blanchardism isn't science. It's like the opposite. It's a conflict of fucking interest is what it is, right? Transphobia includes users who espouse blatant transphobic rhetoric, including misgender users, or spread theories, including transmedicalism, Blanchardism, groomer libel, miscellaneous actions. This is really what she's mad about. She's mad about the fact that you're not allowed to be a transmed on Twitter. And then she's asking Blanchard to unblock her. Ray Blanchard, who apparently has not blocked me. Why can't I get the block? This is the creep we're talking about. Anyway. I don't know how much we're gonna get through of this, chat.
Just a quick thing. Sorry,
say something real quick.
That's Xylee.
Okay.
Go ahead, Xylee.
All right, I want to say this, and I'm gonna okay. Listen, I understand you saying that she has trauma, but I can't get past that because I feel like you're giving her the pass and the excuse for what she's done by saying that. That's literally what it feels like.
What am I specifically excusing today? I've acknowledged a ton of things that have been mistakes. I'm saying for me personally, Brianna Wu, the individual, I have an assessment and it gives me some compassion for it. I said Muta's video is entirely fair. I said she needed to answer it. Right. I said any number of criticisms here are fair. Right. So what am I defending other than saying I personally have experience that gives me some compassion for this?
I'm going to be honest. She doesn't deserve any compassion. She doesn't. She doesn't deserve any compassion because that's given her a pass. She needs to answer for what she did, every little bit of it.
Okay. I think Keffals needs to take a long step away from public life. I did this after Gamergate. I got my head on straight, and I think as long as she's
when you give Brianna Wu a platform, all she does is just to sort of turn everything into being about her. Like we're now here, like she's come on, and like 90% of what she's done is like reaffirm her status as a victim of Gamergate, which to all my from all what I've seen so far, she was not, right? Like she's the person, in a situation where there's a bus crash, who gets on the crashed bus after the bus has crashed and fakes an injury and tries to get money. That's what Brianna Wu is.
Public guy, I think it's just going to keep getting worse. So I think the kindest thing she could do for herself is to take a long break.
Okay, so this is one of the things that there are so many fucking warning signs with people like Keffals, and it's not just Keffals. I remember at the time there was this like big
Coding Crusader, we are not pro Keffals.
Well, and it's a mood video. I use myself as a lightning rod, and I think that is fucking bollocks. Like, Keffals used her community not as like, she wasn't the shield for it, she used it as a sword. And like members of her own community were getting doxxed, were getting like put on blood.
If you give Brianna Wu a cookie, she'll eat the whole jar, yeah.
Whether it was Twitter, Kiwi Farms, whatever, because she was encouraging them to put themselves at risk. And I know when it's like, well, Keffals is going through trauma, but isn't there I feel like there's almost a wider conversation there with the fact that, people weaponize their communities and are calling it activism. It's not fucking activism. It's just bludgeoning people that they dislike. That's what the whole ratioing thing was in the first place. And like, not to mention, like the way Keffals acted towards that community. Like I remember the fucking like ban trials because she used a bot to mass ban everyone.
You
people had to.
Is this Beckett? It's so how are you butthurt? How are you butthurt about the ban like trials, right? You're literally talking about a situation where a trans streamer got hit with a whole bunch of harassment, a whole bunch of hate raids, right? And was trying to ban people from the communities that she thought that those hate raids were coming from. And then if you got banned and you wanted to be in Keffals chat, Beckett, why the fuck do you want to be in Keffals chat? Do you think you have a right to be in Keffals chat? Because I don't see that. I don't. What the fuck? If you're so down on her, like, why do you want to be in her chat? None of this makes fucking sense. I earned your sub. Awesome. Yeah, like, I don't know. This is just like, I can't believe he's butthurt about the trials. So yeah, what she did was after she banned a whole bunch of people sort of based on who they were following, I think, right? She said if people wanted to be unbanned and they wanted to be in her chat, then they could submit a, petition. They could say, here's why I don't think I should be banned. And her community would vote to say, we're going to unban this person or we're going to leave this person banned. That's what they're talking about. That's what they're talking. She basically did it for content. She basically did it for content. I don't know why would you be mad about this? Why would you be mad about this? Like, look, I've been blocked by Keffals. I've been probably banned, from Keffals chat. I would assume I'm banned from Tipster's chat, right? Blocked by Tipster. I never, that's their right. If Tipster wants to block me, because Gayfesh says I'm a tanky, that is Tipster's right. And I don't have to, you're not gonna see me like, yelling and crying about it, but like, I'm not a tanky, how dare you, Gayfesh? Like, that's their right. That's their right. They can block me from anything that they want to. They can ban me from anything of that's their platform. Let them do what they want with it. Why is that? Why was this a problem? Of all the shit to complain about, the ban trials, I can't believe I'm even hearing about this.
Messages to get back in, and then like that got turned into content.
What's your opinion on Keffals? As somebody who knew Keffals, right? I would say that Keffals is someone that you should never trust. Incredibly dishonest, incredibly vindictive person. That's who Keffals is, right? Everything she does is like 100% self-serving. That's who Keffals is, right? I didn't really know her that well. I was nice to her when I thought that she was the victim. When I saw that she was the victimizer in a lot of situations. When I saw the people in her own community that she hurt, the people that she lied about, including people in this community that she lied about, I changed my tune on Keffals, right? I think I admired at one time her willingness to go up against the entirety of the debate sphere, not just Destiny orbiters, but just like, everybody in that toxic, Twitch poll debate community, right? She was kind of standing up to them, and I sort of admired that, but that didn't last very long. She became a Vosh orbiter, right? I can't have any respect for her. She's just kind of a pathetic person. I don't know what to say.
And when you see creators do that,
but I will say this, okay? She said on air that she hates me. All right, that hate is not mutual. I do not want to spend my emotional energy on Keffals. I don't trust her. I don't think other people should trust her. That's where I leave it. There's no hate. There's no animosity. I'm not going to spend I'm not going to spend my emotions on somebody like Keffals. She's just not worth it.
Get a pass like Hassan and everything else. It just seems like there's this double standard when you label yourself an activist, which is incredibly frustrating to watch happen.
Well, it's not invisible. I watched Denim say we're going to be talking about a thumbnail today because I don't think it's worth critiquing someone.
Bro, the reason she did that was because she absolutely hated me on the Israel-Palestine thing. That's why. She was like already biased.
She literally came out and straight up said, I will not be covering this because I don't think it's valuable to criticize a leftist content creator. It's out loud.
Hey,
That's
listen,
crazy.
what does Keffals do when she gets any kind of criticism? She'll fire up a stream how she was raped or something. That's what she's going to end up doing.
Wait, I missed that. What were they talking about just there? Oh my god, chat. I don't know if we're gonna get finished with this. I want to finish this content. I might need your help. Just a second. Let me see what I just gotta rehear what they said.
Because she absolutely hated me on the Israel-Palestine.
That's
why. She was
wait. This is Mutahar saying she absolutely hated me on the Israel-Palestine thing. So he had interactions with Keffals.
Not invisible. I watched Denim say we're going to be talking about a thumbnail today because I don't think it's worth critiquing someone.
Bro, the reason she did that was because she absolutely hated me on the Israel-Palestine thing.
Oh, wait. Denims hated Mutahar. What was Mutahar's take on Israel-Palestine?
She literally came out and straight up said, "I will not be covering this because I don't think it's valuable to criticize a leftist content creator." It's out loud.
Hey,
That's
listen,
crazy.
what
I don't think Keffals is a leftist content creator.
does Keffals do?
Spicy take.
When she gets any kind of criticism, she'll fire up a stream how she was raped or something. That's what she's going to end up doing. And deflect. That
Anyway, chat. Anyway, so we got to talk for a second. All right. So we have 33 minutes left in the stream, in the normal stream. Why is that? Because at 6 hours, I turn into a pumpkin. What does that mean? At 6 hours, I'm not able. Oh God, let me just fix the lighting here. I hate the lighting. Let's fix this. Down. There we go. Yeah, at 6 hours, I'm unable to edit the VOD. That means that any music, anything that's copyrighted, anything that got into the VOD is burned into the VOD. I can't change the VOD after 6 hours. And that means that if something goes wrong, I don't get any ad money, right? So I will not, and this is practice. This is the hard line that I've drawn. Unless we reach like a minimal a minimal membership / sub goal of like 10 memberships plus subs, or the super chat equivalent thereof, right? I will not go past 6 hours. So this is going to hard cut off at 6 hours before I'm able to finish the entirety of the debate. Again, chat, apologies, because it is my fault for having entirely too much to say about this. Like I said, I knew Keffals. I followed the story of Keffals. I saw her reveal herself as a liar, as a snake, and I saw the people that she hurt. So I'm kind of invested in this. I'm just a little bit invested in this, right? So that's probably why I'm yapping way too much. And again, apologies. It's my fault for doing this. I need to get more succinct. I need to be able to. I just have ADHD, and when I care about something, I kind of can't shut up about it. So if we can get I'll check what we're at right now. I'll tell you how many subs that we need to hit to be at that sub goal. We're not that far off, so it's entirely possible. If you hit that sub goal, I'll go past the 6 hours. I will take the hit for monetization if it happened. I will risk it for the biscuit because I do like to complete things, and it's gonna suck to end this stream with 20 minutes of the debate left. But that's how it's looking right now. Unless people out there wanna try to hit that sub / membership goal. Again, just so we're really clear, subs on Twitch will get you out of the ad break. Memberships on YouTube, right? Because I was accused of trying to lie to you about this, and I'm definitely not trying to lie about this. Memberships on YouTube will not affect the ads. You'll still get the ads, but they're YouTube ads, and you know how to deal with those, right? You look at them and you wait 5 seconds and you hit skip ad. It's pretty easy, right? On Twitch, it's a whole nother thing. It's 3 minutes of ads that are unskippable. So, there's definitely a reason to want to get rid of ads on Twitch. There's other ways that you can deal with ads, maybe on YouTube. I can't talk to you about that, right? Because it's a terms of service thing. There are probably methods that YouTube would be mad at me for talking about, but you can probably, if you're enterprising and smart, you can figure out what those methods are if you don't want to see the ads on YouTube. So just so we're being completely opaque, what a membership on YouTube gets you, it gets you weasels, it gets you access to content that is exclusive, and there might actually be more content like that going forward. I might actually put my VODs on members only. Keffals attacked Luna Oi for no reason. She did endless content that was anti-communist. She's it's weird to call her a leftist, right? At all, right? She ableist. She was super racist. She lied to vulnerable trans people and took their money. And she lied about trans people, including people in this community, right? And I still that's the one thing that I can't forgive her for. Oh wait, you were talking about denims? Yeah, they were talking about denims. Okay, yeah, chat's correcting me here. Denims is a white. I always forget that. I always forget denims is on Whiteleaf. Why does she hate me? Good question. I've never gotten a chance to ask her. I don't know why she hates me. I think that she doesn't like being treated objectively in the content of others because it makes her look bad, right? I think it's because I supported her. While she was getting harassment, while she was getting doxxed, when I recognized that she was actually doing a lot more damage to her own community, when she was attacking people in her own community, I stopped that support, and maybe she's never forgiven me for that, but this is all speculation, chat. She's never told me why she hates me. She's just said on stream that she hates me, so that's all I know. What does that even mean to never trust her? We aren't friends. I mean, it's not as big of a deal for you, Ace Trainer, as a chatter, right? As it is for another content creator. I think she's more of a danger. But, trust her as in if she does another GoFundMe, right? That's what that's where it applies to you, maybe, right? But good questions, chat. Good questions. Oh wait, I think I need to. Somebody either gifted a sub or Omega Star with the gifted sub to Coding Crusader. Let me count this up and see where we're at right now, how close we are to looks like we got 1, 2. Wait a minute, there's more than that. This is... One, two, three. Okay, so yeah, 3, and then there's a super chat, which I'll count as a membership. 1, 2, 3, 4, and then there's somebody resubscribed on Twitch. I'll count that as a membership too. So 5. We need 5. We need five memberships or the equivalent thereof in order to risk it for the biscuit and go past the break on through to the other side of 6 hours. And see if I can maintain monetization.
That's what she's going to end up doing.
But again, I just hope everybody understands exactly what you get with a membership and what doesn't come with a membership, right?
All right. Normally, I would say that's
because contrary to what Eris was saying in Shorts chat, I am not trying to deceive anybody here. I want you to know exactly what you're getting before signing up for anything like a membership.
Pocket, but she did kind of do that to Xanderhal. That clip is crazy, dude.
Oh shit.
That clip was fucking crazy. What was the quote? Like, I have to relive this because Xanderhal retweeted someone. Like,
can we find that clip?
I don't know. That was a little wild. I mean, keep in mind, this is around the time when Xanderhal got the screenshots that she was talking about how she just loves doxing people in private.
So here's
oh my god, and we didn't go over this too. This is actually a big deal. This is a big part of the story. Xanderhal, when Keffals and Xanderhal had their disagreement, essentially Keffals made Xanderhal look ridiculous, and a lot of Xanderhal's fans left him. His editor left him. Wait, maybe that didn't happen yet, but like essentially it was just a huge L for Xanderhal. He wanted to turn that L into a W, and he had some screenshots, and he talked about he was going to drop the nuke. He's gonna drop the nuke on Keffals, and he's gonna win the drama, right, by releasing some screenshots. We now know that those screenshots were with Cherrybread TV, who was Xanderhal's editor at the time. Cherrybread TV had talked to Keffals. I think we went over this, right? I think we went over this. God damn, I think we did. I think this was in the Mutahar video. Yeah, I think he showed that. So she talked to Cherrybread TV about a lot of things, right? She, including sharing the docs of 2 different streamers who she hated, right? And And so that we think was the nuke that Xanderhal had. The fact that Keffals like looks up people's personal information for fun, right? And then she was talking about like, yeah, maybe I should be like a PI instead of a streamer, and I could just dox people for fun. So yeah, that was the nuke. That was the Xanderhal nuke. And Xanderhal was then threatened by Vosh's sysadmin. So if you don't know, Xanderhal, Demon Mama, Denims, Shark 300, who am I missing? A bunch of people get websites through Vosh's sysadmin, right? They use Vosh's server to run their websites, and these are websites where they are able to kind of increase their percentage of the donations that they get by cutting YouTube, by cutting Twitch out of those donations, right? So it's a valuable service that they get. You kind of only get it if you're cool with Vosh and cool with Vosh's friends and cool with Vosh's sysadmin. And Xanderhal, when he said that he wanted to expose Keffals' screenshots, expose that Keffals was like doxing people for fun, Xanderhal was essentially threatened by White Nervosa, Vosh's sysadmin, saying if you release those screenshots, you will lose your website. So this is like the second time, at least, that we've seen somebody's website be used as leverage against them to get them to do what the Vosh network wants them to do.
Really honest question. You know, I feel like I've gotten to know a lot of content creators over the last 2 years, and to some extent, everyone here is mentally damaged, right? Like being in, it's amazing to me anyone actually wants to be a content creator.
True.
Because it does take a toll. The drama cycles take a toll. Getting screamed at all the time takes a toll. So, I mean, what is like the ethical way to do this?
Getting accused about lying about YouTube Premium takes a toll? No, it doesn't. It's fine. It's fine.
For someone that's going through something difficult but is making bad decisions, but also hold people accountable, because it feels like we're going to those extremes there, right?
So yeah, once again, chat, we've got 23 minutes before 6 hours is up. If we reach that 6 hours without hitting that sub goal, then I'm just gonna have to end the stream there, because I can't risk it for the biscuit unless I got some, you know, some memberships to fall back on, right, in case we lose monetization. But if we can hit 5 more memberships or the equivalent thereof, what's the equivalent thereof? Like a $5 super chat, right, is essentially the equivalent of a membership or a sub. So if we can get to, like, if we can add 5 more to that count, we've got 5 so far, then I'll go ahead and I'll go past 6 hours, and I'll just like cross my fingers and hope and pray that I don't lose monetization this time. But if I do, it won't be as big of a deal because my community is here to support me.
It has to be hurting people. It has to be victims.
Well,
and I think that there are in this case. I think that
who is the victim? Who is the victim?
The $100,000 of money.
I'm a victim. Me?
Yeah.
I'm a victim.
Yeah.
Well, no, it's not just you. It's every single trans person who has to make a GoFundMe in the future, and people go, "Well,
okay, man. Like this is the best thing I've ever heard Nick say." Yeah, I agree. Nicholas Diorio. This is the one time you're gonna hear me agreeing with Nick Diorio.
Where's my money going this time? I thought this was going to someone whose life was in danger, and they spent it on fucking a GoPro.
I think it's a little, I hear what you're saying. I think the long-term answer for trans healthcare cannot be GoFundMe. So I think
but it is right now. That's the current state of things.
I think that's
very, it survives off of goodwill.
Yeah.
I think it's more than just money. It's the perception of a community that you claim to advocate for. Look, I'll say this from right now, okay? Like fucking people like Osama bin Laden, right? Like they're fucking bad Muslims.
What? Why are we talking about a dead guy?
We all can agree, right? But they were just fucking terrible people to begin with. Mm-hmm. I think activists like Muslims that ultimately harm I think anybody that advocates, right, versus just being shitty is bad enough, because an advocate or somebody that tries to make your community look better, but inadvertently keeps falling into the same traps that makes you look
why is that? What does this have to do with Osama bin Laden?
Worse than ever before is ultimately.
Does anybody understand this like line of logic here?
Even more of a harm than an actual piece of shit to begin with, right? That's my problem with like Keffals. Yes, I had empathy for drug abuse. Don't get me wrong, I do. And I feel like a lot of your empathy comes from the fact that you were...
Yeah, Keffals bin Laden link confirmed. Confirmed. Keffals, yeah, secretly,
more friendly with her at some point. That is what I'm hearing. But I think that just because we're friends with people, I think that honestly, that as hard as it sounds and as painful as it is, the people that were once friends should be the hardest, right? Like Mama Max, for instance, you know, I made a big fuck up trust in that. That's why.
Okay, so Coding Crusader just donated $4.99, which is 1 cent off of getting it read by a sassy British voice. So I'm gonna try to do my best to emulate what that would have sounded like, right? It would have been like this. Codeine Crusader, go big or go home, me. There we go. See, I can do it manually.
5 super chatted $5. Hooray, Wu-Tang.
Oh, hell yeah. Wait, so that is what, that's one, like, 3 left, 3 left. We're getting close. I don't know where the other one, yeah, M85, thank you for the $5 super chat. Thank you for getting us 1 step closer.
Even harder in policing that and trying to get that situation resolved or try to resolve it in the best possible way.
Yeah.
Because you're in a situation where you're...
Because I want to hear the end of this too.
Or anybody else in this call. And yeah, you can't...
I mean, like, look, long term, I gotta like not be doing 6-hour streams. Like long term, I gotta like learn to yap less. But that's a me problem. But yeah, for now, I just want to get to the end of this debate, and we can get to the end of the debate with 3 more subs on Twitch, right, or memberships on YouTube, or like the equivalent thereof.
He's going, and I don't wish ill will on anybody. Okay, I do, however, wish that she ends up paying back that money, or she ends up capacity paying back the people that she has set back. You know. In the grand scheme.
Okay, just being real, I don't think Keffals has any money. If I were to guess, right, I don't think...
It was so peaceful up here, but now there are freaking...
Now there are freaking communist invading radicals. Nice. Welcome to the stream, communist invading radicals.
Right? Because the core end of that video was most trans people just want to fucking live. You've inadvertently made their life harder than any other controlled or any opposition. That's the real like fucking problem here, right? And it shouldn't take somebody from outside that community who has an autistic, you know, fucking...
I mean, didn't her I feel like her books got leaked, didn't there? Do we see her books? Does anybody remember this? I felt like we got a look at Keffals' books, right? And she was making, oh, I don't know, at best, was it like $15,000 a month? That's not anything to sneeze at. That's good money. But I feel like she was the way she was. I don't think she has any of the money from GoFundMe back. Like, I don't think she can give it back. I don't think she has the money to be able to repay people. And I honestly don't think she's going to be making like much money going forward.
Topic on your dartboard, you're finishing it 100%. There's a reason why this Keffals thing was in my head for fucking months. I had to finish it. I was literally at fucking like writer's block until I finished it. You know, part of me, like people say, man, you must have gotten a bag off of transphobia. Fuck no, I have a job outside of this. Trust me, the money that I made.
You probably made more money off the PlayStation video the next day than you did
exactly,
on that.
100%. You're fucking joking there, to be honest. So for me, this isn't the idea of that. For me, it's the idea of like actual salient justice, right? And I think it pains me from a personal level to see a group of people that have such high hopes, that want to be recognized, or just want to live their life, who have to constantly fucking feel like shit because there's an activist in their camp that just keeps setting the fucking clock back.
Okay, I've got a hard question for you, Mutahar. This is a really tough question. Okay, you think Keffals is a bad activist. Who are the good activists in the trans community that you can point to? People above board, doing good work, not being reactive, not screaming about thumbnails, able to really think about public policy.
That's a question that I
ContraPoints.
Too much of an expert.
ContraPoints is good. I agree. Yeah.
Blair White.
Not Blair.
Blair White. Oh my God. Are we joking? Are we joking? We might not be joking. I don't even know, chat. Look, ContraPoints has done some good work in the past. I think that I don't know that she's necessarily in the place to be doing good work in the future. I hope she does. There's some of her videos that really need to be like updated, and I've even thought about it myself. Like if I could ever get enough, take enough time off of stream, which would sort of suck because like this is why I can't, right? But like I feel like the right-wing ecosystem has changed enough since ContraPoints made her videos that it would be really nice to be able to just make a video describing like what groups make up the modern dissident right, kind of the inheritors of the alt-right. Where are they now, right? And it's we've got some ideas. We understand, like I don't know, like I got some starting points for that kind of research, for that kind of video. I just don't know if I'll ever have a chance to make it.
Blair White is crazy. Like she's a drama queen, but she also
oh my god, are we gonna rehabilitate Blair White?
Talks to a right.
Oh my god,
in a way that the left does not. And
the left fucking sucks. The left don't like me. The left ratioed me.
Well, here's the other thing.
Tipster.
The left stole my cookies.
Tipster's a good one.
And they melted them down into sugar for Hamas rockets.
Okay, all jokes aside, right? Like if you ask me, ContraPoints, Natalie, one comes to my head.
So this is the reason I asked this. Is I think it's a problem. It's a
Muta,
really.
can you fix your mic? You're kind of drifting.
Yeah.
Sorry,
Yeah.
I'm fucking disconnected here. But
I
no, the other
think-
thing is like if we're ContraPoints, that's the question we brought up because we're not in the community, but you are in the community. So the thing is,
I think
who
there's
is
a
good-
real
who
lack
would be-
of leadership. I think there's a
who would be
real
an
lack of
activist right
leadership.
now that you would put up? that
I
you
think
would, like,
Aaron
fuck-
Reed does good work directionally. I think Alejandra is a hot mess. I think she's terrible. I think Jessie Gender is just the worst. I think
I wonder, okay, so Jessie Gender, also an enemy of Keffals, right? Sort of makes sense that Jessie Gender is more of an intersectional leftist. It makes sense that Brianna Wu wouldn't like Jessie Gender, / she's maybe a little bit jealous of the goodwill that Jessie Gender has from the trans community. Alejandra, why does she hate Alejandra? Anybody know?
it is person after person after person that's elevated in this community that ends up being extremely bad for the community, because it's not about trying to accomplish any public policy. It's all about their hashtag brand. So I hear what you're saying about Keffals, and I think it's a fair critique, but this is a pattern that's like through the entire community. And just to really talk about structural issues of why this happens, a lot of this is because the gay rights groups that should have been building real trans leaders for the last 20 years, they're just not interested in it. HRC is not producing trans leaders. Land Illegal.
Kyra says, I don't know what the, here, I'll do it up for you, right? Let me just emulate what it would sound like if the Kyra super chatted SEK I don't know what your currency is. I don't know what the goal is, but have a bottle of water. I mean, every little bit helps, Kyra.
Is barely funded. There's just not a pipeline to develop people to become like credible spokespeople on this. So it's that failure that causes a whole panoply of YouTube stars to like fill that gap, because no one else is doing this.
Well, Philosophy Tube is going to be in Star Wars, so
I'm excited about that. I'm excited about that.
Well, I think the one concern is, I don't know if it's the YouTube algorithm that forces.
I mean, I'll count that as a membership.
This way, but the reason why we're just only talking about Keffals is because she has made herself.
So we got 2 more to go.
That's the and that's the only thing you're gonna have to get out of. That's the only fucking thing that we're gonna have to try to find a way. Like
SEK is Swedish kroner.
She made herself a lightning rod. That was her own thing. That was literally it. So this is why we're talking. Nobody else is in that position. Nobody else has even claimed to jump into that position too. So this is.
But that's another reason why I have a problem with Keffals. I feel like Keffals use.
Alejandra is awful and backed Keffals hard. Yeah, that's what's weird about it, right? Like, I get why she doesn't like Jessie Gender. you know, her politics kind of align with Keffals, and obviously they have a major a lot of major disagreements with Jesse Gender. Alejandra even suggesting that Black people stop trying to hold Keffals accountable for racism until the anti-trans law. Oh my God, this is the problem with how Keffals was treated, right? She was thought of as an end in her own, like that like regardless of what Keffals does to her own community, regardless to who Keffals lies about, what Keffals lies about, that we've just got to support her until XYZ, like, you know, goals are met, stopping anti-trans laws, right? This is the same kind of shit that they do with Vosh, right? They treat these people like an end in their own, and that's not how it works. And that's essentially just like forestalls any sense of accountability. Megastar, thank you for the gift membership to FG. FG, we are like, does that make us like one away? I think we're one away. I think we might actually make it, chat. I think we actually might make it.
Use that opportunity to exploit people.
And if we do, I'll stick around a little bit after stream and talk to chat, because I know I haven't done that very much. I talked to Eris a lot, though. Do you appreciate that? Look, I just did that because on the off chance that this was somebody that, like, in good faith was coming at me with a criticism that was valid, right? And especially if I had mischaracterized the way that what were they saying, the way that memberships work, or the way that YouTube premiums work, I wanted to do right by people. So, I just got to make sure that I'm not assuming somebody's just a troll or just a troublemaker when they actually might have a good point. But yeah, I read through what Eris had to say, and there wasn't a lot of good faith there.
There is no figurehead. I'll be the figurehead.
Oh God.
Keffals is really good at I think at her best, she can really see a controversy and drag some drama out of it. I think it's a skill it's too bad she can't use it for good. Yeah.
She like the Kiwi Farms, the Drop Kiwi Farms thing. That's not the work of an amateur.
That's true. I've been working on that for a really long time. She got it done where me and a whole...
Now, this is an interesting point, right? Because a lot of Mutahar's video, seem to be kind of keeping for the farms, right? Like, if you look at Mutahar's video, the biggest victim, the person that I see, or the group that I see, portrayed as a victim of Keffals more than anything is like Kiwi Farms. I don't know if Mutahar meant it to come out like that, but it kind of did, right? So you've got Brianna saying, yeah, like dropping Kiwi Farms was a good thing. Fuck Kiwi Farms, like they're bad. They've probably got stuff on her too, right? Now, some of the stuff I guess with Keffals that they had was, holding her accountable, but a lot of the stuff was just like dead naming her, misgendering her, being transphobic, et cetera, et cetera. And I don't really buy the idea of the noble Kiwi farmer. Trying to do the right thing. Although I guess there are incidents where they've held people accountable who really were bad. But I just wonder how is this going to go down between Briana, who obviously not a fan of Kiwi Farms, and Mutahar and Nick, who often appear as kind of defending that shit.
Bunch of political professionals completely fail.
What, did she get it done?
Yeah, did she do that?
Yeah, did she get it done? That's the question. And the answer is no. No, the farms is still up. And it was gonna be up, right? Because the people that run it, that's their life's work. They've put 10, 20 years into the website, right? They're not just gonna roll over because they get their Cloudflare dropped.
Well, that's fair point.
It's still there. If anything, it's more resilient than ever.
Fair point. She dealt. Let's phrase it this way. She dealt a blow that a lot of serious people have been trying to deal for a very long time, and took it down.
Well, it's funny. She's great at doxing people in the DMs.
Yeah, right? Like, this is the irony. You can't even give her credit for the fucking Kiwi Farm opposition because she, literally half the shit she did, she wanted to be Kiwi Farms. Like, right? Remember, lore request? I've got a lore request on I'm having a beef with Mommy Big D, and I need some lore request on Mommy. She's just doing Kiwi Farm stuff herself. Remember the Picru invasion? Make a Picru. Make the account as diverse as you possibly can, and then we're going to confuse these woke skulls, these tenderqueers, into not knowing which Picru accounts are them and which Picru accounts are Keffals and her community, essentially parroting people. Like, there was so much of what Keffals did, like, was Kiwi Farms, or was Kiwi Farms-esque, including the doxing,
The thing about
including spreading people's personal information all over the internet.
The thing about the Kiwi Farm stuff, and this is one of the things I address too, because I've seen people say, like, I ran cover for.
Where we at, chat? Where we at? Okay, we got. Oh no. Okay, so we got 4 minutes left on the bad side, right? On the good side, we only need one more membership, sub, or equivalent thereof to go beyond that 6 hours and risk it for the biscuit and truly roll the dice, as it were, New Vegas style.
I've said
the question is, can we do it?
This is why I don't tweet out anything, because it's like, you gotta watch the video. Like, fucking anybody that's been shitting on me for this, I condemn their fucking behavior, right? Like, transphobia, none of this shit has a fucking place in my mind. That being said, I did stand by my definition of what they do is functionally legal, right? Like, even the definition of doxing, right? For instance, if we're going about just the US version of it, if they're just cataloging shit they see in the white pages, that's not doxing. I compared it to the other website Zero, where the group was actually maliciously using U.S. servicemen credentials or U.S. federal agent credentials to source information out of, like, federal databases. That's a fucking problem. That's illegal behavior. These are distinctions I make out. Now, as far as the website going, yeah, shutting down Kiwi Farms and delivering a blow is.
Kyra, you pushed us over the top. Also, let me know if I'm mispronouncing your name.
One thing, but being a fucking.
Tay Slime says Kiwi Farms is not more resilient than ever. It's been spotty since they lost the Cloudflare protection.
Cybersecurity agent, right?
Columbia Rican Latin Dragon. Thank you for the tier 1 gift sub to Belly Bean. Belly Bean, you just got weaseled. You just got the gift of weasels, and you can thank Columbia Rican Latin Dragon for those weasels. Hot Cheetos or Takis? Chat, we made it. We made it. Congratulations. If I wasn't going to get hit, I know, with, like, automatic demonetization, I'd run the Evangelion clip for you right now. You know the one I'm talking about, right? The congratulations clip. We're going to finish this video, okay? And it's thanks to you. It's thanks to support from you and from viewers like you that we're even able to do this. So thank you, because I want to know what this goes. It's getting interesting here, right? It's getting really interesting, setting up this confrontation between Briana, who is, I don't know, like, hates, wants to see Kiwi Farms down as much as Keffals does, and Mutahar and Diorio, who I kind of suspect they have a different view of the farms entirely.
Like, the idea of looking at what the site is now, even if there are less users, right?
Wait, Hot Cheetos or Takis? I guess Takis. They got a little bit more bite to them.
It is a much more resilient site than ever before. And some of the
But the better question they love, Judas, what flavor of Takis?
Technologies on it, I wouldn't even doubt have been spread to other more dangerous websites, I would say, or more insanely wild websites that I won't name. So this is what's happened out of the campaign.
Wait, what is he talking about?
More dangerous, less users, right? It is a much more resilient site than ever before. And some of the technologies on it, I wouldn't even doubt have been spread to other more dangerous websites.
Okay, so what he's saying is that, and he's right about this, that there are more dangerous, there are darker places, even though the farms on the web. One of these places is the website Zero. Now, chat, if you know what I'm talking about when I say website Zero, do not say the name of it, okay? We're trying to avoid mentioning that, so please don't say that. If you know what we're talking about when we say website Zero, don't say the name of it, all right? So, but then he's alluding to maybe even more dangerous websites even than them out there. And And he's saying that Kiwi Farms ended up developing technology in order to resist being deplatformed that is being spread to even worse actors out there than Kiwi Farms. And the sad thing about it is, as much as you might want, this kind of harassment site should not exist, right? I'll say it, with my chest. But if it were to disappear, the users of the farms would have just their choice of other websites, other similar websites, and maybe even some worse websites to go to instead. So it's not as simple of a problem as just getting rid of that website. What's harmful isn't necessarily like the website. It's the sort of internet pathology of harassment, doxing, and swatting that occurs in a multiplicity of places.
I would say, or more insanely wild websites that I won't name. So this is what's happened out of the campaign. It was shut down briefly.
And at the moment, unfortunately, a lot of this stuff is not illegal.
Brought it back on tour, and now it has a front-facing clear web domain that is easily accessible.
They got $100,000 in donations for their own legal fund now, by the way, which I'm sure is not going to GoPros.
So this would be my pushback on that. And look, I agree with.
So interesting. In the same way that Keffals was able to fundraise off of the bad thing that the farms did to her, that website is able to fundraise off of the deplatforming she tried to do to them.
Mutahar, like directionally, there's a very strong free speech argument for Kiwi Farms.
And there we go.
My experience with Kiwi Farms.
Chat, we just broke on through. We are broken on through to the other side.
Has been. Let me just tell you a really graphic story of something that happened. Someone looked at my pictures online, public information, Facebook pictures, me taking a picture of my.
Congratulations.
And they took those pictures and they managed to diagram a picture of my house. And they did a background picture of the house and they put it on Kiwi Farms. It got published on Medium. And then from there, one of those nut jobs started sending me graphic stories every single day explaining how they were going to come through my house and execute me, execute my dogs.
So Charles A. Bryant says, if you have your name public online, or have any amount of your IRL online, it isn't doxing. Yeah, technically you're right. Which a lot of these doxing cases include people sharing their person.
So peaceful up here,
but now they're freaking communist invading radicals. Tay Slime, thank you for subscribing and welcome. Yeah, in general, like, look, here's my take on it. I don't think that the law has kept up with technology, right? I think that there are certain limits, certain boundaries that we can all agree on in terms of like intrusive information about us on the web, including lines that get crossed by companies, including the lines that get crossed by apps, right? Including like information that some of these businesses are collecting on us that then gets hacked and then gets spread across the website like that, right? I just feel like there's a lot more consideration that needs to be taken as far as far as that goes. And like, look, Keffals even made a, there was an incident where, in fact, there's 2 content creators I can think of whose personal information Keffals spread in videos, right? Information about their families, information about, their, right? And in both of these cases, you could make the argument that, these people had publicly available information on the web. But like, is there really any good purpose in spreading that stuff? I don't know. Apps are definitely the biggest issue. Yeah. So I wish that like, but the problem with this is, right, as far as the legal system goes, right, who is running the legal system? And I'm talking about judges here, right? very old people who have most of the time very little understanding of technology. Our government is not keeping up with technology, right? Who are our legislators? Who are our elected officials? Old people. Biden, Trump, right? I mean, there's a huge problem here. There's a huge disconnect. The people that we're relying on to make these decisions are making shitty decisions like let's ban TikTok in case the Chinese Communist Party steals our cookies.
Execute my husband.
Did she dox Bad Empanada? So she shared Bad Empanada's information with Cherry. I do know that, right? So, I mean, I don't know. Is that considering dox? Is that considered doxing? I'm not sure. The same thing with JT from Second Thought. But we don't know if she spread that information further than that. So, like, I'll have to leave it to chat. I'll have to leave it to the experts in chat on whether that's a dox, whether that's considered a dox or not. Boomers do not know attack. Yeah. We need younger Congress and president. Absolutely, Braden. Absolutely.
Like really graphic stories, like talking about how they were going to get me and cut the skin off my body and force feed it to me.
What? Oh, this is what trolls said to her?
So it is a vector.
Yikes.
For sending mentally unhealthy people to your real world life. And like, there's no easy policy answer here because free speech is really important. I thought when you said like we banned a lot of this stuff on mainstream platforms and of course it's going to go somewhere, I actually think that's a very fair statement. But it's not, I think there's a tendency by people to not really look at what the real world outcome is of some of these sites. And it really, really hurts people. I actually know women that have very deliberately stayed out of the limelight for their entire career because they have children and they don't want them targeted with this stuff. So I think there's a wider calculation of what happens from this.
I think this is with websites like Kiwi Farms personally is like when I mentioned the Kiwi Farms, and like you said when you messaged me, we're all from like old school fortune.
Yeah.
There are far more insane boards out there that I feel like the
Did I hear what I think I heard? We're all from old school 4chan? Did he just say we're all from old school 4chan and like Briana was like agreeing with, like, is that not that I'm just like I'm just trying to confirm that's what I heard. Muda's just sort of hard to hear.
energy could have been more directed at towards, right? Which is one of the points of the videos. I'm like, look, not going to cover for Kiwi Farms, but look, by the tier list, the level of hell that existed on the internet, the website that actually caused the damage should have been down. The problem that I also have, and I probably should actually mention this in the video, is that when you
wait, the website that actually did the damage should be down? Does he have like a prescription of how that would happen? Oh my god, I don't want to talk about website 0, right? But my understanding is it's like, isn't it like on the darknet?
You don't take down the offending website, right? And in this case, we'll call it website 0 again. That website gains more power, you know, in the sense that they know that, oh, they're just going to...
They've fucked around and somebody else has paid the consequences. That's what he's saying, right? The fact that website 0 did this to Keffals and that Keffals, you know, attacked the farms instead, that then that website knows that they've got like, you know, that they can fuck around and they don't have to find out.
Go after the fucking, you know, the other website, blah, 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 because we're still fucking safe. That's my only other concern, like, with this situation. The other thing is, look, I get it. Your information is out there. People say really wild stuff all the time, too. And I'm not going to run the oppression Olympics over here because we're all content creators. There's a good chance all of our personal information is already out there.
All of it.
When I did deep web browsing, there was an entire 3-4 dark web pages. Literal pages, not the farms, the pages where they just put all of my information up there, right? You know, it's to the point where I'm doing the Tony Soprano sitting outside in my backyard with a fucking AK-47 waiting for the fucking worst to happen because paranoia kind of hits you. No jokes right there. People will do fucked up shit. I worry about family.
Yeah, now that might sound paranoid, but for a content creator of his size, once again, 3.71 million subscribers on YouTube. Yeah, He's got more to worry about than the average person whose information is out there.
There have been previous tenants for older homes that I've lived in that I've had awkward calls with because shit has happened. People have sent stuff to the house. Some have shown up. I get it. There's a lot of bad stuff on the internet. There's a lot of bad fucking people out there for sure.
Sure.
With that also completely said, though, it's like what these websites do and what is. I get shutting them down. I just feel like championing them being shut down and using it as like it aggravates them even more.
Burn me on a fucking cross here. I understand. Look, this shit's got my fucking address on it too. All right, I understand what you're saying, but like, let's not pretend that 99% of the discussion on Kiwi Farms isn't just people like laughing, calling people fat, and talking about fucking YouTube drama. Like the vast majority of it is literally just a message board.
I agree with that. And I think like the long-term policy solution, like I've talked to Catherine Clark, Congresswoman Catherine Clark, who's in charge of the DNC nowadays, a lot about this. Like the long-term policy solution of this is we need law enforcement to understand that some of these death threats in the digital age, it's not benign, and we need for them to like prosecute some of these cases, right? Like I think that, if you want to call someone the T word or some slurs online, tough shit. That's a free.
Wait, I got Coding Crusader says dark web equals honeypot. Dark web days are over. To be fair, if I ever had a farms post, I'd get off the net. What happened to Muda's mic? His mic sucks, KS. His mic is just ass, and other people like either like I can't remember if it's Nick or if it's Nick Diorio or if it's Beckett of Crabs, but somebody keeps on telling him like turns towards the mic, we're losing you. I think what's happening is his mic's not very good, and that as he's talking he keeps on like you hear what happens when I like turn away and you kind of hear he keeps on doing that, right? So that's why he's hard to hear.
If you're repeatedly telling someone in graphic terms how you are going to murder them, I actually think there should be some law enforcement out there that should look at that, see if there's a criminal case and pursue it. I think if you introduced consequences into the equation for the most extreme cases, I think that would do a lot of good here. So, it's really frustrating that activists are put in this place of like trying to shut down.
Who is Brianna Wu? Good question. So Brianna Wu is she ran a game company. I don't know if she still does. I haven't heard anything about I've only ever heard of one game that she worked on, which people tend to agree, sucked, right? She got $200,000 from her parents. She started up a software company and made shitty games from what I can tell, right? When she was younger, she was doing political work on the Trent Lott campaign, who, if you don't know, Trent Lott was not just a Republican, not just a right-wing Republican, but was a segregationist back in the day, right? So she's got some really, nowadays she has a political action committee that works with Democrats and that seems to be more concerned with things like reproductive rights, called Rebellion PAC. But in between those times, so part of what she did to try to get attention, to try to make herself into a celebrity, was involve herself in Gamergate when Gamergate wasn't really about her, right? The victims of Gamergate, the best known victims of Gamergate are people like Zoe Quinn and Anita Sarkeesian, right? Brianna Wu, I basically compare to somebody who is at the site of a bus crash, but is not in the bus crash herself, but then goes into the bus after it crashes and fakes an injury to try to get money, right? So in other words, she's trying to make herself into a victim of Gamergate and trying to antagonize those people to victimize her in order to make her shitty software company something that people actually care about, right? She's run for Congress a couple of times. failed both times, and she was involved in Progressive Victory, which is an organization that does canvassing with people like Vosh and Destiny, and she was involved with that. But when there was, oh God, and I wanted to talk about the fucking Brianna Wu leaks. I don't think we're gonna have time to do that. I'm gonna have to, I don't know, premium streamium. We're loading stuff up into the premium streamium. That's gonna be a hell of a long stream when I ever finally get my shit together to do that. But yeah, there's 2 sets of leaks from her group chat. The first one, just her, talking shit about other trans people in a really gross and transphobic kind of way. The second one, kind of more of the same thing, but this one lets us know who the leaker was, who it was that was leaking on her. And surprise, surprise, it's somebody with a very similar background to, of a very similar age, also to Brianna Wu, who I don't know if they were motivated by jealousy or what, but they're yeah. Oh my God, I pressed the button and nothing happened. Why is that? I think I pressed the wrong button. Let's press it again.
A website, because the fucking FBI can't be bothered to hire 100 agents to do this, right?
Mm-hmm. I think, but I think like at the core of it, one of the big concerns, again, and I'll reiterate, is like Kiwi Farms. Look, I don't agree with whatever the fuck they're doing over there. Condemned, obviously. Null, he has a situation in place. Null,
is she a closeted Democrat? I don't know. Like, I mean, she's pretty right wing on most depression quests. No, that was Zoe Quinn's game. Her, yeah, exactly. Tay Slime. Or is it Tuh Slime?
A perfect individual, but it's a website that has far more rules about that extreme end that we're talking about, right? The extreme end of threats.
Sure.
Whole don't touch the cow mentality, so to speak, whatever happens over there. But there are websites like Website Zero, for instance, where Vile was operating, right? Where Vile was putting out information. Vile, who actually commits illegal actions like using federal agents, that should be the website targeted. And it's not as if the FBI can't do anything. They literally arrested a couple of their operators because.
What are we talking about now? What the fuck?
Is it's not like it's your situation. I'm telling you, like, well, you've had a big problem with Kiwi Farms, but you should be talking about this more important website. That's why I think Keffals is malicious. She had a problem with this more important website, and she took the fight to Kiwi Farms anyway.
To be fair, she was victimized by both websites. Okay, not that I'm not trying to apologize for Keffals or anything like that, but obviously you know how I feel about Keffals.
Yeah.
I mean, I can't defend that. I can't. So I think
she's also Rohawk says she's also been organizing a bunch of debates with Wick under Rebellion Pack recently. Yeah, Wick is somebody who apparently she pays to do the content that she wants. Right? He does panel shows, and like whenever she wants a topic covered, she just comes on because he's on her payroll apparently. And the sad thing about Wick is this guy has had a broken tooth in the front of his mouth, and I'm not trying to make fun of him, okay? So please understand this. I am not like having a go at, how he looks with the broken tooth, right? I actually think it's sad because, she is paying him something, but obviously not enough to get his fucking tooth fixed, which he very much, needs, right? And he's kind of in this limbo, right? Where, like, naturally speaking, the lifestyle, the life cycle of a political streamer, with Wick's level of views and interest should be to maybe, hang it up and do something else for a living. But Wu gives him just enough money to like hang on and believe that, he can I don't know, somehow be a big star or something. And it's just like the net result of it is this guy has been on stream, like, missing half of one of his front teeth for I don't know how long now. But he's not getting enough money from Brianna Wu to actually take care of himself properly. But he's not, hurting enough for cash to quit and do something that might be more productive. So yeah, Wick is kind of a victim if you look at it that way.
disclose it even after, you know? Like
the criticism is very fair. I mean, you know, there was
Like
a political
the reason
objective.
why she wanted the Kiwi Farms gone was not necessarily because of the harassment she wasn't receiving the harassment from Kiwi Farms in the sense that what we were told in the public, she was receiving it primarily from Website Zero and the vile group that was actually the one doxing her. Right?
Yeah.
This whole thing is a case of disinformation. There's 4 different versions of the story of what happened on the day she was swatted. There's what website was going after her. There's now a dispute on whether she used.
So for the record, what they're talking about is the fact that although there was, you know, targeted harassment organized on the farm of Keffals, her personal information was released on a different website, and it's a website that she didn't go after. She mentioned it to Destiny. She was afraid of it, and you know, didn't have seemingly any interest in going after it. But the actual, you know, more pernicious thing, you know, probably the doxing, probably the swatting was enabled by a different website. So that's
the money to get away from an abusive partner or use it to get away from people from Kiwi Farms, both of which are stories that she herself have told, right? So at what point do I not see this as like, oh, this is a person who's obviously gone through a lot and they're making a lot of like extremely bad decisions, or what point is this person just bad? They're just malicious. They're taking advantage.
Coding Crusader says, I'm Southern, mannerisms on point. Technically, I guess I am too. It doesn't really show, does it? My sister, if you listen to my sister talk, you'd hear the Southern coming out, but I didn't really get the accent.
The good faith they know they can get from a community that doesn't often critique their own.
She has continuously lied to her audience this entire time.
I mean, I just saw a DM of 5 minutes ago. I don't think this is super relevant to like the discussion that we're specifically
You hear a slight accent?
having, but it's talking about Destiny's wife. Remember when Keffals like walked up and confronted Destiny's wife at TwitchCon? Here's a message from Clara. If I ever get pressed on this again, I'll say, look, I don't think I did that. But even if I did, it was a long time ago, and I've grown a lot as a person.
Yeah, so this is about getting Destiny deplatformed. Destiny was banned off of Twitch during the conflict with Keffals. Twitch is extremely opaque about their reason for banning people. And I think the reason is that they don't want to be pinned down on bans that they've enacted that aren't fair, right? So they won't tell somebody. They'll give you maybe like a general you know, ballpark of like, you know, it was like this policy that you broke, but they won't tell you when you broke it. They won't tell you what you did that broke it. And you know, basically it's impossible to know. So we don't know why Destiny was banned from Twitch, right? Some people suspect it was stuff that he said about trans people. Look, Destiny is such a mess that it could be a million different things, right? Destiny says a lot of shit that goes like way over the line, and it could be any of those things. We do know what he got departnered for, and that was his statement about wanting dipshit protesters to get quote unquote mowed down by rednecks, but we don't know what he was banned from Twitch for. Clara claimed responsibility for that, and she really has no way of knowing that she did it. So that's what we're talking about now, is that like, you know, yeah, Destiny was banned. I mean, does the fact that she claimed credit mean that she might have reported him? Maybe, but we just don't know.
That's such a funny response to give to people. Like, I mean, this is a person who knows what they're doing. They have
this. I guess this is like where we all need to kind of agree, and this is like where I don't think there's any form of like misconception. The problem with her portrayal of this whole drop Kiwi Farm stuff was, in my research in this entire situation, there are 2 websites that I looked at. Okay, Kiwi Farms for a lot of the archive material, the archive links, not sourcing them as a actual source, but because
wait, ContraPoints had an accent? Oh yeah, she's from like Maryland, right?
Archive links that I pulled up to see screenshots on Twitter. Right, Twitter is still the primary source of a lot of those tweets because that's where they were made. The other website, Website Zero, was where I found all of the information regarding, you know, accounts, information, Uber Eats orders, you know, fucking personal information, not just Clara, but the people surrounding her. Mm-hmm. The focus was put on Kiwi Farms, and this is the reason it was put on there is because she found it convenient to launch the nuke against there, because if she had gotten Kiwi Farms completely taken down, the video I made cataloging her terrible behavior could not have existed. because there would be no archive. We can't pull up those archives on mainstream platforms because a lot of those platforms take down the worst of content. Or they can easily operate mass flagging operations on these sites. You can't do that on Kiwi Farms. So if she was really genuine, and I would have supported her had she gone against Website Zero with all of the bravado, instead she chose Kiwi Farms because it satiated her personal benefit to get rid of all the bad will against her. And this goes for anybody that was critical. I've had some of the biggest... I shouldn't even be saying this. I had a big creator reach out to me on a private DM, and I could have easily slapped them back.
I wish he'd be specific and tell us exactly what information was only available on the farms.
With some real saucy shit that was sourced right from the farm, because all they did was archive it. The reason why a lot of people
like, I guess I just don't know enough about this to say, you know, whether, like, whether or not it was, you know, like,
this site gone is because it held their worst skeletons in the closet.
But you hear what he's claiming, basically. He's claiming that Kiwi Farms had the goods on Keffals and not just, you know, personal information and stuff like that, like stuff that she'd done that she wasn't proud of, and that's why she targeted it. I can't really speak to whether that's right or wrong.
That would consistently deconstruct their narratives they put out.
Did I think this thumbnail was negative? I thought that the thumbnail was an unnecessary distraction. Had I been making the video instead of Mutahar, I would have just found a normal. In fact, if you look at my Keffals, you know, my videos with Keffals on them, the thumbnails, I think the worst we've done is like a Christmas Carol version of Keffals. But I've just always tried to steer away from anything that's going to be considered that's going to take away from the point. Because when I'm covering Keffals, it's about what she's done. It's not, you know, to try to make her look bad or ugly or to be transphobic or anything like that, right? So that I feel like it was a mistake by Mutahar. It's not how I work as a YouTuber. I've turned down thumbnails that were, you know, done for me that I thought portrayed, you know, the person in a bad light. If I thought it was a bad picture, like I never want it to be a controversy where somebody thinks that like I'm trying to, you know, make this person look ugly or look bad or whatever.
That's it.
Do you think that's it? I think that's so cynical. I really,
because here's the thing: the Kiwi Farms is going to be shitting on me. I can't.
Chaos says it reminds me of Femio's ugly thumbnails. I feel like what was the one with the Chud Logic one? That's oh yeah, wait, oh god, I think I know what you're talking about, KS. I won't say which thumbnail of Femio's, but I think I know what you're talking about. But the Chud Logic one was this was probably my favorite Femio's moment. Was the Chud Logic debate. Like that was beautiful.
Look,
I don't think I've ever seen anyone take down Chud Logic like that.
People will call me a street shitter all day on Kiwi Farms. It's not something that fucking burns me. I've been called that a million. I've been called that since I was a fucking kid.
Sure.
But going on, it might even contain a lot of these sites contain my personal information, but that's not a reason that I go up against them. I try not to give that as much attention as I can.
But Mutahar, this is my issue with your analysis. And I think this is a problem that permeates the space. Like I have this problem. It's like there's how can I put this? It's almost like sooner or later you're put into a category and then everything you say or do is like filtered through this bad faith lens, right? It's seen in this certain way that just makes you assume the worst. And I think
I'll give you an
yeah, exactly, Azrieli. Even in a hit piece kind of thing, there isn't much point anyway. If you have good info and make good arguments, no need to be petty. That's how I feel. Like, I mean, I'm not super judgmental about other content creators. I've definitely been portrayed in less than a complimentary way by a number of content creators doing hit pieces against me. But then again, I've also been portrayed just fine by other content creators doing hit pieces on me. So, but yeah, I don't mess with that.
Example of why I don't want Kiwi Farms, like why I don't have my like death wish against it. Why I wasn't like
I think I did put Chud Logic in a Confederate uniform once though.
This was an indifferent thing. Is because I never took money from my community, and that evidence exists somewhere on a server somewhere.
Sure.
You know?
I hear what you're
for
saying.
Me, it doesn't matter. Like I could die today and not have to worry about anything bad. I don't have any like fucking licking me a million times all day, every day. You'll never find any evidence of me fucking talking, salaciously to any minor.
I literally have never read my Kiwi Farms thread because I behave in a way like I tell the truth. I behave with integrity, and
yeah, if he had a Confederate outfit, he would probably wear it.
They've got stuff on there that's embarrassing because I'm a human and I do embarrassing stuff.
It's really funny, chat. You keep on bringing up people that I used to know.
I don't care. But what I'm saying to you is like...
I mean, I guess I still know him. And, he's talked about me within the last year or so.
Bad faith, the really dark interpretation, she's cynically trying to destroy evidence. And I think like the good faith interpretation would be, here are some assholes, they're harassing her.
But yeah, I will tell you that Chud Logic was a very different person back in the day. Like, right? You would not recognize the Chud Logic that I knew. He's changed a lot. And I feel like a lot of his takes on trans people really have to do with like experiences that he's had with like individual trans people. And it's every time I see him talking about trans people, I'm just like, why are you doing this? Why are you doing this? Right? It's weird to see somebody that's as into trans people as Chud has been be as like antagonistic to like who's been as into individual trans people as he has been, right, to be antagonistic towards like trans people as a group, right? It's that's exactly where that comes from. And I wish he would just drop it, right? It's not his lane. Is the heart behind side chat how you like stream on mobile? I think that's in chat regardless. Chud is definitely closeted, yo. I can't say too much, okay? I know a lot, chat, but I can't say too much. I just wish that Chud would deal with this shit rather than taking it out on the trans community. That would be awesome.
Keffals does have a temper. I've got a temper. She wanted to strike back and destroy them. I think that
she's doing it by wearing.
Wait, Cyrus? I don't know who Cyrax is. I keep on hearing this name. Who are they?
Like the trauma equivalent of blackface. She's like recounting all the stories of like.
Oh, how do you like the stream? Oh my god, Azrael, you're reminding me of the one kind of call to action that I did not do today that I'm supposed to do. See, like, so this is my thing as a streamer. I'm really good at finding content that's interesting. I'm really good at talking about it. Sometimes I'm too good at talking about it because I talk about it for too long. But I'm really bad at doing the things where I'm like, you should support the stream and I have a Patreon and stuff like that. But all that stuff is true. And look in the description if you want to support me in any way. But I will point out the so on Shorts, right? If you're watching on the stream on Shorts, you may have trouble finding how to like the stream. Normally, you'd be looking for those buttons on Shorts, like right here and right here would be the like and dislike, but it's not there, is it? It's not there. You know where it is? It's right up here, ... Those 3 dots, you press those 3 dots and it opens up a screen and that's where you like the stream. Now, the other way that you can like the stream, I think, is to like hold down, like to tap the screen and hold down on it. If you don't have the 3 dots, ... right up there, I've been told some people just like, it's like TikTok. The way you like it on TikTok is, you like hold down on it, but your mileage may vary. But as far as I know, for most people, it's going to be like right up here. And I'm pointing also on the regular stream. You don't have to pay attention to that if you're watching on the non-short stream. The 3 dots are for the short stream. They don't exist on your screen if you're on the regular stream. On the regular stream, it's just down there. It's right down there, right down there. You can like, you can dislike, you can give me some feedback. If you like the stream, if you like what I'm doing, like it. If you don't like it and think that I need to do better, you can dislike it. Either way, I appreciate it.
She's talking about like dead people.
I'm saying there's another possibility of what her motives are.
I know, but she's talking about dead people in comparison to her own story that didn't happen. You understand? Like she's like pulling up.
I mean, it's pretty scummy.
Killed themselves and using them.
I'm actually legitimately surprised at how much Nick has said that I find unobjectionable.
as examples why we need to push her story that's not real to take down a website that didn't specifically harm her the way she's claiming.
Sure.
And not actually going after the real perpetrator.
Sure.
And then I asked her about it, and she told me, well, I don't think there's enough momentum. So you're thinking about this like it's an op? Is this like a business move? Because that's how she spoke to me. That's what I got from this.
Yeah.
Is that this is all fake. It's all fabricated.
Chat, what do you think about Nicholas DiOrio? Any opinions? I always thought that Nick DiOrio was kind of like, I'd always heard him as the tipster of straight people, right? And I don't know. Like, I'm not saying I'm impressed or anything. I'm just like, I expected to be I expected to find more disagreement. Keffals is notorious for tweeting and deleting. These people who have a business model of making content based on the farms, these are people. Oh, so you're including DiOrio in there. So yeah, there's one. What's up, Lycus? I'm trying not to get hypnotized by your emotes there, but they're kind of doing it to me. I might get hypnotized here. Yeah. So the other people who have info are the people who are around for it, and the people harmed or calling out the wrongdoing. Yeah, and so much of the actual wrongdoing, so much of the shit that Keffals is actually responsible for is just not getting called out. And things like that thumbnail are a distraction at the very least, right? I'm not sure, like how, like I said, I have mixed feelings about like the thumbnail in the first place, but overall, I feel like it's a distraction. I feel like it's not what we should be talking about. The internet is not good at forgetting things. It's not one singular site that houses all the secrets of time and hosts receipts centrally.
Now there are freaking communists invading radical.
He's talking about the Streisand effect. Yeah, the truth is good enough on its own. Exactly. Wait, the trauma equivalent. Oh, is that what he said? Oh shit, I wasn't even listening. Nick DiOrio just said, this is the trauma equivalent of blackface. Yeah, that's he seems cringe. Yeah, we'll see. Like that's I do. He sounds like a loser. I can't keep all these e-celebs straight. Who is Nicholas DiOrio? I don't actually know that much about Nick. That's why I'm having trouble. Like I just know who he pals around with, and you know, it's not people that I have a lot of respect for, let's just say. But I'm just surprised to be honestly like agreeing with like anything with him. He says some unseemly stuff. Oh yeah, doesn't he do the rape reviews too? Like Chud?
You know, I'd have to look more into this story to say.
Feel
To
with
be
her
honest with you,
situation.
Brianna, actually watch the whole video. Don't watch that last quarter like I told you to. Watch the entire video.
I watched the whole video. I watched it twice. I just
Well, you
missed a
said you
couple of
listened to
details.
it. You said you
I
listened
did
to
listen
it and
to
didn't
it. I
watch
did
it.
listen to
Yeah,
it
you
twice,
need
yeah.
to sit down and actually watch it with your eyes, because what he shows, you're going to see that she has been a constant liar this entire time, and she has played the fuck out of every single one of y'all.
So to be fair, Mutahar, you cribbed a lot of that stuff from Destiny's video, which I've seen a lot, or at least it contained the same information.
Yeah, so if you were in Shorts chat earlier, you might have seen somebody named Eris pop up. They were really mad at me. I don't know if they were trying to defend Keffals or what their deal was, but they were saying that I was like worse than Keffals because I lied about the nature of YouTube Premium, which I don't think I would have talked about YouTube Premium. That doesn't really have anything to do with my business model. It is a way to get out of ads, right? There are a variety of ways to get out of ads on YouTube. YouTube Premium is one of the ways that I can actually talk about, but it doesn't really have that much to do with me. But the question was about the benefits of membership, right? I think I was accused of saying that the memberships got you out of ads. On YouTube, they do not. That's the confusion. On Twitch, they do. They get you out of the ads on Twitch, on YouTube. They do not get you out of the ads. They do get you though all of those emotes, which I think is like the probably the coolest benefit of becoming a member. They also get you access to exclusive content and maybe eventually to my streams. I'm trying to decide right now whether I should put the live streams on memberships like the Vanguard does or what. You know, what's best for the algorithm. I don't know, chat. I need to hire like a algorithm expert to tell me what I need to do.
So that was part of why I listened to it, because
Well,
like
one
for
of the
first
reasons,
30 minutes, I
that
heard
was
it all.
so.
Yeah.
Usually, I'm like one of those guys where I'm like, I don't care if you watch or listen to my videos, but that's a video that I highly recommend you watch because that was the one video where it's like fucking we saw screenshot after screenshot after fucking screenshot. And
Fair enough.
I was meticulously going and slapping those up on the screen just so that, because my whole thing is, look, I don't like to make a
Vimeo knows the algorithm
video that's like bad faith, or I don't like to make a video where I can go with a narrative that I can't necessarily prove. Look, videos of mine, I could probably have an inconsistency or two because, again, not perfect, and obviously this situation involved other writers, other researchers. This is the first time I actually had to like work with a few people to make sure we were all checking each other. So, you know, there may be an error or two, but so far in the last 2 days, there hasn't been anything that's been found out. But, you know, hey, look, we dug up everything that we
Mutahar, I mean, if you're interested, yeah, there's a few errors.
Can to put on the screen, and we showed that it was pristine, untouched archive links, just so people can read through and see a proper timeline. Because I really feel like she has been so bad faith in talking about the situation. There were clips from the H3 podcast that I showed where she wasn't pressed hard enough on talking about these situations at all. And she needed to have been pressed at the time. And this is a situation where now the story is amassed together.
Yeah, what's funny is that like it almost felt like Ethan knew the truth, but for whatever reason he didn't want to press her harder on it, right?
In an hour 33 minutes, and I feel that it's in a perfect way where nobody has to sift through 400 pages of like a Kiwi. You don't have to touch the fucking Kiwi Farms if you think your computer is going to get like fucking transphobic.exe through it in some capacity, okay? You don't even.
Yeah, Mutahar brings Kiwi Farms to you.
You can watch a video and get it all right there. So this is a situation where I really think like we've built a case against this one person, and I don't feel like anybody in this community should be running a cover. If this was the gaming community and this was like the Mama Max of the community, there's no way. And
wait, how does Mama? What would the Mama Max of the gaming community? Y'all know Mama Max? We're talking about the Mama Max was like a predator hunter kind of streamer. And you latched onto the story about Camden Gerard Davis, who supposedly had a vampire werewolf cult that he was grooming people in or something like that. And you just like you tried to kind of like blackmail people like Moist Critical into covering Camden Gerard Davis and just basically pissed everybody off, got exposed. The more you looked into it, the more the story started to fall apart. I only watched, I watched the Oompaville video on Mama Max, but I'm just trying to imagine what a Mama Max for gaming would look like.
Anybody can defend the guy, you know?
I hope it doesn't come across as I'm defending her today. I mean, I feel like I've said over and over, I think there's some really fair criticism here. God, maybe it's just like she's going after me the other day publicly on Twitter, and I just let it go, and I chalk it up into my head.
Oh, you're so nice, Briana.
Yeah, she's going through some tough stuff. Maybe that's just my own.
Did you see the screenshot that I leaked?
Yes, I did. I was really pissed off about that.
Because it's funny because I saw you defending Tipster.
Wait, that's Nick.
Tipster and them, and I'm just wondering.
Did I defend Tipster?
I think so. In the past.
In the past, I have.
Well, that's what I mean. In the past, and it's like I wonder what they were thinking about you.
Yeah, it really hurt my feelings, to be honest with you.
Well,
I feel like I've been
ground on that one.
I feel like I've genuinely tried to be the best friend to her I can, and you know, I think that really made me feel hurt, to be honest.
Briana, guess what? Your best friend, or the
She's
best
not
friend
my
that you
best
could be,
friend.
guess what? The best friend that you could be to her, she fucked you over and lied to you for years.
So at least not wrong. I mean, this is how Keffals is, but but honestly, Brianna's not much of a better person.
I really feel like if you want to be empathetic towards somebody, it's not about like She doesn't have to respond to anything in the video. I really don't. I don't care. But I saw her tweet about that shit. Nobody is begging for any response. Trust me. I said my piece. I move on to the next fucking thing that sticks in my head or it's on my fucking content dartboard. That's how my brain works. That's how my fucking ideas work. That's it. I don't care so much for a response. I do think the community as a whole, the trans community, should be holding her to accountability over how she's acted, how she's ran some of these ranch Catboy servers, and more importantly, how she's actually been operating, like, you know, her money, her GoFundMe. Because look, me and you have both given her money. I gave her like $5. Okay, so fucking, I want to see an accountability spreadsheet on that fucking money. Because if it wasn't going towards a legal case with fucking the London police in a way that it should have, then we've got an issue going on. We've got a big problem.
I agree, and I think there's potentially.
I don't know how to spell Nicholas Diorio.
So there it is. Mutahar, before I jump off, I just want to say your last video, you were talking about 501 for a C4 tax law, which is something I deal with a lot. If you ever do a video where you need more clarity on that, I can hook you up with a compliance person.
Let me see if I can find.
I thought was a little shaky.
No, you're fine.
Fair enough.
Brianna, before you leave, there's a trans person that's been waiting in call. They've been wanting to talk to you for a while. Is there any way I can pull them in so you can have a conversation with them?
What do they want to talk about? What they want to talk about?
I'm not too sure what they. I know they're aggravated by you, but
If
I just
I'm
feel
on
like
trial, I feel like
well, no, I just feel like I don't know a whole lot about this. I feel like like the whole thing we've been talking about trans stuff for so long. I mean, the point of view of a trans person, bring them in, talk to you.
Sure.
If it goes awry, you know, you can always just leave or tell me to kick them. I'll do it or whatever.
Sure, let's do it.
All right, cool. Reese, you're on.
Hello.
Reese, you had some issues with Brianna?
Yes, I do. So to start with, you are really, really, really like you're being so like I don't know what the word is. But, sorry, I'm already pissed off. You're going around the main fucking point of everything. Like we try and say something about how Keffals is being shitty and like talking to minors about HRT. But then you say, oh no, it's about the politics behind it. Right now, this whole Muta's video was about Keffals. It's not about the politics to do with this. You know, you keep on deflecting and going on to these other things. And like you want to say as well that like because she's gone through trauma and addiction, that gives her some fucking like a little bit of grace. I'm not being funny, but we are trans. We should know to call out these fucking people when they're doing shit.
I think I've said on this repeatedly that she needs to be held.
No, but you're still giving her excuses for shit. You're still saying, oh, she's had trauma, she's had this, she's had that, she's had Kiwi with fucking harm. It doesn't fucking matter. It doesn't fucking matter. You need to listen to everyone who's talking, not just your like her and Keffals' little fucking cult. You need to listen to actual other trans people who aren't licking her ass. Because it seems like that's what you're doing. You just keep on giving justifications for her.
Can I please talk? If my opinion on Keffals is more nuanced than yours, I can't pretend that it's not more nuanced. It's my genuine opinion. I think I've answered questions.
You've got to stand up for people like us.
I'm going to finish
for people like us. You keep on fucking interrupting me, dude. Like for real. Like you got to stand up for people like us and stop. Just because Keffals is your buddy, you can't say, oh, just because she's got stuff going on. So fucking what? We call out these people when they fuck up. Don't pussyfoot around just because she's trans, just because we're trans. It doesn't fucking matter. If anything, that makes it. Stop fucking interrupting me. If anything, that should make us fucking call her out more than other people, because we're not going to sit around and take this shit. With you people, you saying stuff like this, it's making all of us look fucking terrible. And if we just sit and take this shit, we're sick of it.
I hear what you're saying. I think that anger is very fair. I think it's a point of view that needs to be out there. I think Keffals needs to hear that. I can't pretend. I cannot
Reese, you gotta let Brianna respond here.
Yeah.
Let Brianna.
I can't pretend that my point of view is not what my point of view is. What I can do here, I think I've answered the questions that have been asked to me today fairly. I think I've hit them head on. And like we're talking about the need to police the community, which I fully agree we desperately need. Do you think we do that by like leaping to the angriest conclusions? Or do you think it's like sitting down and talking this stuff with a little bit of nuance like adults? I actually think that gives it a lot more credibility if you do that. So maybe we just have different personalities, but it's just genuinely who I am.
People have tried to do that in the past. Don't act like you're the first person now to be saying stuff about Keffals. People like me, I've been saying for years how much of a shitty-ass person that she is, but it's only now that people are saying stuff because she's done such a bad thing that no one can turn a side eye to it anymore. I'm not being funny. People have been calling this shit out for years. For fucking years. And you people aren't listening to it because you're part of the fucking Catboy cult.
Catboy cult? I don't think I'm part of a Catboy cult.
I don't know what to make of this color. Look, like there's like, you know, it is... Anger is the reaction that I have to Brianna Wu. That's fucking valid, right? You know, she has been sweeping for Keffals, you know, to a certain degree, although like, you know, she doesn't seem to be too invested in it. I wouldn't be surprised if her role on here was just to come on and you know, be like convinced by the others that actually Keffals is really bad. You know, Keffals has fucked her over. I'm trying to track down the Nick Diorio, the thing that he posted. He mentioned that she had talked shit about Brianna Wu, so, and you know that Brianna knows about this. I can't find. There is a lot of stuff on Nick's Twitter. I just can't find what he's talking about in terms of Oh wait, is this it? No, this is Cherry talking to Tipster. I don't know if I can find it, chat. We'll finish this.
Man, come on. Like, I'm not being funny, but like, you just... These
Keffals
fucking
is
people
someone
who
I
sticks
kind
around...
of know. It's not like streaming is just like a bonus mission thing that I do with my job. Like, this is not my job. Like, Keffals is not the center of my life. She's
So
just
why are you
someone
trying
I
to act like you're like an authority and like you're trying to give justifications and reasons for everything that she's done? If you're not part of it, then why are you even like trying to say shit about it?
I think if
I know
you
that I'm
think-
fucking no one. I'm trying to talk to you about it and you're trying to make this whole fucking bullshit justification.
I don't think I am.
Wait, I'm not being funny, but you're trying to say that like she's had addiction problems because of Kiwi Farms. That's giving a justification of shit. Is that not?
I think context is not justification. I'm saying this plays into
You literally
my...
said, "Oh, you've got to give her some
Hold
grace
on,
because
can
she's
I- you're
had shit in the
flaming at
past."
me in a really immature way. So I'm going to
You
answer your
literally
question.
said-
I'm going to
you
answer your
literally said
question.
earlier-
let Brianna
like
finish.
an adult.
Like a fucking adult. Get over it.
So this is the thing. If you're talking about this and Keffals has an addiction issue, like talking about that context, that's not excusing it. You're doing the exact same thing that the trans rights extremists do.
The trans rights extremist, oh my god.
Or black or white or up or down, and we just need a smarter conversation top to bottom. I am not defending Keffals. I'm trying to explain how I came to my assessment of what's going on with her and what the path forward is.
I have trauma. I didn't make a GoFundMe and stick most of it out my fucking nose.
Okay, good. I'm glad.
Like, you're trying to give justifications.
I'm not justifying.
I'm fucking, oh my god, this is just so ridiculous, man. Oh.
Okay.
Is there anything else you want to say, Reese?
Honestly, I'm sick of trans people like this trying to talk over the fucking rest of us. I'm sick of it. I'm genuinely sick of it. Like, this person can't go around thinking that she's like, just because she's Keffals' friend, that she knows everything about what's going on. And like, I'm not being funny, but Muta's video was fucking brilliant. It's fucking brilliant.
I enjoyed it.
You haven't listened. How can you agree if you haven't watched it properly? You haven't listened to. You haven't watched the whole part about Catboy Ranch properly, have you?
I really don't want to. I really don't know what to do with this part.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe you should watch it.
Yeah, I should.
And know about what your little buddy does. And actually call that
your little buddy, Keffals?
shit out when it happens.
Okay.
All right, I think we've reached an impasse at this point. We're just going to go around
I
in
think like,
circles.
this is how the trans community fixes itself. You just need to scream until all the bad people go away. That's how we're going to fix it.
Well, I mean, if it works on you, Brianna, then I would say yeah.
No, that's not how it
Great,
works.
Keffals.
No, keep screaming.
Keeping win. Just saying.
All right. Well, Brianna, did you have anything else you wanted to say?
No, thanks for having me on. I didn't know it was going to be this. But,
Yeah, neither did I.
Yeah, thanks for coming on. Thanks for coming on. We didn't know it was going to turn out to be this.
Look, there's so many trans people that I feel like would have given it to her a lot worse and been a lot more specific about her shortcomings. But I mean, that's just gonna have to function as your moment of release, right? That's the one person that they let talk to Brianna Wu. So better than nothing, I suppose. What do we have here? We have Nicholas Diorio's post about Xanderhal. Xanderhal was about to whistleblow Keffals 6 months ago, and Keffals dropped the coldest deflection I've ever seen.
Xanderhal retweeted this. A tweet by Sunday.
So not President Sunday, this is Sundays.
I mean, I don't support her because her ex came out with claims of abuse, and Keffals avoided mentioning the allegations at all, and let her diehard fans bully her ex into silence. But that's a different story. And the reason that I don't talk about my ex is that over the course of several years, my ex mentally, emotionally, and sexually abused me. And I never wanted to talk about it. I have very actively avoided talking about it. I have nightmares about this stuff. This shit is just fucking cruel. And before Xan decided to bring this into our space, the only people who pushed this were tankies and woke scolds who no one trusts, no one believes in their what.
And that shows you her strategy, right? Anybody who says anything inconvenient about me is a tanky, is a woke scold, is a Kiwi farmer. These are people in the trans community that she slimed with no evidence as being farmers.
They have to say,
And she got away with this grift for month after month after month after year after year after year.
And I never felt like I needed to address it. But when I saw this last night, I realized that I had to address this. Because if I didn't address this, my silence would be read as guilt. So now I have to go over some of the most fucked up things that have ever happened in my life because Xanderhal wanted to win internet points against me by signal boosting unsubstantiated rumors. How did he learn nothing from what happened with DJ Mule? The reason everyone hated DJ Mule was because DJ Mule was doing abuse apologia. That's why people hated DJ Mule, and this.
It's a really weird edit. That's a really weird edit. I don't know. Oh my god. Trying to think if we have. Okay, this is the. It's like we looked at all of this stuff.
I just didn't want this lie to stand where that wasn't my YouTube channel, so I needed to correct that. So.
Come on over to commentary, Beckett. Leave Twitch poll. It'll be great over here. Nothing will happen.
Brought him with you.
I didn't bring them fucking with you. You put the fucking tree in, motherfucker.
Wait. There's multiple Brits in this podcast. Chat, now I feel bad. I assumed that the British voice was the voice of Beckett of Crabs, and now I hear somebody saying Beckett's name. There must be at least two British I'm sorry, chat. I don't know which British voice was Beckett and...
They followed you, Beckett, okay?
Listen, both you and Xylee.
That's Beckett, right?
Responsible for this shit, and I take no accountability. Fuck this.
Yes, blame Xylee. Blame Bobox. That's what I always do.
I was traumatized. None of this is my fucking fault. Fuck all of you. I'm sat there typing to the guys. I'm just like, I've got PTSD. I have fucking flashbacks. Shit.
I got you, bestie. Don't you worry. I got it written down right now with the speak.
Thanks. Well, thanks for coming on.
Well, thanks for calling in, Rice.
Of course.
Yeah.
I'm gonna jump on. Bye, y'all.
All right, thank you very much.
Thank you, Reese. Great call.
And there she goes.
Thank you for having me on. Appreciate you guys.
Reese.
Yes, hello.
You did good.
Yes. True. Thank you, Xylee. I appreciate you. And also, Muta is not transphobic.
Oh, yeah.
Look, I'm not going to make any pronouncements about what's in anybody's heart, right? I don't know what anybody's motivations were, and I don't think that the thumbnail discussion was particularly productive in either way. I said I would stay on a little bit and talk to chat, so here I am. How are you doing, chat? Let me scroll up and see what you've got to say. Wait, let me see. I should also look at... Now I'm getting a British accent. I don't know what it is that I've been exposed to that's caused my accent to turn a little bit... I'm not even sure if this is a British accent or maybe even a mix of a British, Kiwi, and Australian all together in a nonsensical sort of way. What am I doing, chat? I don't even have these accents. There we go. A tanky is what leftists call veterans? A pro-Stalin commie. It's weird. With Keffals, I just always want to ask, are these tankies in the room with us now? Catboy Ranch returns, yes. Isn't Keffals in the call right now? What? Oh my god. Keffals is horrible for a number of reasons. Brianna Wu is Sam Harris level dull. What is blood yapping about? Good question. Did I turn it? I probably put it fast. I probably put it to 1.5 speed at the wrong time, chat. I hate quick... Were they British? I can't even tell. Is that where I got the accent in there? I couldn't tell if they were British or if they were New Zealand, from Australia, maybe? I don't know. Who was the Twitter drama guy with cat ears? That's the only reason I knew Keffals before I forgot his name. I'm not sure. Love talking equal rights to its extreme of believing everyone deserves, to someone who believes it's extreme to think that everyone deserves equal rights. Just watch that train wreck. Yeah, pretty much. I like Xan, but he's polarizing. Xan, funny enough, Xan used to be a friend of mine. A long time ago, before he burnt the bridge. I am, and to be honest, I'm kind of glad not to have to defend him anymore. All it's ever brought is trouble. And I feel like I was more than fair to Xan, honestly. No idea what's going on. Me neither. We're just looking at great artwork of just a worm. Putting British chemicals into the air. That's what happens, governor. That's what happens, and you become a tanky. When you get too far to the left of Vosh, you automatically become a tanky. Are you doing New Vegas tonight? I should. If I do though, I need to like get off here and I need to eat something. Right? If I'm gonna do New Vegas. Australian and New Zealand accents are the sexiest. We will make 8 months of content out of this. Yeah, hopefully not. Hopefully there'll be something better to talk about. You are currently on call with Keffals. Oh, okay. So Jay and Keffals are doing a reaction to the stream. That's awesome. Can I get Tipster on that call too? Jay, you got to get Tipster in there, right? I need Tipster to do some NCC bad content for me. I need Tipster to expose me as the goth mommy that I am. How cliche, how cliche. Yes. We gotta make this happen, Jay. We need dueling drama streams. Yeah, get Tipster, Keffals, and yourself on one stream, and then I'll get like Femios, Boblax, and I don't know who, Xylee. We'll get Xylee. What do you think, chat? Do you want Xylee? Who impressed you from that call? Who came off the best? Oh, Mika's rhetoric. Yeah, she's cool. For all my YouTube drama needs, because she has an English degree specializing in rhetoric. I would love to talk to Mika's rhetoric. I think she's really smart. And has teaching credentials. I feel like I would learn something if I talked to Mika's rhetoric. So I feel like she can analyze stuff in a very nuanced way. That was the I Was Raped stream. Yeah, that's the title of the stream. What's up, Bisky? Hard to believe her stories about anything. Some communities farm this shit and then say stuff like, everyone does this. It's an excuse to be as edgy as possible without consequence. Wait, what are we talking about? Sorry. Right after that, she entered. Oh, you're right, Howard Wilson. Yeah, right after the Xanderhal call, she entered her drama farming everyone phase. Except for me, and I feel kind of sad. All I ever got from her was that she hated me. And I never got to find out why. And now I guess I'll never. I mean, I could message her, chat. Should I message her? Should we? I love spreading lies on the internet, says Jay.